And funnily enough, while we're on the subject of animals, if I didn't witness it myself today, I wouldn't have believed it. And if somebody said that it had happened to them, I wouldn't believe them. But earlier today, Fiona gone out. She says, "Right, I'm going to go and do some shopping." And I went, "Yeah, okay, off you go then." She goes, "Do you want anything?" I went, "No, fine." And she goes, "I'll tell you what, I'll get a couple of Magnums while I'm out." And I went, "Yeah, cool." And then after she'd gone, I go, "God, I hope she means the ice cream and not the fucking wine." And all the dogs are around, So I'm there. I got my iPad and I'm working out a couple of bits and pieces and everything for later in the week. And they're all panting away and everything. And then I observe Lily go over to the fan, the oscillating fan, that's standing on the floor. It's not on. And she's biting at it. I go, "Leave it alone, darling." She's bite. Next thing I know, it turns on. And she's managed to turn it on with her mouth, right? And I've gone, oi, that could prove problems later. So anyway, so she's turned this fan on, and I've gone, wow. Because she's looking at it, and then she lies down in front of it and goes to sleep. I'm going, did that puppy just turn the fan on because she was hot? No. Happenstance, yeah? Look, would have looked good on the video if I'd been recording it, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, and I thought it'd be really cool if I could get her to do it again. So as Fiona's pulling up, they all get up and they're all running to the door waiting. And I go over and I turn the fan off. Fiona comes in with her shopping, and I go into the kitchen to help her unpack shopping and everything like that. And I said to her, I said, "While you were out," I said, "Lily turned the fan on and lay down in front of it, so I assumed she was warm." And Fiona's gone, "Fuck off." I went, "She did." I go, "So," she goes, "Really?" And she walks into the front room, comes back and goes, "No, she's just laying down in front of the fan." I said, "Yeah, but the fan's off." And she went, "No, it's on." I went, "No, I turned it off." She goes, "No, it's on. I've gone into..." I said, "She turned it on again." Because I turned it off and she's gone over to it, turned it on and laid down in front of it again. I go, "She's 10 weeks old. No, stop. Enough." No, really? So we're going to give this we're going to try this, mate, see if we can make it a thing. Because she's already starting to do very, very weird things that we're going, she reincarnated and actually retained some of her memories or something like that. Because this is a smart animal. Too bloody smart. But yeah. So far she's turned that fan on twice now.
Wow.
And then lay down in front of it like that on her back. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I could do with that. I've got this thing on full bloody tilt today. It's been cooler today, but the thing is,
it's still a bit
retains
close,
the heat.
as they say.
Yeah, because it's like a modernish house. It retains the heat really well. Yeah. So it's fucking great in the winter.
Yeah.
But in the summer, we actually were going outside today to cool off because it was hotter in the house than it was outside. But we can't, if we didn't have cats and a fucking great main road, it had everything open and aired the whole thing. Yeah. So we have to strategically position the cat somewhere in the house and shut a series of doors so that we can at least air. Like, Jackie was cooking the dinner, and we have to, the windows and the doors are all shut because the cats will be out. So we had to sort of engineer it so that the cats are sort of kept away, and we can at least air some of the bloody house. But here I can't, because I'd have to shut this door, and then there's no point, because then you wouldn't get any through.
You won't get any flow, yeah.
So we a catio has to be the first. As soon as I get back from holiday, and I'll see how much money I've got left. That might be because they ain't cheap. You know, these kind of outdoor things. Yeah. I mean, I'd love to be able to do it so that they can go in and out of their own accord, but that would mean putting holes in walls and stuff. And I, you know, being a tenant, although my landlord did say to me a little while back when I asked if he would mind me putting some shelves up on a wall, he said, "Oh no, not at all. No, you this is your home. You make it your home. You do what you want."
Wow.
I'm like, okay.
Fair dues.
But no, I think we've just he.
Oh, Babs has got one of those screened porches. I've seen them. On YouTube with one of them.
It just needs to be something that they can go outside and we can just open everything and not have to worry about them running off. But no, the
come on, lad, a couple of bits of 2x4 and some netting.
I'm no good at that sort of stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'll buy one. But no, my landlord phoned me up the other week. It must have been about a
trick
month ago
fence.
Yeah. Do it like that Rutger Hauer film where they've got that collar on and they
with the proximity.
Might not work. He phoned me up about a month ago and he said, I'm thinking about ditching the letting agent and just taking over everything myself. So
how many properties does he own?
I don't know.
Must be a few. You've got a letting agent.
Well, no, it's just a letting agency that is based in the town. That I guess he's been using them for a while. I don't know. I honestly don't know how many properties.
Probably got more than two then.
Probably, but anyway,
good on him.
He said, I'm gonna get rid of the letting agent because they're useless. I said, I've never really had a problem with them. They've always been very attentive, and as soon as I contact them about anything, they jump on it straight away, and they're always very polite and blah, blah, blah. He said, no. He said, do you remember when you had that blocked toilet? I said, yes. He said, well, they sent somebody out, didn't they? I said, yeah. And he came along, and he hummed and he hard, and he said he wasn't quite sure what was going on, so he was going to go off and come back. He said, yeah, him. He charged me for that. He didn't do any fucking work. He just looked around for a bit and then charged me for it. And when I spoke to the letting agent, he said they were basically on that guy's side when I'm paying them every month for looking after it. So he said, that put me right off. And then other things apparently. So I'm like, okay, well that cuts out the middleman. And this guy's always been very responsive and attentive, and so I don't really have an issue. And he's local. He's not like he's one of these. I've had landlords that aren't even in the bloody country. Man, the first place I ever rented, my landlord basically lived on a cruise liner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Work.
Nice work.
If you can, yeah.
Yeah. So he said, so I said, well, my only concern is, tenancy agreement and legal bits and bobs to make sure that it's all, that everything's as it should be. And he seems to be on the ball. Just had an email from him this afternoon saying that because the thing is, there's a deposit, you see, and some years ago there was a new law passed that the deposit is retained by a third party. So it's not retained by the landlord and it's not retained by the letting agent. It's retained by an independent organisation, and it was done so that if there was any dispute over the deposit and the return thereof, this independent organisation would arbitrate. And it was set up by the government. So the most popular one is actually run by the government. So you pay the deposit, they stick it into a bank account, you get a receipt for it and a certificate, and then at the end of your tenancy, oh shit, at the end of
how much longer do you think it'll last?
Yeah. When's the new one coming?
Week,
okay.
2 weeks.
Oh,
who knows? Let's hope they last a little longer.
Yeah. So,
sorry.
So I've just it's sorting out all the bloody paperwork. Don't. Thankfully, it's not too much of a hassle because right now, what with Jackie's mum, it's all getting a bit stressful.
Oh, okay.
We saw her yesterday. She we're not sure whether it's the dementia or the Parkinson's or a combination of both or the medication that's making her incredibly confused and paranoid. She's like, Jackie comes home and she says, bloody hell, Mum is whispering all the time. I said, why is she whispering? Because she thinks they're listening. Who's listening? Everyone else. Oh. So she'll go in to see Sheila, and Sheila's talking like this, and Jackie, why are you whispering? Because they listen to me. They listen to everything we say. So, yeah. And she came out because Jackie had this little art exhibition yesterday.
Yes. How did it go?
So, yeah, very well. Very
good.
well.
Good. Well received, yeah?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, there was there's a whole group of them that have been doing these classes, and it was everyone. I mean, there were one or two that you think, yeah, okay, maybe you need some more lessons. But there was some very good stuff there, and I think a lot of people, that go there, are people that either lack a lot of confidence, or they go to sort of be amongst fellow sort of amateur artists, or like there's one lady there, very nice, but her husband died a year ago. I don't think she's got any other family, so this is it's just like a social thing more than anything. So yeah, but yeah, Sheila comes out, and she's obviously very delicate on her feet, but she's just talking about stuff, and you're like, what? Especially, yeah. Yeah, she's all sort of like, what? What's going on? And you just let her get on with it.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. But they've been selling a whole bunch of like her furniture and stuff off their little garage sale on Saturday, and we got about £500-600, which will pay for about a day in the care home. The thing is, you can't sell stuff for what what you think it's probably worth. I mean, she had some of this solid oak furniture. She must have paid hundreds, for these bits, £20-30 each. Nobody's going to pay anymore. We got one of these Urkel dining tables and chairs. Yeah. You look online, people are asking £400-500 for them, but you try and sell it, sort of locally, and nobody's.
Yeah, but then it becomes automatically it becomes categorised as bric-a-brac.
Yeah.
And what have you. And it's like, yeah, whatever.
Got rid of the big power recliner lifter thing that she bought, again, for a fraction of the price that she paid for it. But, yeah. Oh, well, it all goes in the kitty.
Cat's there going,
yeah, what?
Where?
Oh, and the stair lift went.
Oh, okay.
To a company called WeBuyAnyStairlift.com.
They stayed up all night thinking that one up, didn't they?
Didn't they? £50.
That's all you can hope for.
I know. They were the only people that would pay. All the other companies wouldn't pay. They would just say, "Oh yeah, we'll send somebody over," but they wouldn't pay. And the company that installed it didn't even want to know.
Ooh.
So bizarre. Oh, well, you got lights.
We got lights.
I might have to go with one of those.
Oh, apparently it's already found the hydrosense.
I'll have to speak to my friends. Thing is, I don't. Every time I sort of mention something to my friends at Arturia, they say, "Would you like one?" Oh yeah. So I think the next thing I'm going to talk about is a matrix brew.
Oh Christ! Oi, you! Lily, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come and say hello to everybody again. Come on. Oh. Say hello. Yes, you're bigger. Yeah, look at my arms. Look. I don't know if you can see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I look like being attacked by a needle factory. Oh, hello, bless. Madam. Wait, excuse me, madam. Oh God, is there anything you haven't eaten or tried to eat today? Nom nom nom.
Jack, do you want to come and see a lovely puppy?
Do you want to see Jackie? You haven't seen Jackie, have you? Come on,
you
sit
won't,
up.
because she's in her pyjamas, so she won't be allowed to go on camera. Or she won't allow me to. Quick, before it eats Kent.
Yeah, ow, there's nothing left of me.
There you go.
When she's finished with me. Ow, ow, ow.
Look.
Come say hello. Say hello to Jackie. Go, hello, Jackie. No, like that with your paw. Go, hello, Jackie. No. Really? Oh, do you know who sleeps together and plays in the garden together now?
Siri?
Siri.
Yes. Well done.
Yes. She suddenly decided, nah, she's not a threat. Do you know what broke it so quickly was, when she'd had those injections and she was very uncomfortable. She became mother instincts kicked in, and she was very, very concerned about her and sat by her and made sure she was okay. And then the next morning they started playing in the garden, and now it's a thing. Yeah. But she's kind of like the matriarch, so it's almost like Nellie now is like the young daughter, along with the very, very young daughter,
right?
And Fiona and Siri is mum.
Okay.
So she sits on the deck and she watches them play, and if it gets a little bit out of hand, she rushes in there and stands between them like this, and they'll go, "Oh, sorry, mum." So they're getting on fine. Thank Christ.
That's good.
I was a little worried. For a moment, I was a little concerned that, yeah, but what if she doesn't?
Yeah.
There's no reason why she wouldn't, but you can't help going, might not work out. But it did. Thank Christ. So.
Good.
Yeah, so we did. We bought this, like a cat fountain.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you said.
That Ty recommended. And because a cat doesn't like drinking still water. Cat prefers water that's constantly running. So we got this thing, and it's got the little nozzly thing. We were going to get the one with it had like a little daisy in the centre. I looked at that and went, that would be gone in 4 seconds, and it would chewed up at the bottom of the garden. So we've got this one. It's got like a metal pipe that sits out.
Right.
So, and it's been on the floor a minute, most running. And I go out there, and there's Lily biting the metal pipe. For fuck's sake. So, but she likes to scrabble at the water. So, although it holds 3 litres, we fill it 4-5 times a day. It's just packing water everywhere because she likes to do this with it first.
Yeah. But
we were really confused because nearly every time you went to stroke her, her head was wet. This is before we got the fountain. But the rest of us seemed to be all right. You go, well, how come her head's wet and the rest of her's fine? Please don't tell me that she's going underneath, say, Charlie, for instance, while he's having a pee or something like that. And we found out what it is today. We've got this little bird fountain.
Right.
And you've got like a top bit that goes down into another bowl. And then it goes through the hole, and then it's recycled and everything like that. And it runs off solar power. Well, she likes to drink from the bottom bowl, but only while it's running. So when she drinks from the bottom bowl, the top bowl just pours on her head, and she doesn't give a shit about it. So she's always got this big wet strip on the top of her head. So that's how she's getting it. Still, on to other things.
Indeed.
Can't talk about dogs all day. Anybody would think I was a dog person.
I'm just looking at SY99. There's an SY99 on eBay in the UK. Now I've seen them going for like £400-500 the last couple of years. This guy wants £1,000 for it.
For 99?
For an SY99.
Does it suck you off? What feature does it has that makes it £1,000? That seems a little pushed a little, shall we say?
Yeah.
Mind you,
not
you
that
can't
I
buy
got anywhere to bloody put it, but
like it hasn't stopped you in the past.
Why, man? I know Manny's in the chat. He might be able to answer this. On the rear of this SY99, the actual logo is on a plate that looks screwed on. Is that like for an expansion port or something? It seems must be something behind there. I don't know. Manual, hopefully manual.
Yeah, they wouldn't screw a plate on just for
a RAM sample expansion.
Yeah, they wouldn't put a plate on just to have the name on it, because this isn't the 1970s.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah.
Yes. No. Did you watch Manny's video? The SY99 pad that he did.
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
It's earmarked in me YouTube app.
It's very good.
Yeah, get a crack at that.
How it's got reverb, but it hasn't got reverb.
Oh, we're getting into that neck of the woods, are we?
Yeah.
Getting into the weeds, as it were.
Yeah.
I see.
President Biden has done the right thing at last. Pulled out.
Yeah, but let's face it. I mean, in an interview a while back, didn't he? He said that the only thing would get him to stand down as president if God himself asked him or told him to. And I went,
he's had a visit.
We've got about as much chance of that as Harry Potter, really, haven't you?
Well,
because
quite.
they're both fictional characters, aren't they? I mean, so. I mean, that's a good way of going. Of actually saying no fucking way ever, isn't it? Really, but no, I don't know. I'm surprised it went on that long.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I mean, I know we had Boris, and I know we had Liz.
Letters.
But come on, America, pull your socks up. I mean, you've got that fucking fat orange wanker. Well, as of yesterday, you had a fat orange wanker and a guy that would be shouting at clouds. I mean, surely there's somebody in American politics that's a little bit more upmarket.
The sad thing is that Biden was still probably the more intelligent of the two. Just doesn't come across well. I'm sure when he sat down in a comfy chair and he's, doing what he does, I'm sure he's absolutely fine. But for the leader of what is ostensibly the most powerful nation on earth, you need someone who comes across as being competent and on the ball.
Yeah, but I mean,
neither.
There was some geezer. I'm sorry. I'm not really up on American politics, and I think that I used to be up on politics all over the place, but I've disengaged from American politics because only lately, since Obama left, really, it became an absolute fucking circus. It really has. And I'm going, I can't engage with this. It's ridiculous. But I don't know who it was. I don't know what authority he carries or anything like that. But he was standing. Well, he was on the news anyway. They showed a clip of him on the news, and he had a podium in front of him and all the rest of it, saying that what happens when an Islamic country gets nuclear weapons, and he goes, he thinks maybe the next Islamic country to get nuclear weapons is probably going to be the UK.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was J.D.
Who was
Vance,
it?
Yeah, it's Trump's vice president.
Right. Wow,
Candidate.
he's going to be that high up, is he?
Yeah, he's just been picked for Trump's running mate, and he said
that's Trump's running mate.
He said now that Labour are in power, this was the national conservatism thing that they had in America the other week. Fucking Cruella Braverman was there, dishing out her specific brand of pull the ladder up racism, and she he said now that Labour are in power in the UK, they've become the first Islamic nation to have nuclear weapons. I mean, fuck off. First of all, wrong. Second of all, Pakistan, has he never heard of Pakistan? They are a genuine Muslim nation or Islamic nation. And they have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, they went to a lot of trouble for it as well, if I remember correctly.
So not only is he factually wrong, but
but I mean, he spoke about the UK like we may get hold of nuclear weapons at some point. Yeah, hello.
Anyway.
Oh my God.
Anyway. Apparently, this went. Or is it this one?
Yeah.
That went down a storm the other day.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, he's gone.
Oh. Look at that. I think you've offended him. You must have done a Jimmy Carr joke. You've got to do a little head nod now. Right.
Oh, I don't know whether I slept funny or whether I got a little breeze on my neck because I had the window open last night.
Did you wake up laughing?
No.
And you probably didn't sleep funny.
But it's one of those things where you get a little stiffness and you want to look over your shoulder and you go, oh, I can't do that. Oh, Josh, is so old.
I just feel sorry for the Americans that have to live with all this and know that they're living with all this. Because there's a lot of Americans, aren't there, who are not blindly unaware, but either heavily into Trump and everything that he supposedly stands for. Because I mean, if it meant he could win, if he said that he was a fish, he would fucking say to everybody that he was a fish, and all his supporters will go, "You're a fish."
Finally,
there you go.
There.
Yeah, I don't know, Alex. You two was almost stationary. I'm sort of wandering around, but I think I was stationary for everybody else.
You just vanished.
It's technology. It's the internet in Froome. That's what it is.
Oh, hello. Ducks are flying south.
Yeah.
God help us.
Yeah, vote Cole. That'll do. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I saw on YouTube today. It was about 3 blokes on motorbikes. So we're trying to do a what they call a motorbike hijacking, and they're filming. The guy being chased is filming, and it came out as one of those, like one of those little shorts you can get on YouTube, almost like a TikTok, right? And they're filming this, and Fiona goes. She goes, that's Chessington Road. I went, yeah, it fucking is. It's right here. Right along here. I went, God, turn left. Oh, shit. He didn't turn left. We could have seen our road. Quite randomly, just doing like that. I went, oh, wow. Fucking hell. Here's a joke for you then.
Go on.
Husband phones up his wife. He says, darling, are you sitting down? And she goes, yes. He says, I have something to tell you, and it's really very, very difficult for me to say. She goes, oh, okay. She goes, so what is it that's so hard to tell me? He goes, Ken Dodd's dad's dog's dead.
Yes, well, I can't do the sound effects.
You can't talk about prepared.
I know. You can't get the staff, Kent. That's what
I know.
problem.
God's sake.
I know.
It's, do you know, ever since...
It's clowns all the way to the top, mate.
In it.
In it just.
I don't know what's going on. I'm beginning to... Elgato, who make Stream Deck and numbers of other things.
Indeed.
Their software that runs the Stream Deck, so it's basically a little app that runs on the system that then delivers, serves up everything into the Stream Deck unit, but all the sound effects are in the computer and the button just triggers them. For some reason, you used to be able to put that piece of software into loopback and have the audio from that piece of software go out. You know, if you've got loopbacks, it now doesn't show up in loopback at all, and there's no way of getting it in there, which is just really weird. It doesn't show up anymore.
Somebody asking for my opinion on the Proton.
Yeah, looks like it.
I know very little about it, to be honest.
We got a shout out on late on Friday night, early Saturday morning, wherever it was, from our co-YouTuber, shall we say, Synth Samurai.
Oh, okay.
He did a live stream or something or other. He was talking about the thing, and he said, "Oh, I've got to give a shout out to the guys at Pro Synth Network." And I'm paraphrasing here. I thought
the other mafia family.
Yeah, I thought they'd be all down on it, but like these three old guys, what? There's two old guys and there's me.
Two old guys, and then there's Robbie, who is but a sprite.
Indeed. They really liked it, and they think it's going to be really good. And we did kind of say that it seemed to be a.
Well, it will be. It's Behringer. Yeah. It'll sell well. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I mean, it's all down to individual taste anyway.
It's like I said yesterday. It's not for me.
No, but there's lots of people that it will be for.
It will be. Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Lots of people it'll work for. And it's desktop. It's small. It's cheap. Blah blah blah. Yeah. It's all right. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. See, because I know there were some people who were saying that that they thought I was just vintage analog is God and everything like that. I fucking hate vintage analog with a passion. But for so many different reasons. It's heavy. It's expensive. It's delicate, it's finicky, it's a pain in the arse to own. It can be a pain in the arse to use. Yes, you can have some glorious, glorious moments. But it's like having a girlfriend who's incredibly gorgeous looking and sexy and all the rest of it and dynamite in bed, but an absolute fucking nutcase. That's what owning vintage analog is like. And you have to, like Denzel Washington says, you pray for rain, you've got to put up with the mud.
Yeah.
And that's vintage analog. And I love vintage analog, but only bits. The reliable bits, for instance. That's always I'm always drawn to that, I must admit. But I love the way digital, you turn it on, it fucking works. And a tiny little box can produce 100,000 things like that. What's not to love? Yes, we like to hanker back for stuff now and again, but that's only because we're old, and when you get old, you hanker back to stuff, whether you like it or not.
See, I don't really hanker back for stuff.
I saw a Mark III Morris Marina coupe, a white Morris Marina coupe, and I went, the whole thing about them being a pain in the arse, noisy, smoky, and they rust if you spat on it.
Yeah.
And it was just a pain in the arse car, and just going,
It's funny you should say that. Like I say, I don't hanker after all things, but first car we bought Jane was a Mini, and I absolutely loved that Mini. It was it had to have foil over the front grille because that's the way they were. Jane could never work out the heater because it was just a one switch underneath. she had it for about 18 months and said, "It's making a funny noise." I said, "Yeah, the heater's on, love. Put the heater on." But
that was another thing. Those old motors, though, do you remember?
Yeah.
You could be driving along in one of these older cars, and the heater had the ability to actually leak the radiator water into the car.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
With all that, the radiator fluid in it and everything like that. It's like, oh, gee, and it stunk to high heaven. Cars don't do that anymore.
I mean, it was like driving It's like driving a roller skate, really. But because you're really low down, I just loved it. It was because it felt faster than it really was.
Yeah. Well, it was the simplicity.
Yeah.
There was simplicity to the car. But the Mini is unique in that respect, I must admit. But holy crap, some of the big, I mean, flagships. I remember it was being sold as a flagship when it hit the market. Was the Austin Princess.
Oh yeah.
Holy mother of fuck. Wow. Didn't that jump up and bite everybody in the arse? So.
Yeah, my step granddad, he had, I think the first car I remember him having was a Hillman Hunter.
Yeah, I remember.
Big old
my dad
thing.
having one of them.
Yeah, and then he got. I couldn't tell you whether it was a Princess or an Ambassador, because they were both essentially the same car. I can't remember. I mean, they were British laden and they were wedge shaped.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one of those he had, and that didn't last long with him.
Yeah.
And he then changed, and I could never understand it, because he went from, all right, I didn't understand the whole. I was too young to understand that it was a bag of bollocks mechanically.
Yeah.
But he went from that to a Fiat Polski 124, which was the classic 3-box design, square corners. I mean, it looked horrible,
like the Mirafiori kind of bump.
But at least the Mirafiori had
no. I mean,
angles.
in that kind of but I mean in that kind of.
It was the traditional.
Genre.
The traditional.
Because the Mirafiori had some style to it.
Yeah, the 132 and the 131 before it had. Yes, it was a 3-box, but there were slants going on, and it just looked. The Italians took a standard design and Italianified it, if that's a word. But he got this bloody 124. But the thing was, because it was the Polski, so it was the one that was all made in Poland, very simple, basic, never broke down. Yeah. It was absolutely. He drove that, I think, until he died. It was just an absolute tank, but it was reliable. So.
Well, I remember going to the motor show with my mum and me uncle Ray. Uncle, my arm. He wasn't my uncle, trust me.
Come and sit on my knee, little boy.
Yes. So, it was more like, hey, Kent's mum, come and sit on my little knee for a little while, actually. And, we'd gone to the motor show when it was used to be held at Earl's Court.
Mm-hmm.
And the car I wanted to see was the one they've been talking about on the news that week, that it was going to be presented at the show. It's one of the most expensive cars ever made, right? At a massive £33,000 for one car, right? And this was it's ridiculously priced. It's nearly £6,000 more than a Rolls Royce and a Bentley kind of thing. And it was the Lagonda.
Oh God, the Aston Martin Lagonda.
The Aston Martin Lagonda. And there was a huge crowd around, and it was literally wheeled out because it didn't run. It was wheeled out, and then it went onto the platform, and then slowly began to rotate on this platform. With and I remember all the journalists were there, and because we'd got like some sort of early pass because me uncle knew somebody in that game. And lots of photographs being taken and all the rest of it. And they got some celebrity. I don't know who the celebrity was. Back in them days, my bedtime was about 7:30 at best. And
me too.
Yeah, and anyway, so leggy woman comes on with Guy, some TV show, and doing all the business and everything. And then some representative of Aston Martin comes out and talks about the car, and they show the engine. There's lots of ooh and ah going on and everything like this. And I'm going, yeah, £33,000 for a car. Wow, that's just more money than I can possibly imagine, you know. And literally, when I was working down at the Coachworks, and this guy come in with one, I was going, cool, bloody hell, no, mate, yeah, you sort of like, you've got the pennies, haven't you? And all the rest of it. He says, I'm sick to death of this fucking thing. Do you want it? I said, well, he's just selling it for you. 400 quid.
Oh, Jesus.
Can't go. He said, but I can't get any cunt to buy it. I go, why, what's wrong with it? He goes, everything. He stops going around. He said, this falls. These, that's the 30th one I've had on this. He said, the steering rack, I've lost count of how many steering racks I've had to buy for this. It's like, why? It's shit. Absolute shit. Oh, okay. Another dream dashed. Thank you. Move on. You know, never meet your heroes and all that.
No.
Because I remember seeing this thing going, me. When I get older, me.
I remember seeing. I can't remember where it was. It was like in a magazine or a catalogue or something or other. And I just remember seeing it and thinking, that's just the future. That's the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
It's all bonnet, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it was so of its time.
Can you zoom in on that?
I can't, no.
That's a shame. Because you see those door handles?
Yeah.
Marina.
Yeah. All
right?
That stuff.
It's all made from Austin components.
Leftovers, yeah.
Yeah.
But did you ever see the estate version?
Yes. Yes, I know. Now it's beginning to look like a Christmas cracker.
It's like somebody at Aston Martin said, "Get your kids to design a car and we'll build it," and that's it. You know, it was awful.
Yeah.
So awful.
You almost expect to walk up to it and go, "Quickly, get in, Michael. There are people chasing us."
Yeah. But yeah,
and it's the world's tiniest, most useless fucking grill ever designed by man.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's put this tiny little cheese grater on the front. There you go. What keeps the engine cool? Oh, I don't know. Goodwill.
But weren't they supposed to be? Or did they actually do it? Hang on. Yeah. Oh, they were supposed to be
Right, Ryder's cracking, brother.
Yeah. Classic Steve-O Buzz.
Oh, I love it.
They did another version of it called the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf.
Yeah.
Which didn't look half bad. But I don't ever
on
remember
the outside.
seeing it. Well, yeah. I don't ever remember seeing one. There you go.
Well, that's the start of the Vantage kind of look, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's definitely got a
so
Vantage.
yeah, but so technically, it's just a name.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of like a throwback with just a name. The rest of the car has absolutely fuck all to do with the original.
Yeah.
Thank God. Bloody
But
hell.
the thing is, these cars that they come out with and then they end up not being very successful, but they're all part of a process. It's like anything, they something from the Lagonda will have been taken and used elsewhere because it was good. The rest of it, was shite. But something would have come, some sort of innovation, or maybe that they just learned the lesson not to do that again. But something always good comes from that sort of stuff.
Mm.
And I think with car manufacturers, I think you've got to occasionally come up with some batshit crazy concept or whatever to push. I hate the phrase, but to push the envelope, to take you outside your comfort zone.
One of the things about that Lagonda, I think, was considered to be relatively new to do, unless you had a Land Rover, was to have the car was made from aluminium panels.
Right.
And that's all well and good, but aluminium has a property where if you dent it and you beat it out, you've got to beat it out real quick and hit it as little as possible.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because the more you hit it, the stiffer it gets, and then it will shatter like glass if you keep hitting it.
It's just porn, isn't it, really?
Yep, there you go. So, yeah, well, they used to, if you get a scratch, that had a dent in it, so fill it with pup. Don't bother beating that out. Not worth it, mate. Not worth it. You could use an oxyacetylene torch on it. If you get it wrong, it doesn't glow red. It goes plot. So there's a fucking hole there. It's like, fucking hell. So.
Do you remember?
But it made it light. It made it quite fast. But apparently, it went faster than the suspension was able to control it on the road. Little problem there.
What the bloody hell? Here you go. Oh, that's too small. I wish StreamYard would hurry up and build in compatibility for WebP images. Do you remember this beauty?
Oh,
the
yes.
Tickford Capri.
Tickford Capri, yes.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah. Oh, mental.
It was fashionable to get it as the 2.8i and not the 3 litre.
Yeah.
Don't know what, because of the injections. I think, it's injected. Yeah, that means it's really, 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 really fast.
Yeah, this was
whatever, mate.
I remember seeing that. Do you remember Ford used to do a catalogue every year, and it was just called Car. So you went into your local Ford dealership, and they had, it was a big glossy, proper, full on, thick paper glossy catalogue of every vehicle. Plus there was a little bit of, maybe a backstory about the design of this or that and the other. And then every range. So you'd start off with, for example, Fiesta, then Escort, and then Capri. And the last page on the Capri section was a big fucking image of a 2.8 Tickford Turbo.
Yeah.
And it was that was the one that I always left it on because I want one of those. I still have a hankering for a classic Capri, either that or a Cortina Mark III, because they were both that kind of. We want to build a car that looks like an American car, but maybe about half the size.
A Cortina Mark III ideally should be the 3 litre GT in bronze. Roman bronze it was called.
I preferred the Vermilion.
Did you?
Yeah, because that's what my dad had. He had the Vermilion GXL with the black vinyl roof.
I always found that a little bit more ostentatious myself.
Well, yeah, orange is my favourite colour.
Yeah. No, I was always a fan of the bronze. I like the Granada in the Roman bronze as well. 3 litre Granada.
The Granada in the bronze. Yeah, that's
the old, the old Granada, the old hit the fucking boxes Granada.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yes. We used to get the guy sort of like slide across the bonnet and everything like that to catch the villain, but forgot that he's got metal buttons on his jeans and fucking scratches all the bonnet up. Oh yeah. Yeah. Remember the 200E?
Yeah, this is what my old man had.
Yeah.
That was just lush.
Yeah, that in Roman bronze, mate. But
rode like a boat, but yeah, it was.
Yeah.
The bronze colour is definitely the classic, isn't it?
Yeah, that must be the GT one because on the front it's got the what they call underriders, GXLs. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, got underriders on the front panel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because you either had underriders or you had bumper riders, which was the ones with the cutout that sat actually on the bumper, so that when you hit something, it was able to push the entire bumper into the front panel and puncture the radiator cleanly because it distributed the weight more evenly.
Yeah. Where's that Granada? Was it the Mark II or the Mark I? I can't remember.
I love the Mark 1.
Yeah, because the Mark II is the boxy one, wasn't it? The Mark 1 is the more rounded.
Yeah, the Mark 1 was lovely, but
that was the Sweeney, wasn't it? The Sweeney was.
I think the Sweeney was Mark 2, wasn't it? Mark 2.
This one, I always liked the coupe. Do you remember the Granada coupe?
Yeah, the fastback.
There you go.
Yeah, the fastback was quite pretty. Yeah. But those wheels really aren't doing it any favours.
No.
I know that's stock and everything, but no, mate. No. Get some Wolfies on it, for fuck's sake. And some flames coming off the wheel arches.
Oh, no, not flames.
Actually, there's something wrong with the grill. It's not the Granada I know. It's kind of a European market one.
Could be.
I think that's what it is. The Swedish version or something. It's all very safe. Those strips that go down the car. You used to have to get these. It was these pop rivets. So when you put the new wing on, you used to randomly drill holes in a bit of tape, and randomly drill some holes and go cool. And then you had these pop rivets that had these dishes on them, and you just ka-dunk, 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 like that. And then you got the strip, and you put it on the top, and then just smacked it on, and that's
right.
It was clicked on. Yeah. Well, the thing is, sometimes what would happen is when you use the pop rivet, you get one that just didn't want to go right, and you do this, and it suddenly pop, and the pop rivet can go up the paintwork. Yeah. Yay! Yeah, that's it. That's more like it. That's the grill I know and love. Yeah. Also, lose the wheels, mate.
Yeah, big old cars.
And change the fucking colour. God.
Brand.
Looks like a fucking hearse.
Probably was.
Yeah. We're putting the Bryce family in that one, all right? Oh, dear. All right, next subject.
Yes.
Gout and how to live with it.
Dear, oh dear.
So, what else has been going on? Anything?
Not really. Just been sorting out, trying to book shows all day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is this the fringy stuff? Good stuff, Anything caught your eye?
Yeah, there's about 40 shows that we want to go and see. Now, the reality is that it's a fringe, so we won't get to see all of them. And we're trying to we've always tried to do it in certain days, so we'd go to one venue or one area for the whole day, you know.
Wise.
But it never works like that, but at least we're trying, you know.
Yeah.
We're trying to stick to 4, no more than 5 shows a day. Which is still going some because I've got to make a video on each one of them.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
Yeah. Although last year, I think the worst was we did 8 shows in one day. No.
And this is what, out of the goodness of your heart, or?
Yeah, there's no money in it. In fact, it's costing us money because the accommodation alone is over.
Well, it gets more expensive every bleeding year, doesn't it?
Yeah, $2,500. And that's staying in student accommodation for 12 days.
Yeah, but I mean, those bed and breakfast places and stuff like that. I mean, they see you coming, they know.
The bed and
English
breakfast
are coming
place,
with their money.
Yeah, the bread and breakfast place we stayed last year, and for that second week was just. I mean, it was stuck in 1950s. The wallpaper, the carpet, everything, and then we sort of we try. You've seen the videos. We try and do the sort of reviews wherever we can, as soon as we can after. But we always end up doing some at night when we get home.
Yeah.
You know? So halfway through this review, and the bagpipe started. And then Jen and I had his day. I said, "We got to stop this." He said, "No, we'll keep going." I'm going, "No, we can't compete with the bagpipes that are going on downstairs." And it was just.
You should have started shouting at the top of your voice, "Bannock burn until the fields run with the English blood."
Yeah. It was just horrendous. Really.
What was it? Old pub
it was
landlord
all right, but.
What was old pub landlord used to say when that was going on? He goes, yeah. He says all these Scotch going on about Bannock burn and all that. But he says, what I say is Culloden, because it's not the heats, it's the final that matters.
Dear.
Oh, mate. Yeah, and it's quite a trip. I mean, it's even further for you to go now.
Oh, 7 hours.
You made it fucking worse for yourself now.
No, we have made it a lot worse. Actually, we were talking to some friends at lunchtime, just having a catch up from friends in York, and Nigel said, "Oh, you know what you should do? You should come up here, drive up here. We've booked it now, so we're going to have to just, next year, come up here, stay overnight, and then go from York on the train and leave our car there." Which is what we probably will do. Yeah, train into London, cross London, get to King's Cross, then up from King's Cross. The whole thing's going to take 7 hours. And then the minute we get there, we're straight into a press gala. If we get there in time. So.
Morning.
Hello, miss.
Morning. Oh, I've got sniffles. I've got really hot chilies and all sorts up my nose, but that's just the way I like to rock and roll. So
yeah, it's not COVID then, because everybody's telling me that COVID's everywhere at the moment.
No. I'm just cooking a chili, and I've slightly overdone it. It's amazing. It's amazing. Take proper beef ragu and just make it into a chili. It's fantastic. It's going to take about 8 hours.
You can't be vice president. Right?
You can.
No, he can't.
I'd have him as my vice president.
Maybe so, but I don't think the
doesn't
American
say
people...
vice president. It just says Brooksy for vice.
Well, yeah, we know that bit.
Well, I thought I'd put the president in just for the sake of it, just because some people...
Dirty boy, you. Dirty boy. Yeah. I was going to say, they'll never allow anybody who looks that Russian into the White House.
That's what.
Hey, I talked about that book by Fiona Hill.
He does the Russian accent.
Yeah. The book by Fiona Hill, she'd written this book. She's from Durham, and she worked for Obama. Then she worked for Trump. She's a Russian expert.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She's working for. She must become. I knew she'd taken American citizenship, but she's over here, and she's working with Starmer's lot.
Oh.
In defence.
She's a very
smart cookie.
Yeah.
Very smart cookie. Yeah. I mean, her insight on the Trump White House was just scary.
I think I first saw her on the Daily Show, being interviewed, and I'm thinking, because like you say, there was a slight tinge of a Durham accent.
Yeah, and she was ridiculed in her professional career for her accent.
Yeah, but
in the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, they thought she was the secretary because of her accent. Yeah.
Well, it's a bit like Fraser, isn't it?
I'd never watched Fraser.
Well, what was the girl called? Because she was a Geordie as well, wasn't she?
She was a proper Manc.
No, she was Liverpool.
No,
she's a Geordie. She's Manc. She's Liverpool.
She's from Liverpool.
I thought she was a Geordie.
Anyway, she's not Yorkshire.
All right, I'm going to have to go back and watch some episodes.
She's from Bannockburn.
Bannockburn.
I can't remember what her fucking character.
Come on, Google.
Oh no, I can't. Come on, Google it. Fraser.
Last thing we want is a pub fight now.
Right.
Daphne was her
Daphne is name. Yeah.
And Daphne Moon was played by... I can never remember her name. Jane
So am I the only one that never really watched Fraser? Never seen Fraser.
Oh, Fraser's brilliant.
Fraser's
great. Will it still stand up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's clever.
Proper, it's fast.
It's really. It's fast, but it's really clever. It's. It's. I mean, he's a psychologist, isn't he, or a psychiatrist, as is his brother, and so there's all sorts of. There's a lot of clever language and things going on. It's good. It really works.
It's like one of the last great sitcoms because you have these distinct personalities all like living and working with each other, which they would never do in real life. They would never, and you never met Maris. Maris was Niall's wife, and she was always talked about, never seen.
And he was as gay as a daisy in May, so I don't know if he had but we loved him nonetheless.
Oh, he's great, absolutely great.
Sorry. Cheers, Brooke. We've started watching The West Wing again for the third time.
Yeah, I've never watched
and it's just as good. It's brilliant.
What?
Never watched it.
Yeah,
you never watched it?
Oh, you need to watch it. It's brilliant.
I've never watched it. Where do you find it?
It's on Channel 4.
Oh, is it? Right. Okay.
All the episodes are on Channel 4.
If not, it's on... Is it Prime?
If it's on Amazon Prime, I can get it.
Well, we're watching it on Channel
Disney.
4.
Yeah.
Well, you get it on Channel 4, then it's on all 4. It's free.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Oh, I've got what is free? What is phrase?
Mind you, if you like people who like The West Wing, also may like House of Cards.
House of Cards is great.
The original
the
House of Cards series.
Are we talking about the British House of Cards or the American House of Cards?
No, the American House of Cards.
The last series, I don't think I stuck at the last series.
No, I mean, if he's not in it...
Wasn't there only the one British series, though? Or was there two?
I thought it was two.
Oh, no, there's one. No, it was called To Play the King, wasn't it?
Was
it? It was called To Play the... It was called To Play the King. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Whereas in the American House of Cards, it all went a bit horrible because of some 15-year-old or something.
Yeah.
That ended up being...
The original British House of Cards with Ian Richardson was amazing.
Superb. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic.
With the American one, actually took it up a notch. Which doesn't always happen.
Yeah.
Doesn't always happen.
I might check that out.
Yeah.
I tell you what I have been checking out almost religiously, and that's Randy Feltface. Thank you for that. That is now a new chapter in my life. And I've just sat here, honestly, pissing myself laughing because I think it's good. So thank you for that. Yeah,
he hosted. Randy Feltface hosted one of the evenings, one of the late night shows at Edinburgh. I think it must have been last year.
Yeah, I know he's done the Fringe, isn't he?
And I mean, the show was crap, but he was absolutely brilliant. He was every time he came on it, he just took it up a notch. But I mean, the acts on it were just quite poor, really.
He's there
but
this year,
we absolutely loved him. He was brilliant, and in fact, that was if he's there again. I need to go and see his show because it was right at the end of our visit. So I need to try and
tickets for the first show and the third show, but the second and the fourth were sold out.
Which means there's not many left for the other two.
Get busy, Ian.
How many?
The 9th and the 10th are still available on Saturday.
See, I'm pressed, so I can go anytime.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, he's doing the 9th.
Have you got a press pass for Edinburgh Fringe?
And the 11th.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I have. What are you on about, you dickhead?
Yeah, of course I have.
He's not going to do it by fucking halves, is he? Yeah. Come on. It's not like an amateur.
Can you get me in, Ian? Can you get me a guestie?
No. Do you know how many emails I get a day say, come and see me show? It's about 20 to 30 at the moment.
Yeah.
That's cool, though. You're obviously
cool.
Valued.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The only way you can go Brooksy is if you can fit into a bag for life.
Well, no, he could go as Jane, but he'd have to put a dress on.
Sneak you in?
He can go as Jane, because Jane's
arm and legs
as well.
sticking out.
He's already used to going to events
can I leave
under
this,
somebody else's name.
Yes, I am. I'm getting into the habit of that. I'm definitely feeling that this is definitely the way forward
Last
for things.
Last Saturday, he was Andrew Longhurst.
I was Andrew Longhurst.
Yeah.
I mean, how Neil didn't start laughing when we were standing in the queue. I just said, guest list: Robbie Puricelli, Pro Synth Network, Andrew Longhurst. And she went.
Do you know, I was stood there with you. I missed that.
Wait, honestly, and she's going down and goes, "Yes, that's fine." And gave me back. I got the wrong colour band. I was really pissed off. I wanted
you
the
also
yellow one.
quoted the wrong organisation because it was Sound on Sound's list that you were on.
Oh, was it? Oh, shite. Well, I was wearing a Pro Synth Network T-shirt, so I thought it gave it more.
That's what did it. That's what did it.
I don't know. You put him on the list and he gives the wrong bloody name.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Honestly, you can't do anything properly, Brooksy, can you? No.
I think you might have arranged something a little better than that. You know?
Right, I'm going to give it a stir. Back in a minute.
Okay, mate.
Yeah, we watched
Randy
Privilege.
What's that?
Night.
Food or a go for it? Wait, was he stirring?
It's chili.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got that tonight. It's been cooking since Thursday. No, we like it mature in this house.
We had Diet Coke chicken.
Okay. Fiona had butter chicken yesterday and didn't like it.
It's so I know Jackie found the recipe somewhere, and it's basically like a Chinese dish with noodles and lots of veggies and stuff, and mushrooms. But you use a can of Diet Coke in it.
Oh, okay.
Very nice.
I mean,
Randy
Feltfish is on doing 3 shows, so if I go, I need to go on
4,
first.
but he's doing a couple of matinees and.
Who the hell
on
is
here, it's
Randy Feltfish?
Randy Feltfish.
You said Randy Feltfish.
Yeah, I probably did. Yeah. It's my Yorkshire accent, you know that.
I love that. Oh,
yeah. Hey up.
There's an act.
We watched Purple Privilege last night, one of his stand-ups, where he does. There's 3 versions of Randy. There's baby Randy or young child Randy. Then there's like teenage Randy, and then there's present day Randy. And there are 3. Clearly, the stage blacks out when he moves from one podium to another, but he does it with, it's very clever. And at the end, there are 2 Randys on stage at the same time, which is very good.
I can do it. I'd have to dash from Pleasance Courtyard to wherever he is. Where's he at?
I'm gutted, because obviously I didn't find out about him until Matt.
You never saw my review, did you? No.
No.
See?
No.
Yeah. Nice. I know all my friends are.
I watched your reviews.
Thank you. Yeah. My biggest fan, my second biggest fan, to be fair, because there is a woman in Brooklyn who keeps emailing me saying, "Please tell me what you're going to go and see."
I also really, really wanted to see what you were going to do as a review for the what was it?
Oh, Hitler. The Hitler show was great.
No,
Jane hated it, but I loved it. Hey up, it's Hitler.
What the hell was it now? Was it something like?
You got to be careful with things like that, though, haven't you?
Something like Bletchley House the musical.
Oh no, it was Bletchley. But it was Bletchley Park. Yeah,
Bletchley Park the musical.
But the Hitler one was the premise was that Hitler and his top team escaped from Germany and went to live in Yorkshire. So it was honestly, it was. I mean, it was. It was a bit like the producers.
That looks familiar.
Yeah, it was, and you're right. But I genuinely think that sort of stuff should be ridiculed. But Jen really didn't like it, and I think I'd give it 4 stars.
It wasn't written by Mel Brooks, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, I'll tell you what we watched last night on Netflix, Remembering Gene Wilder.
Oh, right.
Which was an hour and a half of just pure loveliness. Because that man was just so amazing. What a human.
On a Hitler note, has anybody? And it's not particularly.
What is the Hitler note? Is it an E flat, perhaps?
Yes, not particularly comedy. Well, it is comedy actually.
Well, it has to be now.
Bertolt Brecht's play. You're a lefty, Robbie. You've probably seen Bertolt Brecht. Brecht's play.
It's called
you're a lefty.
It's the only way you get in the club is to go and watch the Brecht.
Yeah, the resistible.
I've seen Brecht. Sorry.
The resistible rise of Arturo Ui is what it's called. Arturo Ui is this, tin pot dictator.
I got one of them in the shitter. It's been in there 3 days.
It's basically the parody of the rise of the Third Reich, written by a German, for which he then had to leave Germany, go figure, and ended up therefore ultimately via New York and stuff in Hollywood, Los Angeles, and then he got all caught up in all the McCarthy trials. Because you're a communist. He's going, well, yeah, I am actually, yeah, and I was like, hang on, I've just fled fascist Germany to get here, and now you're pointing going, you're a communist. Well, so that's how Brecht then went back to Germany and ended up in the East. Anyway, it's just a good story, and it's a really, really good play, and actually very, very funny if done properly. You don't see a lot of them these days. They used to be everywhere. When I was at university.
I have a request for the chat.
Sorry.
Anybody in the chat that does TikTok, please, just cut out that bit of Andrew Brooks saying, "And on a Hitler note," please, just that bit. Thank you. That's worth keeping that one.
Well, I'm one of the few people that has actually. Well, one of the few people. Generally, who's read Mein Kampf.
Met him? Oh.
No, I've never met him. He's ridiculous. Kent.
What's ridiculous about it?
I was born in 1969. I was hoping he was long
Time
dead.
machines exist.
No, it wasn't. It was in bloody Yorkshire.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
might have done then. He might have sold me some sprouts at some point.
Yeah, according to the historical documents. Yeah.
Yeah. No, dear.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've just killed it now. Shall I go?
You
Shall I
have,
go and give
yeah.
it?
No,
I'll go and give it.
That's-
I'll go and give it another stir. Then you can. Then you can find another topic that I won't. Well,
I have a problem trying to see Randy felt what was it? Felt fuck.
Felt.
Randy felt fucky.
I'm definitely booked at a show at 9 o'clock that night, and it's at the other side of Edinburgh. I don't think I'll get. The other thing is, I'm not so sure. With only 3 shows, that would get 2 press tickets. It probably doesn't need the reviews.
Well, no.
You know.
Get plenty of advertising here.
Yeah. So I'll put it in, but I don't think it's.
So it's Ken Dodd's dad's dog's dead. Yeah, I got it.
It's Todd's dad's dog's dead.
Ken Dodd's
Ken Dodd's dad's dog's
Ken
dead.
Dodd's dad's dog's dead.
Dog's dead. Yeah. What's up with that?
It's just hard for me to say. Isn't it?
Sorry, I've just been told off by Prom. Sorry, Prom. You're always bloody telling me off, though.
Why? What did you do? What'd you do?
He said hi because he does hi again, Brooksy. Oh, he's telling me off again for not saying hi quick enough. So said stop nagging or something. He went get off your fucking high horse. Sorry, Prom. Hi, Prom.
Oh dear me.
And your chauffeur's in the chat as well.
I was just going to say hi to Neil. No, don't say that. He's not my chauffeur. He's
How
very
long has
kind enough
your chili been cooking?
Well, I started at 5 o'clock, but actually
What,
the
hey?
yeah.
Oh, of course, wouldn't you?
But
Already eaten it?
no, but I've got very particular about these things. The caramelizing of the meat,
Yeah.
really important, and which means you've got to wait until all the liquid's boiled off from that comes out of the meat before it starts to caramelize a bit, and then so that takes actually quite a long time.
Yeah.
And
I was just telling Robbie while you were out at room was that Fiona started cooking our chili Thursday, and we're having it tonight.
Oh yeah, the longer the better. The longer the better.
Yeah.
So it's going to go in. It'll go into the oven on at about 80 degrees. I'll put it all into a nice casserole thing. Put it into about 80 degrees and just leave it overnight.
Good man.
Fabulous. It's fabulous.
Yeah, and even if you can't eat
Costs
it all,
a fucking fortune.
Cold
It
the
probably
next
costs more in
day.
electricity than it.
cold after you've enjoyed it, if there's any left, cold the next day
Cold.
in
Never
bread
done
and
cold
butter.
chili.
Bread and butter sandwich of it.
I've got a
It's
chili
sloppy,
sandwich.
isn't it? Chili.
Yeah.
It's not for me.
Yeah. Oh, love it.
No.
Love it.
It's not gonna happen.
Love it. There's an awful lot of planes out there tonight. I think they're probably catching up for
From
their day
from
off.
The day.
Let me guess. Ken Dodd's dad's dog's dead.
Hey, Popes. How are you, chap? Not seen you for a while. Hope you're all well.
I see Manny's posted yet another SY99 video.
He was on that Manilary chappie.
Was
Marinelli.
Marinelli, Anthony Marinelli. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was. It was good, actually.
Well, that's
It
not
was
what
really
Ken
interesting.
said.
King Dodds.
Mary and Nelly.
Dodd's
Oh,
He was with that Mary and Nelly bloke, wasn't he?
Yeah, that
Ken-
was good.
Ken Dodds Pope's flog.
Snuck off and did that
fled.
on Sunday after
Yeah.
we all flew home. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that C15 is a lovely synth.
Yeah, it is.
Very, very...
It's got to be really, really good because it's actually next to Ty at all times.
Yeah.
That's a hint. If you want to know what's really brilliant out there, just see what's within arm's reach of Ty at any one point. The 80 is 2 studios along in the other hut. If he wants the sound, he's got it, but, you know. I bet he hasn't turned that on since he took delivery of it.
C15 was an upgrade on the Sinclair C5. Brilliant.
If anybody came to Synthesized in Cambridge the other week, will have noticed they have a Sinclair C5 mounted up on one of these things, and E.T.'s driving it.
Oh, brilliant.
That was something else I used to lust after.
What, C5?
Yeah.
Or E.T.? Were you lusting after E.T.? Really?
When it hit, I think the first time I saw it, somebody came in riding one on Blue Peter or something.
Oh, yeah, probably.
It just hit the
Tomorrow's World.
Hit the market.
Do you remember that the Sinclair mini bike thing?
Oh, the collapsible bike.
Yeah. I bought one, and it was the most uncomfortable thing I think I've ever ridden. It was just, you couldn't ride more than 100 yards with it, really. It was so uncomfortable.
That's what happens when you're an inventor and not a designer. Yeah.
I remember seeing the first Sinclair calculator, and then my uncle bought the ZX80 in kit form.
Whoa.
Built it, which was rather cool. And then you got the ZX81, which had a whopping 1K of memory.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's crazy. ZX Spectrum, 16 or 48?
Yeah.
You're never going to need more than 48k, are you? What, we need more than that for?
Until a couple of years later when they brought out the Spectrum 128.
Yeah. Wasn't there a 250, was it called the 250? I can't remember. There was definitely one that had a sensible keyboard on it rather than a...
Well, the 128 had a proper kind of clacky key, as opposed to the rubber flesh keys.
Yeah, but Steve said like most of the Sinclair stuff was rubbish. But to be honest with you, I think the main reason for that is because of the market he was focusing at, which is he was trying to bring it in to everybody.
Homes, yeah.
Because he bought the Sinclair computer was it £49?
I think I used to work for Lasky's. I think I sold them, but was it about the same sort of time as the Apple II?
I think the 48k was dearer.
Well, the only other sort of like game out there, the computer that was sort of you could do games on in their mediocre stance that they were, was the Atari 400.
400. I bought an Atari 400.
How much was that?
Commodore 64. There was the VIC 20. Then there was the Commodore 64.
Yeah,
and then there was the BBC Micro with 32k.
Yeah, that was $399. I mean, only rich kids got to buy that fucker. Yeah.
The Atari 400 was a couple of £100, 250 quid, I think.
I'm just looking at the games coming through. Horace, Hungry Horace, and Jet Set Willy, and Psst. Anyone remember Psst? Wait, you had to spray the insects with the cat.
I sold mine not that long ago. Got good money for it. So somebody in France bought it. My 400. Because I
really good at Jet Set Willy.
That and Manic Miner.
Yeah.
You can get them all though. You get Space Invaders and Pac-Man and the whole lot. They were all available. They were great.
Oh yeah.
Cartridges. Flip the top up and put the cartridge in.
There you go. Atari 400 was about 500 quid. It was like serious fucking money.
Yeah, Paul Holmes.
I must have got it at trade price then.
I remember a kid came into school one day and he said, "Oh, we've just got a brand new computer. We've got a Dragon 32," and all the kids started laughing.
I remember the Dragon. Remember the New Brain? They didn't last very long.
No.
Yeah,
was the one called? There was an Auric as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, the Auric 1.
Or Aurac. Oh no, that's Blake 7.
That's Blake 7. Yeah.
My mate got an Auric 1 because his dad always bought things based on not on popular opinion. So he had Betamax and not VHS.
Yeah.
And
which
he bought
was better?
Brian. Exactly, and he bought Brian the Auric 1. Because technically it was a little improved on the Spectrum. It looked like the Spectrum, except it had little
buttons.
Yeah, instead
little
of
button keys.
Yeah, I remember
tack
it.
switch kind of chiclet key things.
Yeah.
But the problem was there was fuck all software for it, so we couldn't really. There was like a handful of games, and that was that. Whereas I had a Commodore 64, and you had games coming out your arse.
Yeah, but that was later.
Why were they up your arse, Robbie? What were you doing? What kind of
time.
games were you playing?
He was exploring himself at that time.
Exactly. Yeah. See if it fit.
This cassette will fit there.
That's why.
Yeah.
Because the
May need
keyboard
that
was
later.
brown. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Yeah, actually $400, $500.
Yeah, it was a lot of. I remember it being a lot of pennies.
So $500 wouldn't have been. It'd have been 250 quid. Then, because it was
but in 1978, 250 quid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Bought you a
For the
house.
kid's bedroom. No.
I know that because I bought it with staff discount, and they did us interest free. I bought it over 9 months with that and a video recorder as well. I remember staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning programming bloody Basic on it. God, what a stupid thing that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to get the magazines and
Yeah.
create your own whatever program, and you'd sit there like copying it all in, and then you'd hit run and something wouldn't work. You'd go through all the fucking code again.
I just say, in fact, not that long ago, just before I moved, I had 3 Basic Atari 400 books, programming books, which I sold as a job lot. Because the 800 was the same, except it had a better keyboard, if I'm not mistaken. It had a proper keyboard rather than the white clean idea. It was terrible bloody programming on that keyboard.
I think once
Has anyone seen what Neil's just typed in?
Yeah.
That he got the Apple Vision Pro. He was talking about that on the way
Yeah,
down.
he said, yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely keen about getting hold of that. Whoa.
I think what did my head
What a
in
thing.
is when I found out that the processor that was in the ZX Spectrum was exactly the same processor that was in the emulator.
Oh, right.
And my head went,
Is it Z80?
yeah.
Well,
So's a memory mode.
the ZX81. I mean, because when I bought my 400, I didn't want that because every key was multifunctional. And I thought I can't be asked with that.
The
really.
convoluted shifts.
Yeah.
Did you have at school? Did you ever have the research machines computers? Yeah, we had the 380Z, which was I think that was a Z80 based machine that was running CPM as the programming, the operating system.
As I understand it, RM is still going.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean the original interactive whiteboards and things were all research machines. Were all at least they were labelled RM Prometheus, and
so I remember I changed school back in '82. It was the end of '82, and we moved and we went to this other school. And I walked into the computer room, which was basically a classroom with a few computers around the edge. So they had like a Commodore PET and a VIC 20.
I remember the PET. Yeah,
and a couple of other things, but then they had another room with a big glass door on it, and in that room was where the proper computers were, and they had an RM380Z, which came in a black unit, a central processing unit that looked to me like a Fairlight, and so I was just like, because it was it had floppy disk drives and stuff. I thought, oh, what's this?
Yeah.
But it was the it was only the nerds were allowed in there, and I wasn't one of the nerds, unfortunately, so I couldn't sort of play around with it. But they got one at Cambridge in the
I'm that sort of age where I was the generation that came out of school still hadn't seen a computer.
No, me too, because we're the same. Yeah, there was no computers in my school.
We had a computer room in the school.
When I was a lad.
And it had a table with 2 chairs in it, and that was fucking it.
I don't
It said
think we had
computer room on the door. Don't know why.
We had that.
Yeah, and that was it. I didn't actually physically see a computer until later. A couple of years later. And it wasn't mine. It was.
I mean, it was when I was out, because I was probably 20, 21 when I was working at Lasky. So and obviously they actually sent us on computer courses because we actually had to be able to program, do something to demonstrate them.
Yeah.
So we were allowed to take one home for a week at a time, or with that sort of stuff. So I knew, and then I bought the 400. But we mainly played games on the Apple II, which was brilliant. And once the shop had shut, we'd stay back and just play games on Apple II.
Yeah.
And we thought nothing about it because it was just an Apple computer,
Amazing, isn't it? And I only got an Apple, 8 years ago?
So my first Apple, this is my second Mac Mini. So 2015, probably a couple of years before that, 2013, 2012.
Yeah, I've been PC
like
forever.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
And now everything's Mac.
I taught students, nursing students on PCs.
Yeah.
So everything I did at York University was on the PC.
I tell you how Apple pulled me in. It was the iPad.
Well,
and once I got the iPad and I got used to the iPad and the way the iPad worked, owning a Mac didn't seem quite so daunting.
I'll tell you exactly when it was when I bought my first Mac. It was 2011 because 2010 was when I did my Masters, first year at Masters. And I started using Reaper because Reaper was the only door I could use on PC, stick it on a hard drive and go and then use it on the Mac in the studios. And the studios at York University were all Mac, and so I was, by the end of that first year, I was a convert really. It's just it took me a little bit longer to actually get one, but it'll have been 2011.
I kind of like the idea of getting an Apple Watch, but unfortunately my job means I'd have to keep taking it off every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So I haven't been able to wear a watch since I can't remember.
I didn't wear a watch for years and years and years, and
I stupidly bought the musician's watch, whatever it's called. It's in the house. It's got it's a watch. It's a tuner. It's a decibel counter, and it'll pulse. All that sort of stuff. It's a pile of crap. It was expensive. It's about 350 quid, something like that. Plus 60 quid for the strap. For the leather strap. What?
Yes, that's a...
Dear. Serves you right for buying a strap on. Serves you right.
He always has to turn it down.
Yeah, just lower it.
It's just filth, mate. Filth.
Yeah, just filth. Why do you get booted again now?
So, do you remember the...
oh, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Do you remember that synth that we mentioned on the show a few weeks ago called Sway, which was supposed to be emulating the SYs? Yeah. He's just put a new video out with a demo of the FM engine. So, let me stick it on. We're obviously not going to...
Does it show all the people throwing up around it, or what?
Oh, shut up. let me rip it down and I'll stick it on. What was I going to say?
And now, FM. Sorry.
Soundbrenner, that was it. I bought a Soundbrenner, stupidly. My recommendation is do not buy a Soundbrenner.
No. To be honest, I've got no idea what you're talking about. I'm just agreeing. Okay? Yeah. I mean, obviously.
Right, are you ready for this?
Oh, God, yes. Where's my sick bag?
I haven't even heard this, but given the other demos that
Greetings.
Just uploading.
Hi, Justin.
Well, hello. Hi, Justin.
It's not bad, that.
It's not retro at all, is it?
Well, it's an SY99, isn't it?
It sounded like the worst of Tangerine Dream in about 1989, 1990. I'm sorry, not...
Doesn't float me both, I'll be honest.
That's on my definite want list.
How much is
I'm with you there.
item when it comes
That
out?
sounds so good.
I don't think he's got a price yet.
Is it just a plug-in?
Yeah, it's a software recreation of the SY99. So,
Has he done any demonstrations of it actually not processed and thingy, but just raw?
Did you not watch the show
No,
that you were on?
no, I don't watch it.
He's part of it.
I
never watch Ramsay's. I'm always there.
I'm just there to look pretty. Bring the punters in.
Because when your eyes are closed, Ken, that just means you're asleep then.
No. It just means my eyes are resting. That's all.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah, but obviously
there's
still,
2 or 3 other demos.
Still there.
But, yeah, it's
Yeah, that sounded really good. Almost wave station in a couple of spots.
Well, same time period, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Well,
worst of
89
Tangerine
-ish.
Dream. We've got a guy down here who does the visuals for Tangerine Dream.
Oh.
Yeah.
And their shows these days do look pretty good.
I mean, he did. I went to that Breeze Block Beats thing. He didn't do it last night because he must have been working. But he did the last one, which was in this above this pub, and the visuals were absolutely amazing. He filled the whole room.
I don't think Ulrich's with Tangerine Dream anymore, is he?
Don't know.
Oh, I don't know who all the people are that are in Tangerine Dream these days. None of the original people are in it anymore, obviously.
Yeah, my regret is not going to see him at York Minster. That was a bit of an encore, wasn't it? Really.
I know Ulrich did join it. When he emailed me and said he's just joined
Ulrich?
Tangerine Dream, I said, oh, okay, cool, And now, obviously, since then the whole PSN thing, I was thinking, need to get him to pull Tangerine Dream on the show.
Who's the main guy in it now? The guy with the sort of the curly dark hair. That's not Anthony Marinelli. I forgot his name. No, can't remember. I really can't remember.
Pickers Stickers.
Torsten Kvetching, thank you, Native VS. That's him. Yeah, Torsten Kvetching.
Bob Satsuma.
Bob says.
I thought it was Bob Apples.
Synchrotron says, I don't care who TD is now. I mean, that's how I feel about it. I mean, it's like...
Yeah, because it's Trigger's broom, isn't it?
Yeah, and Fairport Convention and bands like that, where none of the original members are left in it and things, but...
I was never that into Fairport Convention, if I'm honest.
For some reason, I was watching something about them fairly recently, and I don't ask me why, I can't remember. Anyway, it might have been one of those videos, bands that don't have any of their original members left, like...
Well, I joined the Applejacks, and Mr. Applejack wasn't the original singer. It was just...
What is that long...
Oh, hello. Shorts falling down again.
Let's see. What is that?
I'm quite none.
What is that long fat thing sitting?
It's my boo poster. Right, it's my boo poster. That's what it is. I'm just waiting to get it framed and put up on a wall. so it's just sitting there right now. If it's offending your sense of aesthetic, I'll put it over there, and you can't see it. Now you can see there it is.
TD now more Ruttles, a Ruttles version of the originals. you got to love the Ruttles. In fact, Jane hasn't seen the Ruttles. She's not seen Spinal Tap either. I'm going to make her watch both those. at some point.
Blimey.
Oh, Spinal Tap.
I mean, I've got the extended Spinal Tap, so we will,
Spend 20 minutes longer watching it. That's brilliant.
Yeah, that's great.
Because it's not a very long film. It's only about
It's not a very long
20
film,
minutes,
no.
What's that thing that attacked me this morning? Oh, I know what it was. You know when you end up doing the whole let's go down the rabbit hole of YouTube. I ended up, this video come up, and it was of a guy who spent at least 23 minutes discussing the arpeggiator at the beginning of Duran Duran's Rio.
Really? I mean, Rio is not a great song. I'm sorry.
And great detail.
I'm sorry, Rob. I'm sorry. Rio. I can't get away from that bloody video. But Rio is not a great song. There are much better Duran Duran songs.
There are, and I agree.
Admittedly,
with you,
yes,
Ian.
but it's not bad.
Yeah, but he was going on about. He goes, it was done on the Jupiter 4 apparently, and it was by using the random. I go, and then he went on. He says, but somehow it was rhythmic. There was something going on here, and he starts going down this rabbit hole about it. By which time I'm going, yeah,
He's sending it a trigger import.
You know, the thing
Sending
is,
it a trigger import.
and I'm going, yeah, but the thing is, right? There's a thing about the Jupiter 4's random button. It isn't really random. Actually. But well done anyway. And 23 minutes of this thing, and it's like,
God.
and it's only on there for like, 12 seconds at the beginning of the record, sort of thing. I'm just like,
No, Seven and the Ragged Tiger is probably their best.
I like the first album best.
First album.
So do I.
Yeah.
Seven
I mean,
Rings,
actually, when I first,
all those
because
string machines, all
I was
those
about to
crumars,
join.
Lovely.
this is Planet Earth, and it all went
Yeah.
a bit misty.
I almost joined. We almost got a band together, and they brought 2 albums, and one of them was the first Duran Duran album. Said we want to do stuff like this. And I'm like, I'm into this. This is great. With the band never happened, but and I didn't have the keyboards to get anywhere close.
Matt has just acquired the Crewmar Performer VST.
Mm-hmm.
If it's really authentic, some of the keys won't work properly, and some of them will double trigger.
I still love the fact that I had a Cruma Roadrunner, which is the electric piano, and I could do weird things with that. I mean, yeah.
Explain.
Later. All right, I will.
Later.
Yeah. In fact, the album that I'm putting out on Friday has got Cruma Roadrunner all over it. That's the only electric piano we used. That and Hammond B3.
It's good enough, mate.
It was good enough, yeah.
What, a real B3?
Yeah. It was a real B3 in the studio.
Fucking hell, organ royalty, mate.
Yeah, it was great, and it had a Leslie in the studio as well. It was brilliant to play it.
Yeah.
But I was used to playing it because I first learned the working men's club that my dad was the steward of. On the stage was a Hammond B3 and Leslie, so that was the first thing I learned to play keyboards on. I could never really. Yeah, go on.
A question for you.
Hello,
Was
Ian.
it already turned on and running when you played it? When you went in there? Yeah?
Yeah.
You didn't have to turn it on?
No.
Because apparently you can't just turn them on.
No, you can't, because
There is a process.
There is a process. I learnt the process because the one that was in the club, I had to I've forgotten now the actual process, but I had to do it in the order.
So there's 2 switches. There's the start switch and the run switch. Start switch you hold for 8 seconds.
That was it.
Yeah. And then when you flip the run switch, you hold the start switch for another 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And then you let it go, and it's good to go.
Yeah.
Because this is something that this is a little game that Tiny plays, right? They want to hire a B3. He takes it down to wherever studio they want it and everything like that. And he goes, "Do you want me to show you how to turn it on?" "No, it's all right. We'll be able to deal with that." "Okay," and walks out the door.
Yeah.
Going, second call out.
Yeah.
And he said, without fail, "We can't get it to work. It's making a funny noise."
Yeah.
"Okay, I'll be down again. That's another 85 quid.
Yeah, I'd forgotten the actual process, but yeah, that's exactly it, because that's exactly what I used to do when I first started playing. I brought I think it was a little Elka organ that I used to play in a band with but I learned to play on the B3, learning Rolling Stone songs and stuff
Bloody
like
hell!
that.
Talk about start at the top.
Yeah.
You know how much a genuine real B3 is today?
Oh, I can imagine. I mean, and actually, I was spoilt to some extent because and I did try to learn pedals, but I was so crap at it that I gave up after a while.
I used to be quite good with pedals. It's all gone.
Yeah,
all gone.
Yeah, I haven't done pedals in a long time.
Because I had a choice when I bought my first organ, and it was a choice between. You had the salesman there, my uncle, inverted commas, and my mum. And they go, right, you got the Hammond, which I think was an A100.
Yep.
And the just come out though, and it does have also a complement. Philips Philly Corder. And I went, I want the one with the auto rhythms.
Yeah. Because I bought my first proper organ because it was a Farfisa Matador, single manual thing.
Oh.
I didn't have it that long. I probably had it about 18 months, and then I found a Farfisa Compact Duo with pedals.
Yeah.
Although I never used.
Nice.
It came with a 70-watt amplifier.
Yeah.
Pedals, and it was obviously twin manual. It took two of us to hump it around. I was playing in a jazz rock band at the time, and that had some, over time it had odd notes that wouldn't work on one of the manuals, and but it had this weird thing, which there's a thing that came down underneath it, which would. I mean, it's like a pitch control, really, but you'd move it with your knee.
Yeah.
And then it would change the pitch of the bottom manual, I think it was.
It was literally connected to a tune pot.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. I'd had it for bloody months before I realised what it was. I never used it. I never needed it, but,
Birthday boys in the chat. It's Andy's 6th
Hi,
birthday
Andy.
today.
Happy birthday, Andy.
Happy birthday, mate.
Happy birthday, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, they used to think up some really stupid names for some of those keyboards, though, don't they? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And the main reason for buying the Compact Duo was because that's what Jimmy Desiree from Blondie had.
Ah, right.
That was That was the only reason I bought it.
Yeah. That's a good enough reason to be
It
honest.
was a great reason to buy it.
Anything connected with Blondie,
Yeah.
I'm
obviously
fine
I
with.
couldn't. I mean, I didn't have anything like a Leslie, or there was no emulations in those days. So I just,
Yeah. Absolute. I think Richard Osmond was talking about, he came up with this interesting fact. He said, he goes, in the first year of the 1980s, I think he said, it was something like 45% of all the number ones. So for 45 weeks of the year, he meant, I think, bands held the number one spot.
It was 146 weeks.
Was it 146?
146 weeks.
Yeah.
Where a number one was a band.
Yeah, and in the 2020s is what?
In the first
half?
The first half of the 2020s, 3. And of those 3, one was the Live Lounge All Stars, which is basically a whole bunch of solo musicians.
Anyway, yeah.
One was Little Mix. They were the only genuine
band.
Yeah. And then the other one was
a band.
Well, exactly. The other one was the Beatles.
Yeah, the Beatles.
That was
the
third.
That was it. Yeah.
So in the first 4 years so far of this decade, 3 weeks at number one have been held by acts who were bands, but back in the 80s it was 146.
And yet there's no lack of bands anywhere.
No, there isn't. There's loads.
Yeah, but not in popular music.
It's not. That's the problem.
So what is destroying popular music? Is it the record industry itself?
Yes.
Eating itself.
The counting method.
And the people
and
who
the
just
fact
want
that
to be...
Yeah.
It's not purchases anymore. It's streams on Spotify, basically.
I mean,
I think
so. It's only ever going to be Taylor
Osman
Swift.
alluded to the cult of individuality and being the one, the focus sort of thing. That there's you're easier to market and brand.
Hi, Andy.
Happy birthday.
It's not my birthday.
It's not his birthday. I saw it and I didn't post because I wasn't sure. But
yeah, it's the other dumb Facebook account. It's got the wrong fucking name on it. So.
Yeah.
All right. So, well, not happy birthday then.
Take it back.
Really, truly miserable day.
Happy young birthday.
You tell me to
Andy.
fuck off and say you cunt. Get out of here.
Can you hear that yap that she's got?
That's a duck.
It's very
funny. Exactly.
Do you remember? Oh God, what was it called? The film.
Mars Attacks.
Yeah, Mars Attacks.
Oh yeah, Mars Attacks. Yeah. Brilliant.
You give me Noah a hard time.
Brilliant. God.
Yeah, it makes you just want to sort of like go up to him and go, "Why don't we just all get along?"
Yeah. I have to say, it's very depressing when I get my statements at the end of each month for streaming data.
Yeah,
Of Spotify.
Of any of them.
Right.
It comes via the Orchard, and it just gives you all. It just gives you, I have to go into the account if I want to have a look at individuals.
How many pence have we earned this month, then, Ian?
Well, I can tell you exactly. It's 7 pence. 7 pence. But Andy, that's not just you and Grace. That's everybody. That's my stuff. Everybody. My biggest selling album is a 1992 nursery rhyme album. How's that?
So did it go cardboard?
Yeah. It's just soul destroying.
How did you do that? How did you get your leg caught in there?
Bandcamp and Artcore and everywhere else can fuck off.
I did set up the Artcore account, but I've never used it, and I've never been back into it.
No, there's one or two people walking around actually at Gearfest with
t-shirts.
With the t-shirts on. I mean, we might. Grace and I have talked about it. We might stick something up on Artcore because there's no reason why people can't download it from Artcore any more than they can from anywhere else. But
exactly.
It's I mean at least on Bandcamp somebody says I like this and they say okay, I'll chuck you a £5. Thank you very much.
Yes, exactly.
And that £5, those £5 do add up. There's currently in my PayPal there's £125 sitting there because of purchases. Thank you very much. And I'm sure you have a similar experience through Bandcamp. Okay, it's not huge amounts of money, but at least it's something.
It is, yeah.
It's
quite nice. It is quite nice when somebody just buys something.
You've no idea who they are.
Yeah.
I got 36p this week. I got 36p.
The dopey thing is when you can't use your own stuff without a copyright claim because it's been published on Bandcamp.
Oh, don't get me started. So I think I probably told everybody I got a claim by the Orchard, who were my distributor, for a piece of music which I wrote a few years ago. Used it on a video, and I'd never put it on the track yet. I haven't bothered with it. But no matter what I tried to do to actually prove to them that I was the original copyright owner, didn't make any difference. So I ended up taking a bit of music out.
Well, you're not a publisher, are you? That's why.
No, yeah.
Hey. It's also complicated.
It is. And trying to get promotion is just. I mean, I think I sent out 30 emails the other day, each one slightly personalised for this album. And now I know that it's a 1980, it's a 43-year-old album, so not everybody's going to be interested in that. And I picked the places it was, I certainly picked, because it's a Yorkshire album, Yorkshire Post, York Press, York Mix, none of them. He is getting a review, but luckily he's a mate of mine, and he said, I can't really review it on my channel, but I will review it because it's local music to York, But it's terrible, really. And all this business about having to pay for reviews.
Yeah, no.
No.
The Yorkshire Post should have picked up on it.
The Yorkshire Post didn't, sadly. I mean, they may still, because it's next week. But
you see, Yorkshire Post is more Leeds Bradford, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really.
I tailored their message to excluding York and said it was a Yorkshire band, and it was a Yorkshire band that was,
Yorkshire in bold, underlined.
Yeah. But I thought the York Press would have picked it up because they have reviewed Nerve Centre when they did a reunion in 2010, or when we did a reunion in 2010. They did a piece then, but no, they haven't picked it up. And my mate owns York Mix, but he hasn't picked it up either.
Oh dear.
But hey ho, that's the world that we live in.
And life in general.
Yeah.
Robbie, you look pissed off. What's the matter?
No, nothing. I'm just reading something.
Writing an article.
Yeah.
No, I did that. I got ahead of myself because I've got a busy week this week because I'm covering for the holidays. So I've been getting a bit ahead of myself.
I see.
Still got loads to do.
Well, it's not my holidays yet. I've got another week.
I've got to wait till the end of bloody August.
I'd say you're quite lucky, probably, to be honest.
Now, a question, because you've been to Bristol. You went last year, didn't you? Yeah.
Did? Yeah. Go on.
Should I come over to Bristol and stay overnight and get an Airbnb, or should I? Because it's an hour. It's an hour on the train. It's an hour in the car.
Sleep in a river.
Yeah.
Sleep in the river.
Yeah. Well, actually, Ian, it's entirely up to you, of course. There's the main Bristronica event.
Yeah.
That's happening on the Saturday and the Sunday.
I've got tickets for both. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought. Yeah, you said so. I think yesterday.
Yeah.
Grace and I are playing at the after party, but heaven knows what that actually is, where it is, or what time we're playing. I mean, seriously, we have no idea.
Right.
At this point. So.
Surprise.
Yeah, exactly. You're on at 4 a.m. Oh, fucking what?
Yeah.
I'll be asleep. Hebden Bridge. Yeah.
Hebden Bridge. Yeah.
And but yeah, I mean, where Grace and I have already spoken about getting an Airbnb for the Friday and the Saturday night. I think it'll have to be because I'm at. Where am I? Yeah, I'm at work on the Monday morning, so we'll have to travel back on the Sunday. It may well be we travel back Sunday afternoon or whatever. But so if there are enough people interested in staying at that Airbnb,
yeah,
it looks. Do we book a 2-bedroom flat, a 3-bedroom terrace, a 4-bedroom semi-detached? I mean, if there's enough that.
Well, I would say I'll make the decision now then and say count me in because it'd be quite nice to come. I mean, I know it's only an hour on the train, or I don't want to bring the car really. So I'd come on the train on the Friday, spend some time in Bristol.
Well, again,
but count me in if you.
I will talk. We haven't
talk to Grace.
Yet.
No, but talk to Grace. I'm in if you guys.
Inky's been talking about wanting to come up because. Right. It's not such a big trek for her from Cornwall.
Be a couple of hours, won't it?
Yeah, a few hours. Whereas coming to something like Synthfest is an extra 6 hours drive.
Yeah.
So I can understand. So if Inky's interested, that'd be brilliant.
Yeah.
So there are things in the works, so to speak. So, but we'll definitely I'll be in touch with you about that.
Cool, mate. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not expensive on the train. It's £10, but it's just the fact it takes an hour to get on the train. I mean, I don't know what time the trains will be back on the Saturday. I didn't really want to, if you are performing at the after party and it's not 4 o'clock in the morning, I'd rather come and see you play. I'll be your roadie.
I don't even know whether the after party. I have a feeling from last year that the after party is ticketed.
Oh, is it?
and it's ticketed separately.
All right.
Don't know. I don't. Again, there's so much I don't know about all this. Which
Yeah.
oh, Inky's there. Hi, Inky. Yeah, woo. So yeah, we've been talking about you. Grace and I have been talking about you. So yeah, we're definitely
Arrears were burning.
we're definitely looking at this Airbnb thing. So if you're up for it, yeah, there's we'll it's a package. It's a package. It's the whole thing. You know?
Count me in. Count me in.
Yeah.
I'm up for it.
And at this point, I'm going to say bye, everyone. Cause I'm going to go to bed because I've got to get up at stupid o'clock in the morning because I've still got another week to go. Yeah. And we can't do nice end of term things like watching videos and playing games and all that sort of thing.
Doesn't that happen in your school?
We've got to keep the curriculum. It's amazing the people that don't actually teach anything telling us that we've got to keep going.
Yeah.
Bunch of wankers. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, no, allegedly.
Yeah, well, you know, everybody's touched themselves down there at some point or other, haven't they? So,
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, God, I'm going to be dragged in front of the headmaster going, yeah, I saw you on a live stream last night and you called me a wanker, did I?
No, you didn't.
I'm ever so sorry. Yeah, but it's true. You know, the senior management that only teach 3 lessons a bloody fortnight and they go, you've got to keep your notice to the grindstone doing it. Oh, God, what happened to videos?
Yeah.
And what we used to call ECI. Attainment target under the old national curriculum. Attainment target 5 ECI. Yeah. Educational colouring in. Or a geography lesson to those who are initiated. Right, I'll on that note, I'm going to say, try everybody, and I'll see you at some point.
Matey.
Fairly
Take
soon.
it easy.
Take
Cheers.
care, buds.
Ta-da.
Bye. See you later, darling.
Bye, Ken.
Okay.
Bye, Justin.
Yeah.
I think I need to go and refill my cup. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Wow, we're left alone.
Yeah. Refreshing.
Cheers.
Well, it's nice that I had a little chorus on the end. Oh, mate. I don't think we've got much news happening next week either, have we? Everybody's got overexcited and they're all spent, and it's all out there now, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not at the moment. There's not much.
It's a bit like this last year as well, wasn't it? It was a bit sort of a lull.
Well, there's this kind of like you get the super booth splurge, and then everything goes very quiet for a couple of weeks whilst people recover, and then things start to sort of trickle through, and then you get this period where
everybody holds back because NAMM's coming.
Well, no, not so much that. It's just that all the things that were kind of promised at Super Booth, will start to, we see the polybrutes are starting to appear, and then of course you've got other new things coming down the line in the next few weeks. But whether they'll actually have, I don't know. If what they said was true, there should be stock available from the get-go, but I got the update to the core collection on Saturday, and that ARC 2600 is rather good. So it's rather
is it
good indeed.
ARC 2600 sounding-ish then?
Well, I can't really speak to that because I haven't spent enough time with a hardware ARC 2600, original or Korg version. But it's certainly, if somebody said to me, "What does that sound like?" I'd say, "Well, that sounds like an ARC 2600." There are some really lovely patches on there. Just going through the presets, but it's very comprehensive.
Yeah, but it's
it's been designed by the same guys that did the same R&D team at Korg that did the Wave State, the Op6, and the Mod Wave.
But emulating digital again is kind of less of a challenge, I think. Not that I know anything about fucking programming, but it seems that it would be. Rather than digitally re-emulating something that is outside the domain of the format you're working with, if you see what I mean.
Let's see if loop back.
But that said, I've yet to hear two ARC 2600s that sound the same. So.
Well, exactly.
So it's all arbitrary.
I mean,
do you know what? Sometimes I think it's not so much about the sound. Sometimes I think it's more about its format, the way it's laid out.
Yeah.
And how that person then interacts with it because of that format. Some people, who would... I mean, I can work my way across the front panel of a 2600. No fucking problem, mate. Yeah, bish. And I can set you up a sound, no problem. But it's the way it's laid out compared to a Prophet 5. Although there are obviously similarities, it is totally different. It's a totally different experience. Oh yeah, very good. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, that's an ARC 2600. If you were to take all the nuances of all of them and put it into a sort of like a channel, yeah. That one you just played there definitely nails it.
I mean, obviously, they've got lots of effects that you can stick in here as well.
Yeah,
so
I mean that reverb is far too long. If I was if I was transported back to when the ARP 2600 came out, I really loved the fact that had that reverb tank in it. Be it only a 7-inch tank. No, sorry, bigger pardon, a 9-inch tank. But it is, was it 2-spring? Yeah, 2-spring, 7-inch tank, a 9-inch tank. And I'd be very happy to have that available inside the machine.
Yeah.
If I was a more affluent musician, I'd go, yeah, do you know what? That's going into my plate back in the studio. Let's not bother with the spring. But it's funny how over time that spring reverb became part of the character of the synth, because all of them had it. Well, the ones where they still worked, because it was always the reverb tanks were packing up. If not the electronics driving the reverb tank itself.
Yeah.
So in the later models, they started to fit the 17-inch tank, which was also a three-spring tank, which gave a much better reverb, kind of like what you're getting there. But not, because it's still loopy, if you know what I mean. That spring loop kind of tail that they have. But well, that's more Odyssey. More Odyssey than it is 26. That is a good one. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, if you consider then that you can have that plug-in for X pounds, or you can fork out 10k for one that may last a week before it needs more maintenance. Yeah, it's not a hard decision, is it?
No, not really. Aye.
Icky thump.
Yeah. But it's definitely this sort of like, it's the G clef sound.
Yeah. They got the sequencer too.
You're getting a lot of bang for your buck.
I really like it. It's very good. Very good. The other two things.
Auxiliary envelopes.
Yeah, the other two things.
Go on, finish my sentence for me. Go on.
Yeah, I don't need them.
They give me gas.
What?
Yeah, I'll finish the sentence for you.
Yeah.
Because that's closer to a 2500 now, isn't it? I don't know. No, I think it's very nice. Very nice. I must admit, when a musician looks at that and they go, oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, I can really get into this. When I see that, I'm going, fucking hell, I wonder if that AR's going to work properly.
Hey, Ken, did you ever try the Time Warp 2600? That was amazing.
Yes, I had it.
That was a good one.
I had that one. Yeah. And it was very good.
It didn't have the sequencer. You had to get the Arturia one for that. But
Yeah, that was quite a lovely sound, actually.
It was amazing, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this definitely has huge ARP 2600 characteristics in it. You can hear it. It actually leaps out and slaps you in the face.
In fact, the Time Warp Company made some good iOS stuff too.
Yeah.
But they went defunct. So.
Of course, where things tend to get difficult, especially when people say to me, like, "Oh, does that sound like the 2600?" You go, "I don't know. I've never heard a 2600 play a fucking big chord."
No, exactly.
And you're not going to.
For that new Korg bundle that they announced?
Yeah.
Is it worth it, you think?
They brought the prices down, so yes.
I didn't buy the last 2 or 3 they offered. I bought the first one, I think. But
you can upgrade from 4 to 5 for just $99 US, which is a lot cheaper than it used to be.
How close have you looked at the Arturia one?
Not as close, really. 2600, as much as I think it's a great thing, it's not something I gravitate towards.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? And this is about what I was saying earlier about formats. Like when Behringer clones an Odyssey, if you love that layout, you got that hardware version, you can do it. Plus, it's dirt cheap. But of course, now with this Proton coming out, people who had the Neutron are going to now discover why, when you buy something cheap, you can't sell it for a lot. Because it's not going to go up in value, are they?
Absolutely not.
Well, unless you're Marco, then you can mark it way up and sell it on eBay.
You can. If you plan on living for 3,000 years, yeah. wait for it to become antique. So we'll get it out of a piece of anthracite or something. Yeah, 3 million years from now, people breaking open rocks and go, "Oh, it's an original Neutron." Oh. I'll polish that out and put it in my cabinet.
Now they'll be digging up the 101 that actually says 101 on it before they rebranded it. This is so rare.
Oh man!
Have you done with your Keystep Pro yet, Ken?
I turned it on just now, so I've seen it with lights and everything.
That's a real bargain. Was it 110 quid?
120 quid, yeah.
Absolute bargain.
Yeah,
well done,
because
man.
it'd been opened up. The guy used it and went, "Nah, it's not for me. Put it back in the box and took it back to the shop." Yeah, I'll have that all day, mate.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't give a fuck. Not proud.
Yeah, super cheap.
Yeah, exactly.
Although since you're more of a keyboard guy, you'd be better off with a Keystep Pro because you get 4 tracks instead of 3. And
okay.
And it's proper keys and not pads. But I like both. I have both. So
yeah. Well, I've got a Keystep thing over there anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Keystep Pro only has 4. Sometimes I need 5 tracks, so I have to pull out the old Keystep to go with it.
Yeah, but I'll be doing most of my stuff within the door anyway. So I'll live. I will live to fight another day.
But now you can do a hardware jam.
Yeah.
But I've got to come up with something then. That's
just noodle some ARPs and call it a day. Who gives a shit?
Oh, okay. My first track will be called A Day.
There you go.
Day in the life. Yeah. Well, I think that one's been done, isn't it? Well, I heard something this morning. What was it? Oh, it was bloody My Other Voice by Sparks. That was a weirdy track, that was.
They have some weird tracks in general.
Oh, yeah. Weird lyrics as well.
Music videos are very weird.
Yeah. But there was something very timeless about it, funnily enough.
My favorite is still, I think, Cool Places with Jane Weedland.
Yeah. I remember getting into an awful argument with somebody. What was it? Over Sparks. What was it? Oh, the beginning of Number One in Heaven. They said it was a VP330, and I said, no, it's a Mellotron. VP330 doesn't sound that real. It's clearly a Mellotron. No, it's not. It's a VP330. I've seen them using the VP. Oh, well done. You know, doesn't mean that's what they fucking used to do the opening of the track.
Could it be an Opticon?
Could have been an Opticon.
Yeah.
But I'm plumping for Mellotron.
Because that was Kraftwerk's trick, right? Hey, they're going more than 8 seconds. It's got to be something other than a Mellotron.
Yeah, yeah. But if you listen to to what they play, nothing lasts longer than 8 seconds anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm plumping for Mellotron on that. Plus, they were more readily available. Weirdly, they were getting around a bit. So. But the VP330, fucking hell, where'd you get that from? There is VP330 on it, yes, but not at the beginning of Number One in Heaven.
I've heard that one.
Oh, bloody hell! You listened to it yesterday. I listened to it this morning. How fucking weird is this? Because it is kind of, let's face it,
we're on the
quite an
Matrix,
obscure.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite an obscure track. You know, it's like. It's not like something that would come up every day. What was it? B-side track something, track 3 or something probably. Track 2. B-side of do you know what? I can't remember the name of the album. I don't know if it is Number One in Heaven or what. I'm trying to remember what else is on that album. Is it La Dolce Vita on that album as well? I can't really remember. Actually, I'm surprised I can remember any of it, because, I mean, some mornings I wake up and I can't remember my way to the bloody toilet without a GPS. For fuck's sake. I wake up very, very, very asleep when I wake up.
And then you're surprised what sense you find in the toilet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well. Yeah, no, I had all those surprises with Mum's dementia, don't worry. Nothing will surprise me. There could be an elephant and a tutu in there and I go, hi, and just sit down and have a crap. I wouldn't take any fucking notice of it now. Yeah, is that the best you can do, mate? Yeah, alright. Been there, done that. So I'm going to try we're going to try again tomorrow and see if we're going to leave the fan on the floor and see if Lily does it again.
What did she do?
Oh, I don't know if I should talk about this in public. People think I'm fucking insane. He's one of those fucking dog loonies, isn't he?
And that's different from any other day. How?
True. Yeah. Okay. Right. Bollocks. Right. What happened was, Lily went over to the fan, standing on the floor.
Right.
Started pouring at it, whining, biting it, and turned it on. And then lay down in front of it and went to sleep.
Clever cat, clever dog.
This is while Fiona was out shopping. And I'm going, there's no way Fiona's going to believe that. There's no way in hell. She's turned on the fan because she was warm. So what happened was, as she pulled in, they all rushed to the door. I turned the fan off. And then I helped Fiona into the kitchen to unpack some shopping, everything like that. Dogs were all there. Everything. Lily disappears. Siri disappears and all the rest of it. They all piss off back into the front room again. And I tell her about what's Lily done while she was out. She goes, really? No. I went, what? That's what I saw. She goes, where? I said, the fan in the front room. So she looks around the kitchen door and she goes, the fan is on. I went, no, I turned that off before you came in. I said, where's Lily? She goes, she's lying down in front of it. She's not gone and done it again. So we're going, this could either be quite cool or this could be quite bad. You know? I come down one morning and she's dismantled the dishwasher and turned it into a time machine. You know? I mean, Huskies are smart, but fucking hell, she's 10 weeks old. She went, oh, I'm hot, I think I'll turn the fan on. Really?
My golden retriever used to open the door.
Yeah, but 10 weeks old, Andy, come on. You know, most dogs when they're 10 weeks old have trouble trying to walk and piss at the same time.
Yeah.
Clever girl. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. When she bursts into the room with a gas mask on, throws in a flash bomb. Go, get up and feed me now.
So, Kent, did you get Lily from Pictures of Lily by the Who, or you just came up with it?
No, that's just a name Fiona come up with when she was driving home. And she goes, well, it's kind of like we've got Siri, Nelly, so we've got Siri, Nelly, Lily. So it's turning into a bit of a tongue twister, actually, calling them in. Well, I don't have to call them in for their lunch.
Sounds like a dodgy Italian waiter.
Yeah.
I can say that.
Yeah.
Sirinelli. Yeah, Sirinelli Nilly. Or no, Lily Sirinelli. That's it.
What was it?
Lily Sirinelli. That sounds better.
Well, when he goes, it was Jimmy Carr. He says, he goes, question for you. He goes, if you're an Israeli, when you fill out your passport, where it says occupation, do you put Israel? Whoa.
Caught a little bit of politics.
Oh, Mike. So, Andy, did you know that we actually had nuclear weapons? Apparently it's come to a bit of a shock to some Americans that we may get hold of nuclear weapons at some point.
I mean, I figured all the superpowers had some sort of armaments like that, right? Somewhere.
Yeah, not according to your possible vice president, apparently, though.
Well...
Yeah, because we could end up being the first Islamic state to get nuclear weapons.
You're talking about J.D. Vance or whatever?
Yeah, when I heard it, I thought, look, I don't know where to laugh.
He literally came from hillbilly stock. He's a fucking moron. His book's full of lies. He's perfect for Trump's running mate because he's a liar. So,
Christ almighty.
And, but the base doesn't care. The base loves all conspiracies and all kinds of nonsense. So,
wow.
But has he never heard of Pakistan?
He's never heard of a lot of stuff. I mean, he's from Appalachia, right?
All right. He probably doesn't even know where Washington is.
Yeah. I mean, he probably started brushing his teeth when he was in his 20s or something like that. So
there was he got pulled up on something the
That's
other
what
day
that dog shit's for.
Because he said something about that's it. It was to do with the Mexicans bringing illegal drugs over. He knows how bad that is because it almost killed his mother. Basically implying that illegal drugs smuggled into this country almost killed his mother. When in actual fact, his mother was a registered nurse who stole the drugs.
Of course. You never get the true story out of those guys. And also, a lot of the fentanyl is in this country already. It's not being smuggled in.
No.
It's just a lie. They just love lying because immigrant equals bad, brown equals bad, foreign equals bad. It's the big scary boogeyman, right?
Yeah. You know, when they said that anyone could be president of the United States, it was meant as a good thing?
Yeah, they really meant it, sadly.
Wow.
Well, the other thing that kills me is they're all, we hate undocumented workers and stuff. It's like these motherfuckers hire undocumented workers to save money because they want to, make as much money as possible. Yeah. So we have field workers keeping our fruits and vegetables cheap. We have sweatshop workers. We have all this other shit that they take advantage of and then turn around and say it's bad. It's like, you guys are encouraging it, right? And then turn around and tell everybody it's bad.
Well, you got to remember, though, we voted for Brexit. It would be the exact same thing. Yeah, Build the Wall is sort of like a physical version of Brexit.
It's completely insane. So perhaps with Biden dropping out finally, maybe if they do have another debate, at least someone will make Trump look more ridiculous than he normally does.
Yeah.
Although he's considered a hero with the attempted shooting, but he only stood up when they knew the shooter was dead. He's no hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
saw
have
some
reservations about the entire incident. I'll be honest with you.
I saw something on Twitter X today, which I think was a meme, but it was about Trump regrowing his ear.
Yeah. I mean, he talked shit about veterans. He dodged the military. He dodged the draft or the military in general.
Bone spurs.
His position. Yeah, bone spurs, all that stuff. So I mean, he's a coward. And suddenly he's a hero. It's like, no, you can't have it both ways. Sorry.
No, apparently God intervened. And
the fireman got killed instead, who actually did a lot more for people.
The man that actually saved people's lives.
Yeah.
Instead of
he works in mysterious ways.
Get out, clause.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
When things don't work out, get
Trump,
out,
the guy who holds
clause.
the Bible upside down and can't quote it because he's not religious and pretends to be, right? Just to keep his base happy.
Well, he's not human, pretends to be.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
But the thing is, if Biden's standing down, which I'm surprised it took this long for
Well,
him to
they've
get
been
round to it.
pushed him, haven't they?
Well, they should have pushed him down the stairs. He fell.
It's quite sad, really.
He already fell on a bike.
It's sad because he's a decent, principled individual.
Yeah,
with
it's just
some very, he's got a.
Is he?
Biden's actually kind of a dirtbag going
Are you?
way back,
Yeah.
but
Are you
he's
just
better than Trump.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You could, at this point, Mussolini would probably look like a decent choice.
He's trying to do some pro-black stuff in his recent stuff, but in his old days, he had some policies that were very racist against blacks.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, he wasn't.
And the way he talks about corn pop and those stories about the pool and stuff, it's like, dude, come on. It's just, he was never a great guy.
No, I don't know if Kamala or whatever, Caramel.
Kamala.
Caramac.
I know what you mean.
I love Caramac.
I like her, but she's not polling great, and
She's pretty awful in general.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah,
her
well,
only
when you
advantage is name, face recognition, the abortion vote, which people are scared of losing, and she's going to fight for that, and the fact that we've never had a woman in that position before, and that also might be an interesting change. So she's got like three things going for her.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't think
she's
Michelle
former law
wants to be
enforcement. A lot of people
president,
don't
Robert.
like law enforcement, so it's just.
I don't think Michelle's all that keen.
Michelle isn't keen.
No. But the
don't
thing
think.
is, right, theoretically, I mean, the Democrats shouldn't have any real trouble getting somebody else to run.
Nobody wants to run. It's a shit show.
Well, this is it. So, play them at their own game. I mean, they got Trump and that twat, whatever his name is. I mean, literally,
Tommy Vance, isn't it?
The Democratic Party can literally go, and here is our running mate, and literally a raccoon comes out with a dog shit on a stick, and everybody goes, yeah.
But the Democrats are so weak now. They didn't know how to use Facebook in the past to help win. They have like no game right now at all. It's ridiculous.
Am I reading this right though? At some point, the Democrats were more right-leaning, and the Republicans were more left.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
The Republican were the left party and the Democrats were the right. And then it switched.
Yeah.
But even when it switched, it still leaned, both are leaning right to the right.
It's not.
That's why Lincoln was Republican, because it was different back then.
Yeah.
It's not that a whole bunch of them said, oh, do you know what, we're going to change our mind. It's basically, it was a name switch kind of thing. It was, but I mean, the thing is, the Democrats in the US are, in the UK, the equivalent would be the Labour Party, and it's a pretty reasonable equivalence because, the Labour Party today is not the left-leaning organisation, or not left-leaning, the actual left organisation that it used to be, that it was created to be. It has moved itself more to the centre, and therefore, from its original standing, it's moved towards the right. to because that's how you win votes. That's how
it's
you
even
get
more
power.
right now.
There's a statement that irks me slightly, I must admit. I'm sorry, Paul. Paul Artola was saying about Republicans ended slavery. They ended slavery in America. The British ended slavery around the planet.
Yeah.
And nobody talks about that.
And
the British ended slavery, and the Americans carried on with it because it was like.
Yeah, it was people like William Wilberforce, wasn't it, and people like that who really.
Yeah, but even though they ended slavery, they still weren't particularly sort of like, shall we say, accommodating.
Well, this is the whole "Make America Great Again." Like they want to go back to the time when blacks had no rights, women can't vote. People, so-called people know their place. That's the whole bullshit. This stuff.
Trump doesn't want a democracy. He wants a dictatorship.
No,
he wants to be Putin.
He loves Putin, all those guys.
Yeah.
He wants to be one just like that.
Let's face it, though. Putin's approach works. That's the problem. That is the problem.
Because you want to be a dictator, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in no doubt that if Trump was to win, and currently, it kind of looks like he probably will, given the fucking situation. I wouldn't be at all surprised if within those 4 years they move to pass a law that he can serve a third term, and then that he'll get to serve a third term, and then it'll be, the way that it's kind of moving. I hope that there's enough checks and balances and people that would, even within the Republican movement, but then we all thought that people within the Republican movement would disown Trump.
Yeah, that's true, Steve.
And they didn't. They embraced
here's the funny
him.
thing, though. A recent poll just the other day showed Biden, before he dropped, was doing poorly. He was like 70% disapproval or something like that. And Trump was actually over 50% disapproval. Nobody talked about that, but in the same poll, it shows a lot of Republicans don't want him either.
Oh yeah, massaging the news. I mean, that happened here.
But using the same poll, the data was there showing Trump was also unfavorable, but they didn't talk about that. Of course,
and they won't talk about it because it means that they'll lose a substantial amount of their base.
Yeah.
But just by you only have to look at those Republicans that have. I mean, what's the guy that he sat on the January 6th committee? Really good senator, Republican senator. Oh, bugger. Adam. Oh, come on, Andy.
I don't follow those guys that closely. Sorry,
I
really hate politics. I just talk about when I have to.
I think I'm going to say. Oh Jesus, what was his bloody name? He was on the January 6th committee. He's a Republican, and he came out.
He's a Jewish guy.
Adam Kinzinger.
Oh, okay.
And he sat
in relation.
He sat on the January 6th committee, and so did Cheney's daughter, didn't she?
Adam West.
Well, I forget her name now. Obviously, Ms. Cheney.
They're stealing our water.
But she sat on that, and they were both Republicans, and they both, called out Trump and his supporters, and look, and they paid for it, with their jobs, and so if you're a Republican, whether you like Trump or not, you don't diss him because he's taking.
You don't know who's listening.
Plus, he stacked the court.
Yeah, exactly.
They've got Congress in their favor. Yeah. It's pretty bad. I mean, they want to take women's body autonomy away. They want to even take women's right to divorce away. They want to have people trapped in fucking marriage, which is this whole trad wife thing is horrible. That's how cowardly these guys are. I don't want my wife to divorce me. She doesn't like me anymore. She's going to some other guy. So I'm going to ban it. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these guys? They really have no game whatsoever. They're so paranoid they're going to be, the wife is going to leave them. And they should leave them.
Well, all it'll do is bring on new traits. I mean, so now, if a woman wants to leave her husband, she's going to have to shoot him.
Yeah.
Say, it went off while he was cleaning it.
Yeah. But this is the so-called alpha males, right? They're so worried about their wives leaving them and all this other stuff. And they're loose women out there and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, they just want to have fun. Give them a fucking break. They want to ban birth control, ban abortions. It's just, they want a theocracy. It's really fucking sad.
It's really sad and really scary.
And it will be a civil war if it comes to that. Guaranteed.
Oh, just what you need.
Right.
Because they won't be using bayonets and fucking rifles this time around.
No, RPGs.
Yeah. AK-47s and
improvised IEDs and all that stuff.
Right.
Christ.
Time to do an Ian. Can I germs?
You're the only one qualified to do it, you know that.
Yeah, I know this, yes. I'm quite happy for other people to attempt.
We're all pretenders. You can't.
Yeah, well, that's all right. There's, I do need to buy the T-shirt at some point, don't I? Yeah.
Balloons? What the fuck?
It doesn't work when I do mine. Look, it's just...
Yep. Got to do it. Like, face on. Have you got Sonoma, yeah?
No.
Oh, there you go. That's why it's not
I know.
You're not supposed to tell him that.
Yeah, I'm waiting till the next upgrade.
It would just be making loads of hand gestures all night. Going, it's not fucking working. What's going on? What have you do this?
It's throwing up gang signs.
Yeah.
Night, guys.
See you later.
See you later.
See you later for that.
Bye.
God, we could have followed that through and he'd end up standing there with his trousers around his ankles and everything. Ah, well. Opportunity missed. Never mind. Maybe next week. I don't know. Now, we should probably stay off politics, shouldn't we, really?
It is important to talk about. You just definitely don't want to dwell on it because you want to kill yourself.
Yeah, but I don't think it's something people in the UK need to talk about because there's nothing we could do about it anyway.
Well, kind of same here too. I mean,
yeah,
you have to be elite to do something about it.
I think we've got one battleship left, and that will probably have to be converted from being a cruise liner anyway. So,
G6.
Remember the Falklands?
Gotcha.
Fishing vessel.
Yeah, remember the Falklands?
Yep.
They needed the hospital ship. Oh yeah, no, we sold that to P&O, innit? Oh yeah, we better take the swimming pool out and put in beds instead. Yeah. Talk about prepared. Oh, I don't know. So, oh God, yeah. No, it's a horrible thought of how that could go. Let's move on to brighter things. Ken Dodd's dad. No, fuck it, I can't do it.
Ken Dodd's dad's dog's
dead.
dead.
I can't do it.
Well, at least you have a puppy. You have some good news. So.
Yes. Yeah, but I have a puppy that's an evil genius.
Well,
you know?
Comes with the territory.
Yeah. I start finding stashes of pearls and fucking diamonds and stuff in the garden. Where she's done some heist up in town.
Until she starts talking.
Yeah. She almost went and did a little howl, but it didn't happen. It was so close, but it just didn't happen in the end.
You know, it's really cute. Have you ever seen these grasshopper mice that actually get up and howl like a wolf?
No.
They're called killer mice. Is a nickname for them. They're in the desert, the Southwest deserts.
Yeah.
I saw a program on it once. Go look them up online. Killer mice or grasshopper mice. They're goddamn cute little things. They get up and go, ooh! And it's actually mice howling. It's hilarious.
3200. Oh, I've got to recap the 3200. And that sounds like a little job, and it fucking isn't. There must be nearly, oh Christ, what, 580 capacitors in it? They've got to be swapped out.
Yikes.
Yeah, let her fix the Mustang, yeah. Yeah, if I could get her to just eat all the rust on it, I'd be laughing. Got to do that driver's door still.
Too bad you don't have templates for your Carvera to deploy caps to existing equipment.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't think it's got the bed size to do most of the caps, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah, most caps are quite long, aren't they? But the big girl out on the decking could do it, no problem. Could knock you up some really pretty JP8 end cheeks, no problem. In fact, it did. So I have the file somewhere. I'll be on a weird USB pen somewhere out in the shed.
Don't leave it on there forever. Those things eventually die. So.
Yeah, I know. Oh, incoming.
Yay. It's the brains of the organisation.
1, 2, 3.
Right.
Test. Yeah, exactly.
King of FM.
Well, maybe the French.
Undisputed.
So I'm just trying to see what a minimal laptop rig I can rig up here, just in case I might need it in the future. So, you guys hear me okay?
Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Yep.
So the micro freak's coming through. I can hear you guys on loop back.
We can't hear the microphone.
No, not the microphone.
Yeah, it's not
we don't
coming
have the
through.
microphone.
We
What
just
about
hear you punching it.
Yeah, we just thought you were smacking your table in frustration.
Sorry. How about now? Is that any better?
Nope.
Now.
Nope.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yet.
How about now?
Yet.
No.
Nope.
I will be.
Somebody needs loopback.
Nope.
Nope.
Maybe not.
I see there's another update for loopback.
Yeah, it came out on Friday, and I resisted updating until.
Me too.
Yeah, but it's.
I'll give that a
updated-
week.
I've
Yeah.
updated, and it seems fine. But I have identified a little issue in that sometimes. So if I add a device into my loopback configuration, like a soft synth or something,
Yeah.
and then play it, it sometimes kills the audio from my interface, and I have to
Yes,
switch that
yeah.
off and on again within loopback for it to.
You
kind
had
of
that
kick
on the
back in.
last pub, didn't you?
Yeah, and I don't know what. I don't know what's causing it.
No.
So I'm going to have to check it out and see if I can replicate it, and then if I can replicate it, I'll report it. So,
Yes, unless this new bug fixes that.
no, well, that's true. I don't know if I've.
Yeah.
Well, I've certainly messed around with it. I've added the ARP 2600 to it, and that didn't seem to kill it. So maybe it has. You know.
Yeah, I mean, when they say they never give a detailed list of what it's fixing, just that there will be fixes.
There you go, Kent. Check out the link I put in there. It's Grasshopper Mouse Howling. It's very cute.
Oh, sweet.
National
hang on.
Geographic. There've been a couple documentaries made about it, but this is a Nat Geo clip.
You'll have to put that in the private chat for me to be able to use that.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, because
comes.
it's just black thingy.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
It's very cute.
Our man is back.
How about
Oh,
that
I
one?
can
we
hear
got
me.
Echo.
Now we got echo. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, was that you?
He's going through all the growing pains everyone else does.
Now the echo is there or gone.
Echo was gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I lose
Yeah.
my stereo audio. So loopback is on. I got the mic, but if I turn off the echo, I don't get my stereo, and I want my stereo. Huh.
You do look like you're just about to start singing a Frankie Valli ballad, by the way.
The shirt in the background.
Yeah. It's like Christmas special. Yeah.
No, he's a mobster live from Florida on vacation.
All right.
Retiring on his ill-gotten gains.
Let me try something here. You can hear me okay, right?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Oh, we heard that.
Ah, there you go.
Okay, so I got keys, I got mic. Let me try my echoing again.
Nope.
1, 2, 3. No.
Oh.
Oh, there is slight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ever so
Boom.
slightly.
I hear a little.
Yeah.
Little
Yep.
one.
Just
Yeah,
very
it's there.
quiet, yeah.
Okay, so apparently this is picking up the bleed.
Yeah, it's a rite of passage in the pub. Audio being a bastard.
Richard Hilton started it.
Yeah.
Richard
It's like a 4-hour show, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this amount of echo annoying or usable?
1, 2.
Well, it's not something with the interrupt. You know when you can interrupt yourself with an echo because you're listening to what you're hearing slapping back.
It's
not,
more like a delay, a reverb than a delay at this point, so it's
Yeah.
short.
Yeah, and it's quiet.
I will change headphones. I'll be back.
Right, I'm just going to turn the camera off while I have a little
Have a quick
supper.
wank. Oh. We say quick.
Easy.
I was supposed to go on a hike with a friend today. He's busy fighting CrowdStrike problems at work still. The little outage from a couple days ago is still hurting lots of people.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
What a nightmare. Someone said, this is why you don't do updates on Fridays.
Yeah, but I mean...
This is why you shouldn't do updates globally on the same day at the same time.
That too, but just that everyone knows, don't fuck around with stuff on Fridays.
So the way I understand it was that there was actually... wasn't anything wrong with the update in any way. It was just that this update in combination with the Microsoft update that happened...
Microsoft is never totally innocent in this stuff, so...
And there was a bit of a tete-a-tete between the two updates.
I don't know all the fine details. I've read some basic stuff on it, but it's...
Did either company speak to each other at all?
They never. Come on. They always point fingers. Like if you have a problem with your software, even VST guys do this. Oh, it's a Windows problem. It's an Apple problem. Oh, it's this, it's that. It's never your problem, and they always point fingers back and forth, right? So it's old routine.
Yeah, because I can't remember somebody put in on Facebook to say, I enjoyed my first day at work today. Did trip over a cable, but I think I've plugged it back in the right socket. Signed, brand new CrowdStrike employee.
There you go.
Yeah, but you have to wonder, don't you? I mean, it wouldn't hurt for Microsoft to say we are releasing a update on the bloody blah.
Put it this way: we had updates a couple years ago. We had updates come, and two people in my group, including me, had their computers blown up from Windows updates. That should not break anything. It should give you an error or, let's back out, let's do this. It literally borked our machines and we had to reimage. So if I hadn't had backups, I would have lost everything.
Yeah.
But I also lost time, right?
Yeah.
And this is a regular thing that you take for granted. The Apple updates, the Windows updates, they're all normal. They're all part of keeping your things secure and updated. And
yeah,
supposedly crash free and stuff, and then the fucking process actually crashes your computer, and you get a blue screen, and they're beta testing on the world now. It's ridiculous. They don't care anymore. They used to vet their stuff much better.
Yeah, I think Matt's
that costs money.
Out. He reckons that Liz Truss is working at Microsoft. I think he might have sold.
No, because nothing would work at all then, right? I mean, stuff is still working.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. Because remember because it's one of these stupid things, isn't it? You know, Fiona's laptop had all these security things on it because it stored all sorts of stuff, including flight numbers, destinations, and all this sort of stuff, and then all the stock and where it was and how much of it there was, and all this sort of blah blah blah, right? And there was all this security system on it. And then when she left, it was about 2 weeks after she left, I think it was, she went, "Oh, I've still got their laptop in the toilet." I goes, "You taking it back?" She goes, "It's a long way to drive, isn't it?" She goes, "Oh, if they want it, they'd ring." They never rang.
Things fall through the cracks, right?
Yeah, but it's like government ministers leaving, CDs in the back of taxis that has all the benefit details of every person in the country.
I mean, my HR department at several past companies were really bad at getting stuff back from guys in the field. And at one point, I had to talk to the CFO because his worker had not returned his. He said, "Oh, it's okay. I'll just withhold his paycheck." I'm like, he still has our data. He still has our tools, right? Withholding his paycheck isn't enough, right?
Big echo there.
Big echo back.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck. Okay.
That sounds clear and perfect.
Is it still there? Yeah.
I'm
You have to
curious
do
if
Lou
it's relative
Gehrig.
to
I'm the
mic.
luckiest man alive.
Well, I'm going to turn off the mic, see if you guys get echo from me still.
Yeah. No. Oh, wait a minute.
It's still there, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's there.
Yes, it is. Slightly quieter,
Okay, so it is the loop back.
but louder with the mic on. Oh, a bit.
It is looping back as advertised.
Yeah.
Is. Let's see here.
It's doing exactly what it says on the tin.
Exactly. It's what you paid for, isn't it?
Yeah.
How
That's
about
what
now?
it's
Is it
supposed-
any better?
1, 2, 3. Oh, hello. Yeah, there you go.
That's good?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, sweet. I guess
You've
I'm good
moved your
then.
chair.
Hey, Paul, did you put that anywhere you can see? We can listen to it. I'm going to hear that. Your Lou Gehrig track.
Lou Gehrig, what?
He said he made a sample with the Lou Gehrig speech. Us to track with it. So I want to hear
cool.
what that sounds like.
Okay, so we're not. So the echo is gone now, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Sweet. Okay,
cool.
I'm gonna switch the headphones.
Oh, no, you haven't moved the chair. Why did it look different? How bizarre. Oh, maybe it's because I was looking for the little windmill.
It seems awfully quiet in there.
Oh, we're just waiting for you to come back.
Good. And again, the echo did not come back with the change in phone.
The echo did not come back.
All right. I think I got it sussed then. All right.
And our man has finished his meal.
And now your computer's going to crash.
I hope not. It's the newest computer I own.
You have CrowdStrike on it?
No, it's a M series MacBook Pro, so no.
Nice.
Cool. Good.
Yep, working.
Yep. I will go back to lurking now that it's working.
Okay.
Cheers, gents.
Most welcome.
Good to see you.
It's good to see him sitting down.
Yeah.
Constantly having to do something or going somewhere. Or back to work or whatever.
He was sitting down for his FM demo.
Mm.
Did you see that yet?
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Very
Put
lush.
another one up tonight. A more techie in depth.
More?
Yeah.
Did he just edit that one down, the live one? Or is it different?
Sorry again.
I thought he edited the live one down to a shorter video. That's the new video, right?
He put a video up with him, sort of going through the patch and playing the patch and showing how he made the patch.
Yeah.
And about an hour or so ago, he put another more detailed deep dive into the.
Okay. I thought he
the
just
work.
edited the one he did last night. So okay. Because he got pretty deep in the one last night as well.
Oh yeah.
Made me realize I got that key finally from my S199. I got to replace the bad key.
Love going out to you, Wookie.
It can't. To replace the S199 key, do I have to take them all out, or can I just replace a couple of them to get it back in there?
God, I'm trying to remember.
Because it's the topmost.
I can't remember if they're in batches or not on them. I don't think so.
SY99?
Yeah, it wasn't that cheap, was it? Yeah, they are individuals. Yeah.
Yeah, they're individual. It's kind of the same key bed as the DX7, but it's not.
Right. Does it have the metal springs? The plate spring under the key.
Yeah.
Still.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. So under the keyboard there will be like a plastic retainer that you remove so you can pop the keys out. There should be one anyway.
Yeah. And he's gone.
Yeah, I remember signing Mum's DNR. It's mixed feelings, I must admit. I think it was. I know it sounds like a callous kind of comparison, but it was kind of like when you have to put a beloved pet down. You have to make that decision for everybody concerned, if not more so for the pet. You know, it's one of those. It's a weird. It's a weird thing. Yeah, and you're signing. So when you're signing it and you're going through your head, going, one side of your head's going, I'm signing her death warrant, and the other side of your head's going, this would be the best thing because it's just prolonging the pain for her as much as anybody else.
Yeah, putting my dog down was one of the toughest things ever, but I had to do it.
Yeah, but it's weird. You'd think it would be harder to sign the dinner for my mum than putting a dog down. But do you know what? It's equally as difficult. It really is. Because either way, you go, why does this decision have to stop with me? Why can't somebody just take over and leave me in the corner and just not have to deal with it, It's just weird. You know you're doing the right thing, but at the same time you don't want to do it. Because I think I mean, if you take Max...
Part of it for me, too, is I was pre-vet at the time, so it was interesting to see what happens. I was actually curious what happens at that moment. Kind of morbidly curious as a pre-vet student.
Yeah.
But also, my emotions were tied up.
You got to know.
My dog.
You got to know as well, yeah.
Yeah.
You have to know anyway.
And it was freaky. I mean, it didn't just fall asleep and go to nicey. It actually started spasming the diaphragm after it was already basically checked out. And I go, what the hell is going on here? He goes, oh, that's kind of normal. It happens to a lot of dogs. But it freaked the shit out of me because it was like a zombie dog, right?
Yeah.
And so that was really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, because I kind of lost my shit with Max, because I convinced myself somewhere down the line that something might happen that meant that he would be all right. I don't know how I convinced myself of that, but I managed to do it, and it took a lot, and I let that go on longer than it should have done. And Fiona likes to remind me of that every time we get an ill dog. And I take notes of what she says, I have to be honest. But it was weird, I just thought, no, maybe a drug might come out tomorrow. What if a drug comes out tomorrow that can deal with this, And going through, the water therapy. I was getting into the swimming pool every day. And sitting with the dog for 4 hours every morning. Holding this dog in water to alleviate the pain. When there was no, it was bone cancer. Done deal. He couldn't walk it got to the point where he couldn't walk anymore, and he couldn't move. I had to carry him, hold him outside, and he wasn't a small dog, and hold him up, so he could have a pee and a poo, and it's just like weird. Sometimes it's just too hard to let go.
Plus, they're only here for a short time anyway. It makes you appreciate them more,
Oh, yeah. I mean, me and that dog, me and Max, we spent every second of every day together. He was like a fucking shadow, And letting, making that final decision. Yeah. It's weird. But with Mum, it was different because it was going to be better for her. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know who she was. And dragging out obviously the pain and just everything about it. It there was no form of existence there anymore. It's dreadful. But you still feel in two camps when you sign the DNR.
Well, it's criminal too that we frown upon euthanasia and the relief it can give the families and stuff, So
yeah,
it's considered a criminal act when it's a compassionate thing to do.
Yeah, exactly. I know. It's like with Esther Ranson. You read about that, Rob?
No.
About Esther Ranson. She's got stage 4 lung cancer.
Yeah.
And at the moment, her daughter is campaigning to assisted death. Make assisted death legal.
Right.
Although legally, it's going. I mean, talk about a fucking minefield.
Well, I read somewhere that they are a lot more confident about getting it through now, since the regime change. I mean, it's such a minefield of a thing, because nobody really honestly wants to die. Nobody of a sound mind wants to die, but if you are in a position where you are in pain, your quality of life is diminished and never going to come back, and it's and you are of sound mind, and that's what you want, then I don't think you should stop people from doing that. It's it's your choice.
Yeah, but the thing is, if the person is, for instance, bedridden, or in a position where they are unable to actually facilitate their own demise, and they need assistance, and they're going to turn to their loved ones, and their loved ones who are clearly going to be looking after them, and they can see what they're going through. Yeah. I'm going to be persuaded, but then they get done for manslaughter.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
it's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. There needs to be some protection.
Well, this is what I mean. I mean, trying to put a bill together that satisfies the people who concentrate more on somebody using it as a way to get rid of people, and somebody using it genuinely to assist somebody. Yeah.
As with all things, there should be checks and balances.
The minefield.
Yeah, exactly. And every instance is going to be uniquely different. Sometimes by a small amount and sometimes by a large amount. But every individual's circumstances are going to be uniquely different. And so therefore, things have... you can't just arbitrarily... Because isn't it Canada that have really just... it's pretty simple to do, and lots of people have done it, and there have been sort of outcries that they were allowed to do it, but at the end of the day, we are all if there's one thing that we are in complete control of, it is our lives. My life is my life and yours is yours. And if it is my decision, when I'm in the sound mind, that I have a very good reason, that I need to, I don't want to live anymore, because there is no enjoyment left in life. That there's no peace and comfort. There's no nothing. For the rest of my days, until I naturally pop my clogs, I'm going to be in pain, in suffering. I'm not going to be able to enjoy. I mean, there was a woman recently who was in her early 30s or something, and she was a horse rider, show jumper. Yeah. Had a massive accident, broke her back, and was left paralysed from the waist down. Or she couldn't. She was in a wheelchair, permanently in a wheelchair. No hope of anything else. However, other than the fact that she was in a wheelchair, she was perfectly healthy in every other aspect.
Yeah.
And yet, her quality of life, in her opinion, and she was completely of sound mind, her quality of life had been destroyed. And so she took the decision to go to Dignitas or whatever it is in Switzerland and pay the money, and that was it. Because she knew that she would never enjoy the rest of her life. Now, I'm sat there thinking, well, hang on a minute. If I was paralysed and put into a wheelchair, from my personal perspective, as long as I could, adapt and get things, I would change. I'd find something else to do. If I couldn't ride horses, I'd find something else. There are, other things in my life that I can, get enjoyment from, that I could be a part of and participate in. And this woman decided, no. Her whole life up until her, late 20s, early 30s was riding horses competitively. She could no longer do that. And so she made her mind up, and that was it.
Yeah. I mean, even Star Trek covered this. Remember Worf? He broke his spine, and he said, I want to kill myself the right way, the Klingon way.
Yeah.
And they said, no, you can't do it. I'm like, it's not your culture. Let me do what I need to do.
Exactly. I mean, I don't necessarily... It's not that I agree or disagree with what this woman did. I wouldn't do that myself.
No, of course not. But you should... But if you're in sound mind, you should have the right to do that for yourself.
That's her choice.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, I mean, she can do that, and she can do that, but she doesn't need assistance to do that, because she's still able to.
I mean, she could roll a wheelchair off a cliff, and that would be her choice. But she's got to go to somewhere like Dignity. If she's going to do it with the dignity and the fact that she can just fall asleep and that's it. She does have to go somewhere to do it.
Yeah, well, she can go down a dark alley and buy a shitload of heroin and
just get a family member's Vicodin prescription and just take too much.
Yeah, but
but then that family member in this country, and I guess in America as well, would be prosecuted for.
They would be. It depends on the situation, but yeah, it is tricky.
Well, the type of cases that they've been concentrating on with the assisted death is they're incapable of being able to facilitate any form of system to be able to take their own lives. But what's almost ridiculous as well as hypocritical about it all, a girl I used to go out with for about 5 or 6 years, who was a nurse. And she'd come round, she'd come home, and she'd be talking about Catherine. Her name was my mate Richard married her in the end. Long story. She was saying, she had this guy. He had motor neurones disease, and he was slowly losing more and more motor function, less and less every day. And it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And he wanted to end it. He asked his wife, please, can we just end this? And we need to do it now before I lose the ability to speak. And she couldn't bring herself to do it. And then he lost the ability to speak, and he lost the ability to be able to convey that he still wanted to do it.
All right.
Thank you, my love. Thank you, darling.
No worries. Sorry it's a little late.
That's all right, darling. And she goes, what was completely ridiculous about the whole situation? She says, in all of those cases, eventually you die from a drug overdose from the painkiller. Anyway. So you could take it early, exactly the same result. But he had to continue going through like 3 or 4 months of abject agony and fear and unable to move, and then unable to communicate it. He's trying to communicate to people by movement of eyes, and then he couldn't move his eyes anymore. You know, it's just like, and it was dragged out and dragged out. Now, if you do that with a dog, you would be, you know, absolutely ridiculed. To, you know, why did you let that dog suffer so long? You know.
Yeah.
I was starting to get it with Max, because I couldn't let go of him. And I look back on it now and I feel so fucking guilty about it sometimes, mate. I try not to think about it, to be honest, because I feel so guilty. But at the time, the grip was real. Do you know what I mean? And you think it's just so, and you know. But when she said, you know, well, the medication kills him in the end anyway, so you could just give it to him early, and it's exactly the same outcome, except they didn't have to suffer, because they're not getting better. You know, there's no feathery angel going to appear or anything like that, or a magic fucking flash of thunder, and it's like, you're cured, you know? None, that's not happening. And yet, drag it out until it gets to the absolute limits, like he's in absolute abject agony, and they have to literally kill him with the painkiller. But that's okay, that's legal. It's something that really needs to be looked at. But I mean, talk about a thorny bush to jump into. Fuck me. From a legal standpoint, it's. Yeah. But what's sad about it is, in the meantime, people are still suffering.
Yep. And a lot of it is very selfish because, as you pointed out, you know, you wanted to keep Max around.
Yes, it was a selfishness. Yeah.
It was for you.
Yeah, oh yeah. No,
it's like, you know, with both of my cats, you know, the last two cats, I had to put both of those down. And I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to lose them, even though I knew that, you know, they had ailments that were going to eventually kill them. And were making them worse. Didn't want to let go, but you know, you've just got to take. And I hate thinking about, you know, doing what I did, but I did it for
when you look back. When you look back at it, you're going, oh, fuck! What was I thinking? What did I do to my best friend? You know?
Yeah,
mate.
But that's Who am I to?
So you so much as cough, and I'm going to shoot you in the head, right? So don't even cough, right? If I see a runny poo, carving knife, you know what I'm saying? Ew. Oh, mate.
Ew. Anyway.
Still. My love goes out to you, Wookie, mate.
Yeah.
Thinking of you, mate.
What's happened?
The
Wookie's mum's not well.
So. Okay. Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because my brother-in-law has just shuffled off.
Oh God!
It's just died today.
How's Liz?
Yeah, it's not great, but and he had cancer spread throughout his body. And at the end, if he could have moved, he would have thrown himself under a bus rather than put up with it. And there's, you know, the whole thing about assisted dying. He just, you know, weeks ago he'd have taken it, just said, let me just go in my own time. So, yeah. So, Wookie, mate, sorry to hear about your mum. You know. Yeah.
But it's one of those things where, you know, as an individual to it.
Oh, sorry, not his mum, his partner. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was
his partner. Sorry, Wookie.
It's weird that as you go through, these are like almost training exercises. It doesn't make it easier. It makes it more copable.
Yeah.
There's never anything easy about it, but I don't know. Life's a bitch. And death ain't much better.
Life's good. Just hold on to it for as long as you can, and when you're finished with it, let it go, kind of thing. But you're not allowed to let it go. There's no dignified way of letting it go, is there?
No.
Which is...
Oh, man.
Yeah.
But you hear about it more with people with pets. I think probably because the lifespan of pets, you know, it'll happen more often during the course of your lifetime, I suppose.
Yeah.
Happy Sunday.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Well, let's lighten the mood as best we can for everybody concerned. Thank you, Robbie. Yeah.
Matt with hair.
Hey! He does look like an Italian ice cream salesman. He really does. He really fucking does. Look like ding, 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 ding. He plays that horrible jingly bell music when he comes home from work.
Yeah.
On his stereo. Who was that? It was Paul Merton, wasn't it?
Yes. Oh dear.
Thank you. Ken Dad's dog's dead.
Ken Dad's dog's dead.
Dead. The old Tommy Cooper one. Goes, I went to this guest house, 2 o'clock in the morning. And I knock at the door. Nothing, so I bang on the door a bit harder. And this window opens up on the first floor, and this woman sticks her head out, rollers in the rear, and goes, she goes, what do you fucking want? I go, I want to stay here. She goes, well, fucking stay there, and close the window.
I went to the doctor's the other day. I said, it hurts when I do that. He said, don't do that then.
Spoon jar, jar spoons, spoons, jar.
Yeah. Oh dear.
All the Americans in the room going, what the fuck are they talking about?
I've got something in my eye.
Oh, finger.
Your finger. My mum used to say that. I go, I've got something in my eye. She goes, yeah, it's your fucking finger. It's your fucking finger.
That's your fucking finger.
Although she wasn't from Northern Ireland. I can't do Southern Ireland very well. Ironically. What? Oh, really? E flat. Oh dear. Anyway. Any other jokes?
My dog's got no nose.
How does it smell?
It doesn't. It hasn't got a nose.
Weren't you listening?
What the fuck's wrong with you?
You walked right into that, didn't you, Rob? Pew, pew, Bolly McGrew, crusty, dribbly cunt.
Rub.
Nah, I prefer my version.
What's this one?
Bit for you. Jimmy Carr one.
The venerable classic.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear.
There'd be kids who've never seen a wasp going, I love that.
You're treading on dangerous territory with that previous one. Treading.
Log groan.
Treading, yes.
Oh. He said something. Jimmy Carr one, we was talking about marriage. He said he's been with his girlfriend for like 10 years, but they're not married. He said they don't really feel need to get married. He said, but every time we go out, people are going, well, you thought about it? No? All right. He goes, what? A third finger? I don't know, but stretch it, but I'm willing to give it a go.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Maybe it was the delivery.
That was a FedEx delivery.
Yeah, sort of like, yeah. What? Well, I don't know where the fuck it is. It's a truck. Go and find it yourself. There you go, baby. And I have had a delivery driver who's not far off that.
Interesting question.
What's that?
Are there any doors that might be better stroke helpful for composition purposes than others?
Yeah.
Yes is the
Your
answer.
bedroom door. Close it so we don't have to fucking listen to it.
Yeah, no, there is. There is, and it's the one that works for you.
Yeah.
Different doors for different people, different workflows, different ways of working. There's no one door that's better than another, except for the person using it.
Yeah.
You just have to try them. You just have to try them.
Which obviously means Cubase.
Fucking hell.
I'll take that check now. Thanks. Cheers.
That's what happens when you're musically elite. When you're the synth elite, you get checks from Cubase for saying Cubase a lot. When you say Cubase, then Cubase pay you a lot of money for saying Cubase, especially Cubase.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get paid lots for saying Cubase.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did I mention Cubase?
You might have.
Mind you, with the amount of subscribers we have, no, probably not. There's loads of people we could have on the show if we had more subscribers.
Yeah.
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 It matters.
There's an insider joke for you.
That's very insider. I'm going to be telling Lynn. And anyway, moving on.
Oh, bollocks. No one tried to get away. She said it had beans. She didn't say they were jumping beans. I know, for heaters with chili. I know, it's weird. All right.
Excuse me, Mo. I'll be back in a while.
And now for something completely different. You got any more of those pictures, Rob?
I was just going through the ones that were in the. I think I
They've
showed
accumulated over the time.
Yeah, there's that one.
Man killed by breast.
What's this one?
That fucking hurts.
Oh, yeah.
That's all 2 tons of creamed corn. Let's confirm purchase.
I have no idea why that's there. I've walked past lampposts in Bucharest that are like that.
Yeah.
That is not a lie. They are terrible.
Yeah.
This one.
Nah, Ken, I think you got more cables than that.
Why have we got that there?
Oh, PS3200 next to a PS31 next to a 4-unit System 100M. In a very tidy workshop with a wall with walls poster on the wall.
Who is that then?
The 4-block 101 system belonged to Leicester.
Oh, this is your picture?
Yeah, it must be. That's my workshop.
Oh, yeah, it must be then.
Nobody else holds that much foam cleaner.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, it was Leicester Barnes. He was selling it on.
Mm-hmm.
PS3100 belonged to... Christ.
Did it really? He was playing keyboards?
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a band he was putting together.
Jesus and the Apostles.
Jesus and the Apostles, yeah. Tonight only.
Don't hang around.
Which reminds me, I must watch Life of Brian again.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Oh, what was that I posted? Hang on a minute. Let's see if I can get this. Where are we?
Oh, by the way, I spoke to the vet. Seen Noah, yes. Stone deaf.
Oh, right.
Absolutely stone deaf.
Wow.
Which is quite funny now because Littleton is barking away at him, jumping around him like that, and he's there going, What? Bless his little cottons.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, WD-40 UV true band. Like it. Well, hello.
There we go.
Lovely girl. You want a bit? There you go. You lot eat better than I do.
Not Life of Brian, but...
Run
away!
Run away! Run away! It's a very sound military tactic. I'll have you know. It's funny, the only thing that springs when I think of that one. What was the film called? Fuck me, what's wrong with my head tonight?
Holy Grail.
Holy Grail. 2 things I always think of, but nothing else. Rest of the film, Blur, you know? And that's literally the, how do you know she's a witch bit? And the, one day lad, always will be yours. What, the curtains? Stuff like that.
Not like, come and see the violence inheritance, sister.
I must admit. Oh, there's a nice piece of mud over here.
Yeah. Or, we are the knights who say...
Yeah.
Or,
Nice shrubbery.
Yeah.
Something 2 level. Not too
A
expensive.
fat in your general direction. Silly Englishman.
I told him we already have one. And the Trojan rabbit. Okay, now what happens? Well, we wait until dark, and then we get out of the... Oh.
Oh, dear. I still think that line, I told him it already had one, is one of the best in the film, I think.
Yeah.
'Tis but a scratch.
Yeah. Just a flesh wound.
Yes. Come on. Oh, dear.
You've got 2 coconuts. Where'd you get coconuts from? This is a temperate climate.
Bring out your dad. I'm not dead. Soon will be.
I'm feeling better.
Yeah. Oh, can't you hang around?
Go on, do it by a favour. Good film.
Oh, they're all good films, yeah.
I never thought there'd be one that would fit that kind of comedy classic. And then I saw The Producers.
Oh, God, yeah.
Although I liked the second one, the remake with Nathan Lane. It obviously is not the same impact.
No.
Galaxy Quest is an absolute fucking classic now. I thought it was all right the first time I watched it. Second time I watched it, I went, okay. I'm beginning to get this now.
Yeah, it's a grower.
Yeah, exactly.
I think its problem was that, or one of its problems, was that Tim Allen at the time was still Mr. Home Improvements, wasn't he? He was still...
Yeah.
And even though, the rest of the cast, I mean, Alan Rickman was brilliant, and Sigourney Weaver was fantastic, and Sam Rockwell.
It was weird because she is Ripley.
Yeah, exactly.
So she's already living that life as well.
Yeah. But
for real.
If you watch it now, I think it works better now because obviously Tim Allen is less high profile than he was at the time, I think.
Yeah, and he had also done the Santa Claus movie
too. Yeah.
Yeah. Mind you, it was that high profile that got him the job in the first place. And then the guy who played Monk, I can remember his name.
Oh yeah.
Chief Tech Chen.
We started watching another show on Apple TV that we were just like, we're waiting for the next seasons of Severance and Slow Horses and Silo and all this, and so that what should we? We just start flicking through, and they would come across this one called Sunny, and the premise seemed a little bit odd, but we thought, oh fuck it anyway. And we're 3 episodes in, and we're like, now we've caught up to because it comes out once a week. And we're like, oh God, I want to see the next episode. It's about this American woman that's moved to Japan. She teaches English to students, and she meets a Japanese guy who works for a company that do all sorts of wonderful things with technology. It's kind of set in the not too distant future, so it's sort of like maybe 5-10 years possibly up the road.
Okay.
So their mobile devices they're slightly different now. Instead of having a screen, they just project onto a wall, but they still have elements of what we know today, and so it's just a little bit in the future. But he works for a company that, amongst other things, make companion robots, which are these kind of typically kind of Japanese white humanoid-looking things with big ball heads and a massive screen with those big, kawaii eyes and what have you.
To make them look friendly and approachable.
Yeah.
Which is exactly how they would do it.
And it kicks off with her and her mother-in-law, her Japanese mother-in-law, giving details of what her husband and her son were wearing because they've gone down in an airplane crash.
Right.
So she's grieving because she's lost her husband and her young son.
Okay.
And then, trying not to spoil things, this bloke turns up at her apartment with this robot, saying, because she hates these robots, he said, your husband designed this one especially for you. And so she doesn't, she hates it. She shuts it in the cupboard. But it manages to get out, and and there's lots of dark, sinister things going on that make you think, oh, why is this doing that, and why is that? But it's really good. It's really very. It's subtle. It's very we're very got very
keep an eye out.
Yeah, so it's on Apple TV. So
oh, okay.
If you haven't got Apple TV, Apple TV Plus.
Might have to wait for it to filter down.
Yeah, I need to buy a new Apple TV unit because we finally decided to put a TV in the bedroom.
Oh,
after all this,
okay.
yeah. Well, we used to have one, then we stopped. But we were clearing out mother-in-law's house.
Yeah.
And she got a big. Well, I say big. It was
48.
No, it wasn't that big. It was probably a 32 or a 37 inch. It's 4K. She only bought it about a year or so ago.
Oh,
and Jackie said, "Oh, do you think we could make use of that?" I said, "Well, you could put it in the bedroom." She goes, "Oh yeah, put it in the bedroom. It's a bit too big." Even though I said, I could put it on the wall with an arm, movable arm bracket. But she said, no. So there's another. We had one of the smaller TVs, and put that in the bedroom. But so we've got no. We've got no TV connection up there, So I just want to put an Apple TV box in there because pretty much covers everything anyway.
Yeah.
So I need to buy another Apple TV box, but waiting on the new one. Is it the 4th gen? I think it is. It was supposed to come out last month, but hasn't surfaced yet. So I don't want to buy. I don't want to buy one, and then next month they say, "Oh, look, the new." So,
yeah, well,
we watch so much stuff through that nowadays. So much stuff.
Yeah, it's weird because we end up on the telly downstairs. We end up watching stuff that we've all seen before. Going over old ground. I'm not really taking in too much of the new stuff. Or, something that we know and a new series has come out. Like, we've been waiting for a new series of Brokenwood to come out for, I don't know how fucking long now. It hasn't come out. Fiona's taste does lean towards the, should we say, Australian slant.
Has she been watching that thing on BBC? The Aussie cop drama that everyone's raving about? Jackie's been watching it, I haven't watched it. I can't remember what it's called now. Dark Country or something? I don't know.
Don't know. She might. Well,
that's all. I walked in there a little while ago and Jackie's watching the current episode.
Oh.
And she says, "Oh yeah, this mysterious dog keeps turning up." And I looked over and I said, Dingo's got my baby. Couldn't resist.
Yeah, that story lasted a while.
Didn't it just?
Yeah.
Oh dear me.
Well. Yeah, so we end up just watching old stuff, weirdly.
Somebody posted a clip the other day of that James Burke Apollo documentary that came out in '79.
Oh, the one with the perfect shot?
Yeah.
When he finishes his thingy and it just ignites.
And it does this.
Yeah, absolutely perfectly timed.
I remember watching that when it first broadcast, and we taped it, and I would just watch it over and over and over. I loved James Burke.
Yeah.
And he was just a great...
Dad was a massive fan.
Yeah, just... And somebody, I think it was the BBC, the BBC Archive channel, posted a little clip up. It was well, I say a clip, it was a 15-minute clip. And I remember I just watched that. I thought, I'd love to watch that again, but can't find it anywhere.
No.
Absolutely love to watch that
I
again,
know.
that whole season. That was a great documentary.
Well, you got old that thing where they were talking about going back to the moon. They said, well, we're not going back to the moon because there wasn't any oil there. and which apparently turned out to be not that far away from the truth.
You guys ever watch Connections or The Day the Universe Changed? Those are great shows.
No.
James Burke.
Yeah. He did
Connections, yes.
Yeah, no, he did some great ones, yeah.
We got him on PBS here. I used to watch him on repeat. It's great stuff.
But there was a program on yesterday that we saw where they were talking about pointing out all these different things about how they changed the names of things that here.
Oh, they did? It's not the same name?
For in the American markets.
Because you had Secret Life of Machines over there as Secret Life of Machines, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that didn't change.
Yeah. But there was things that were changed, but it was for the most bizarre reasons sometimes. It's like something you wouldn't have even thought of. Like the Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone.
Yeah, that was weird.
Because they honestly thought that if it was the Philosopher's Stone, the American audiences,
they go, that's boring.
Will think it's got something. Yeah, it's like, but but won't the poster give it away?
Well, I mean, clearly, if you read the books, it didn't matter, right? But they're trying to get all the people who didn't read the books. So
yeah, exactly, and still, the poster would give it away.
Yeah.
Or when most people watch these things via trailers. Hello.
So are you trying to educate my child? I can't have that.
Yeah.
No philosophy here.
And it was things like games that had their names changed and things like that. It was very, very strange. It was because your Monopoly is the American Monopoly board, isn't it? So
it's not called Monopoly over there?
Oh, it's called Monopoly here. We invented it, darling. Yeah. No, it's all London, and yours is all New York.
Oh, I see. Right, yeah.
Atlantic City.
Oh, you can have different ones.
Yeah, different ones in the UK.
We have different ones.
The original one. Well, it is now, but the original one was just Marylebone Station and Leicester Square and all that, and Old Kent Road.
Yep.
Here, which I own now.
They have stains on there.
Yeah.
LEG proud.
Yeah, I used to always buy houses and then hotels on the Old Kent Road because it had my name in it, and I always fucking lost.
I kept
buying this shit
same,
property.
The shoe and the characters are all the same.
Well, we had the dog,
the
boot,
shoe, the iron, the ship.
Because we're in Britain, everybody had their own iron ship. Part of the Industrial Revolution. What was the other one then? There was the Scotty dog. Oh, the top hat. Top hat, yeah.
Mm.
But there's a whole program on the differences between the different Monopoly boards and content. Because I really like the idea of having one with dollars. Because we were bought.
The exchange rate's better.
Yeah, true. Yeah, but the house is more expensive. But this whole thing with because we were brought up on American TV, weren't we? Weirdly.
Good point.
So the idea of the $100 bill and all this sort of thing is like.
Yeah, you guys love Starsky and Hutch. I can't stand it.
Oh, we loved it for like a while, but not we didn't go mad. We sure as fuck didn't remake it. Christ.
That's true.
Yeah, America is remaking a lot of things now, I've noticed.
Yeah, well, everyone's out of ideas. So
all the writers have died.
Yeah.
Because they remade, what was it, that new Knight Rider?
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
It's a Mustang now instead of it was a Pontiac, wasn't it? Yeah. Now it's a Mustang, but it can also morph.
Is it less creepy voice on as a computer?
Okay, yeah, it can morph into different types of cars and stuff, and it's got huge guns on it when it needs it, and all this sort of. But it's like, oh my god! But the CGI is fucking awful. It's really bad. That car is clearly not there.
Yeah.
Sometimes even get like the shadow wrong. Its shadow's going one way, and the shadow of everything else in the car park is going in a different direction.
The effects look like Reboot, that old show Reboot.
Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah.
The thing is, they use the car from the new CGI, but the shadows were from the old series. That's what it was. Yeah.
Well, that'll keep them guessing.
Yeah, it's the old shadows. It's got Hank Marvin in it. It's got.
Mate. Well, other remakes of that.
I didn't know till you guys brought up that Sanford and Son actually came from the UK. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was called Steptoe and Son here. And it was a lot grittier.
Bet.
Lots of grittier.
Yeah, that's a man.
Harold. Remember in the film where he's sitting in the kitchen sink?
Yeah.
In the, what they call them? Was it a Devonshire sink or a Bristol sink?
Belfast sink.
Washing himself with Dad's washing powder. Drying himself with the curtains.
Did it have the equivalent characters though? There was the father-son.
No,
There was the.
It was a
Grady
father-son.
kind of
It was a father-son, but it was
Rag
Rack and Bowman, which was junk collectors.
There's no Aunt Esther equivalent. Some ugly lady they're teasing all the time.
Oh, there was a couple of characters that come in and out, but
No,
I don't think
it was always about just the father and the son, and then the son's desire to have romance, but he couldn't. A, because he was a rag and bone man, and B, because his father didn't want him to. So
what is the one? What's the American show that is it's literally a remake of Till Death Us Do Part?
Oh.
Don't know.
What's it called in America? You'll know it, Andy.
I mean, I wouldn't know from that, but yeah, when you guys.
Oh no, you wouldn't know it from that, but you'll know the show.
Deeply offensive, racist
Yes.
lead character.
Armchair.
Archie
yeah.
Bunker, All in the Family.
That's
Archie Bunker. Yeah,
that's it,
that is actually ripped.
So Norman
from...
Lear stole that, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's actually Till Death Us Do Part, and it was much worse. Much worse. Well, we should got away with more here, didn't we?
It was written by what's his name? He was Jewish, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And it was one of those shows that used
Howard Marks.
It was a bit like the way Blazing Saddles exposed racism and prejudice
and backfired it on
and
the exponents of it.
Yeah, and it was like that. So you had this.
Look at me, exponents.
Deeply offensive.
What was in that chili?
who was racist and that.
Yeah.
But through that thing, he exposed the stupidity of it all, and
So was the Jeffersons original? Because that was a spin-off of All in the Family.
Pass.
Because they took the black characters in the All in the Family and put them in their own show.
Well, the black character was kind of the US spin on basically because his daughter, Alf Garnett's daughter, was what's her name?
Una Stubbs.
Was it Una Stubbs, wasn't it? And was it her boyfriend was the Scouser? Which is almost the equivalent, I suppose, to him anyway, as the whole white-black thing in the Archie Bunker. Isn't it? And his love of West Ham.
Yeah.
Come
Hammers?
on, you hammers. Yeah, the hammers, yeah.
I only know that from Monty Python, by the way.
Yeah. Monty Python's taught everybody everything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, watch Monty Python and become knowledgeable.
Yeah. I know about Marcel Proust to them. I know through a whole bunch of stuff.
Exactly. And the opening of the Sydney Opera House.
Yeah.
Chateau Walla Walla. Yeah. This is not a wine for drinking. This is a wine for laying down and avoiding.
They're fishing them out the sewers every half an hour.
No.
This wine is designed for hand-to-hand combat.
Combat only. And the Hungarian translation book?
Oh yeah.
My hovercraft is full of eels.
Drop your panties, Sir William. I cannot wait till lunchtime.
Oh, the translation? Yeah.
Yeah, if
Hungarian
you
phrase
said
book?
you, yeah, the Hungarian phrase
My
book.
hovercraft is full of eels.
Yeah, that's the puppy.
Exculpate me for to toss the hairs.
Oh, God bless him.
My nipples explode with desire.
That one doesn't work, by the way. Tried it.
Will you come back to my place? Bouncy, bouncy.
Yes. Oh, dear. Oh. But it was also the simple sketches that didn't even have any dialogue on them, like the milkman one, where the milkman goes to the door and this woman opens the door in a little neckwear, leads him upstairs into this room and then locks it. It's just full of milkmen.
Yeah.
All trapped. Love it. Oh, dear.
Yeah, those never get old. I can watch them over and over and over again.
Oh, God, yeah. You've got a wife, you know.
Excuse me, Chief Inspector, but I think there's been a robbery over here. I just saw a man run along, take a woman's handbag and run off with it. Really? No. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to come back to my place for coffee?
Yeah.
You're all right.
You're all right then.
There's a long pause, yeah.
What about the two guys in the office? The two guys in the office go, somebody just went past that window.
Oh, he's jumping out the window.
Yeah.
That was Perkins. No, that wasn't Perkins.
That wasn't Perkins. It was Perkins. Oh, no, you're right. That was
Perkins.
Yeah.
Now, here are two unsuccessful encyclopedia salesmen.
Oh, mate. Oh, God. My dad used to love that. Because you had to stay up quite late to watch it. Well past my bedtime. So I used to just crouch on the bottom stair, looking around the corner.
I used to do the same thing. I watched the very first episode.
Yeah.
Because I thought it was going to be a proper planes running around flying circus. I thought it was going to be a flying circus. I really did. And when I saw it, I went, what the flipping heck?
Do you know what was really funny about it? I was 6 years old and I wanted to be able to see it. And when I saw it, and I had to be careful not to laugh too loud, otherwise my dad would know I was there. And yet, I'm 6. I didn't understand 90% of what they were saying. And yet, it was somehow funny.
I remember going into school the following day after the first episode, and all of us were doing the sketches. All of us. It was just mad. It was kind of what, and everyone was. All the teachers were looking. It's going, what?
Well, they had the multi-level Warner Brothers kind of thing where you watch Bugs Bunny and it's funny, and you watch Bugs Bunny as an adult and you go, oh, I see what they're doing here. That's all kind of subversion and other.
I have caught a husky. Hello, husky.
Oh.
Hello, Bubba. Yeah.
Bubba.
Guess what? Look. Yeah. Look. No, don't eat that. Look. Focus. What's the one thing you love more than anything else in the world?
Cock.
Whoa.
No, we're working up to that.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Hang on. You eat it in little bits. Little. Over here. Stupid. Over here. No. No, I want the big bit. Yeah. Here you go. It's all right, Nelly. I haven't forgotten about you. Come on. Because we are fattening you up. It's Christmas soon.
It will be. Yeah.
You're going for your checkup, aren't you? Hey? You can see how much weight you've put on. Which is... bloody hell. I told you about breakfast, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Did I tell you? Yeah. Little git. Pretends he hasn't had breakfast. Got 2 breakfasts, 10 minutes apart.
Pets do that. Mr. Evans does. Hello, Mr. Evans. Well. What you doing?
And drop it. Good girl. Yeah. Numb. Yeah. You will eat bleeding anything, you will, won't you? Eh? Oh, you dropped that bit. Yeah. Another bit for you, Siri. Another bit for you. There you go, Lily Bum.
Lily Bum, Lily Bum.
Another bit for you. Another bit for you. A big bit for you. There you go. Right. And that bit.
Good to talk last night, Andy.
Doesn't want to talk now.
No, he doesn't want to talk now at all.
Wait, sorry, what? I had noise in the background. What's going on?
I said it was good to talk last night. Good to have a chat.
Oh, yeah. It's good stuff. Always good.
Bell.
I always have to put it in context because I'm at so many hours apart, so it was...
Yeah.
Right, you ready to get down now? Come on in. Ready? Hey, there you go.
I think people enjoyed that, I hope.
No, I watched it.
Didn't really solve the world's problems, but...
No.
No.
Came to the conclusion, Longhurst. God, don't he go on? Fucking hell.
I was only a bit pissed.
Fuck me. You gotta get to the end of that. Yeah.
Hendrik's very mellow. He'll just lay back and let things happen.
Yeah.
Whilst constantly changing the fucking camera position.
Said Robbie with no malice in his voice whatsoever.
None at all.
Well, it makes sense to give focus to the person presenting or talking it sometimes, but yeah, it can get a little crazy at times.
Ah, well.
Good to meet Tim as well.
Yeah, he was interesting.
I've known of him for years. We've never quite sort of crossed paths, but yeah, I've known about him for years.
Terry and June, God's sake. That is
Terry
going back
and June. Love Thy Neighbour.
The Good Life.
Good Life was a goodie. Everyone fancied Barbara.
Even made it into the young ones. Didn't it? With
Yes,
I've
it
got
did.
Leslie Kendall's underwear, and it needs a really good wash.
Yeah.
No night kissing.
No, Keith.
Keith.
Oh, I think definitely did not fancy Barbara.
Oh no, I was a teenager, and she certainly featured very heavily in a lot of tissues. Yes, no, she was.
That's TMI. That's.
I always thought Penelope Keith was rather tasty.
She was rather.
Ooh.
In a posh totty kind of way.
Yes.
Posh totty.
What about To the Manor Born?
Yeah.
I didn't fancy him.
Did
I
you?
liked Aaron Gray on Buck Rogers.
Buck Rogers.
And Tweaky was always funny too. So.
Bitty, bitty, bitty.
Got Mel Blanc.
Yeah.
Come on.
Biggie. Fuck you, Buck.
Yeah. Hey, Buck. Fuck off.
Oh, mate. He was a very weird character, really, when you think about it. But,
Well, he's got the, Dr. Theopolis is the intelligent one, and then there's this little goofy robot.
yeah.
Talks like a cartoon character, so.
Yeah, but every time you saw him, you kept thinking he was going to go, the plane.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The actor was
Even
very much
looked like him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Did you ever in the States get or see Spike Milligan?
Not regularly, but I definitely. That got all
I'll
scrambled.
take your word for it.
That was one of his sketches.
got a glitch there. No, we got clips of him, and I knew who he was, but it wasn't like a regular thing.
They might have seen him, but they wouldn't have got him.
He used to do. He used to do a
it was pretty silly stuff, right? It wasn't like.
He was almost like the forerunner of
he was
Monty Python, really.
Yeah, Monty
Ernie
Python
Koufax kind of stuff, right?
him. Yeah. Sorry?
Ernie Koufax.
That rings a bell.
Black and white TV era. You ever saw Ernie Koufax?
Rings
He's the
a
one that
bell.
came up with Mana Mana. Yeah.
Mana Mana.
That was his deal.
Yeah.
Mana.
I'm trying to think of some classic Spike.
What are we going to do now? What are we going to do next? What are we going to do now? He did the 3p man.
He did a poem called Pontius Cac. It was it was a detective. Fucking really weird. Because it was a lot of his stuff was very surreal.
Completely didn't have beginnings, didn't have endings. Yeah. Yeah, he appeared in Life of Brian, didn't he?
Yes, that was him.
Very briefly.
With the sandal. Still
With
holding
the
the
sandal.
sandal. And then everybody went away and he went, oh, and just walked off.
Yeah.
He was holidaying there at the time. That's the only reason he's in the film.
Yeah.
Fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
What about the Goons? Did the Goons make it to the US, Andy?
Don't think so. At least not that I was aware of. I know about him now, but
Yeah. No, that wouldn't surprise me. I think that was an incredibly British thing, really.
now everyone's talking about Goonin. That's a totally different thing.
Oh yeah. Yes, that's it. Only Spike Milligan could have stood up on the stage after he's been presenting an award by Prince Charles and say, "Grovelling little bastard."
Snivelling little bastard, yeah.
Snivelling little bastard, yeah.
Yeah, you snivelling little bastard. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, that brought the fucking house down, didn't it?
Including Prince of Wales.
Well, he was
Prince
a huge
Charles.
fan.
Yeah, he was.
But a lot of that stuff came here on public television. So without public television, we wouldn't get so much of it.
Yeah.
Doctor Who, Red Dwarf, a bunch of that stuff. It's all public television.
Weirdly, we were inundated with American shows, mainstream.
Yeah.
On terrestrial TV, no problem.
Because it's cheaper buying in than making your own, right?
Yeah. Well, the BBC weren't making things that America were manufacturing for a start.
Did you guys ever get Dr. Demento broadcast over there? The radio show with all the weird songs and stuff? That's where Weird Al got to start.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I think it was.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that
Between
came
Monty
out
Python
on
and Dr. Demento, I got shit.
I think it was on one of the. I'm trying to think which station it was now. It wasn't one
He
of
still
the
has a
BBC
channel,
stations.
satellite radio. He still has a show on there somewhere, but
Yeah.
Who was it that did the periodic table? Sang the periodic table as a
Tom
song?
Lehrer.
Tom Lehrer, yeah. So Tom
He was a math
Lehrer.
teacher. He was a math professor at UC
That's
Santa
right.
Cruz. And
Yeah.
the whole time I went there, I forgot he was still teaching there. I could have gone to one of his lectures.
Yeah.
Bummed out I forgot that.
Yeah, he's clever.
Very clever man.
Yeah.
Fuck me, it's
He basically
warm.
taught the math that I never studied. The really advanced, linear algebra and advanced calculus and all kinds of stuff that I didn't take.
Well,
Transformational quadratic
I
equation.
tell you how much of an impact American TV had here is because there were shows that were made here that people thought were made in America. So all you got to do, you're 2 years old, you get up in the morning on a Saturday, you go and turn the television on, your mum turns your television on and hands you a bowl of porridge or whatever, and you're presented with Thunderbirds, Stingray, and all talking with American accents. But it's made here, and it's made up in town, wasn't it?
It was made in was it Staines or Slough?
Yeah, just up the road.
Yeah. The only one we got here regularly was Captain Scarlet. I don't remember the other ones too much till later.
Yeah, Thunderbirds was huge here, but Captain Scarlet, Scarlet made it across the pond, no problem.
We had a show that would play it off and on with all the Japanese shows like Ultraman, Spectreman, Space Giants.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
Yeah. It's like we used to get Saturday mornings here, even as an older child, and we'd get things like banana splits and.
Oh, the banana split.
What was the weird one that that kid that played the All Right Governor in that film? Oh fucking hell! What was it called? H.R. Puff and Stuff.
H.R. Puff and Stuff.
Oh, the Croft. Yeah. The Croft guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack Wilde. There was Jack Wilde was in
Jack
that.
Wilde, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that was him. Yeah, H.R.
He was a chimney sweep or something. He was in something. All Right, Gov.
Well, he was in. He was the Artful Dodger in Oliver, wasn't
he? That's it.
What's the connection between Jack Wilde
and
Rick Wakeman?
Oh, I know this.
They crashed into each other at a set of lights.
No.
Okay.
Oh fuck!
They used the insane inflatable doll.
Nope. Come on.
They're both allergic to peanuts.
Matt's got it.
His first mini Moog.
Jack Wilde bought a mini Moog and promptly told his manager he wanted to sell it. His manager knew Rick Wakeman, and he said, he's bought this synthesizer, it doesn't work, it only plays one note at a time.
How could I forget that classic story? I do remember that. How weird. Yeah, my mind is gone. My mind is gone.
I need to open the windows. It's sticky in here.
Sticky?
Yeah, because of that you were just thinking.
Right, okay. You were sitting there thinking about Felicity Kendall and her washing that needs a good wash.
I was eating jelly beans.
Same thing.
Yeah, same kind of thing. Similar size.
Oh, mate.
Jesus, it's sticky.
How well did the Carry On films get across to the States? Probably not very well, I would have thought.
I didn't know about them till actually several years ago, to be honest. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention.
No, they probably wouldn't have made it across the Atlantic, to be honest.
Wasn't there like a Carry On Emmanuel or something like that?
Yeah, that's more in the sort of like, oh God, stop now era.
Towards the end.
Yeah. The classic ones like Carry On Screaming.
Carry On Cleo.
Camping. I warmed to it after a while. Up the Khyber was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Screaming was classic though.
They were all
Carry On
dreadful
Constable.
films.
Oh
They
God,
were every one of them dreadful films, and I loved them.
Were they mostly the same characters, or they changed it up a bit?
Yeah, it was always pretty much. There was a whole team.
But
yeah, it was a big team. Yeah,
Not the same characters, but they played the same kind of people, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, not the same characters, though. Yeah.
Well, Carry On Screaming, Kenneth Williams was sort of like the Frankenstein character.
Yes.
But that was blown out. That was blown out of the water by Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
And that made that entire subject. You just can't touch that after Mel Brooks did his
Young Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
Something that was covered in that Gene Wilder documentary, because Gene wrote that.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
What's up, Blazing Saddles? There've been some comedy westerns since Blazing Saddles, but they sucked, right?
I might be able to do something about that hump. What?
Ta-da! Mighty Felton.
Because the Family Guy
Mighty
tried to make a
Felton.
comedy western. It wasn't good. Blazing Saddles.
Oh,
kicks
Many
ass,
Ways
though.
to Die in the
Oh,
West.
it's terrible. Yeah.
No, it's not that bad. It's all right.
Yeah, it's okay. But again, Mel had done the subject. Leave it alone.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, once Mel's done it, walk away.
Well, then, back at that time, yes. Those two films are signature hallmarks. He never quite... Yeah, and the producers.
And the
after
producers,
that.
obviously.
History of the
After
World
that,
was good, but they never
a bit
went
sort of-
beyond that one. So
Yeah.
I always thought that could have gone a bit more. They could have pushed
The
that
producers?
one a little bit. No, History of the World Part 1.
well, they did the funny thing at the end, the Jews in spacing, like there was going to be a second movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
Hitler on ice.
And he decided not to do that, and he did that goofy Star Wars one. So,
Yeah.
Spaceballs.
Yeah.
which was way too late, actually. It had some funny stuff, but it was way too late.
Yeah, but it didn't have the same.
He was just...
impact.
Then
Well, like Robin Hood Men in Tights, that wasn't good.
No, that wasn't good. But you
Those
see,
are-
like,
those are all
Galaxy
parodies.
Quest destroyed
They-
Spaceballs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Galaxy Quest was brilliant. He was by that point doing parodies of other people's films. Neither Blazing Saddles nor Young Frankenstein were essentially they were works of love. They were passion projects, and yes, they were funny because that's what he does. But they weren't parodying something.
Even
new.
High Anxiety was fun, making fun of Hitchcock movies.
Yes.
That was fun. Merde.
Here's your paper. And the ink runs down the thing.
And Silent Movie was great.
Yes. For it was a difficult genre to do, but he did it all right. But it didn't age well, weirdly.
No. Neither have I.
No, that's true. We all haven't. There's bits at me that used to point at the ceiling that don't anymore. No, that.
It's when your ankles become familiar with your knackers, you think, oh, maybe I'm getting a bit old.
Don't talk to me about my ankles.
Okay, I won't.
Oh, good. I was just telling Robbie about my ankles before I started the show. Didn't he? He threw up where he's sitting.
Go on, tell us.
No, it's not. It's not good. Seriously,
Okay.
it's not good. I'll talk about anything, but this is not. People have had lunch today. You know, just like no. So anyway, yeah, the producers. Springtime for Hitler.
What a brilliant concept that was. I mean, just a ridiculously brilliant concept. The whole
I love it when the camera just pans to the audience all going. It's freaking hilarious. Love it.
There's a really good bit in that documentary last night about how Gene Wilder was cast in that you know, Mel Brooks absolutely, because Mel Brooks was married to Anne Bancroft.
That's
At
right.
the time,
Gene was in a play
with Anne.
with her.
Yeah.
They met.
Yeah.
Mel Brooks says, "Yo, you're my Leo," and then promptly didn't hear from him for about 3 years. Then Mel Brooks got back in touch, and that's when they cast Zero. Is it Zero Mustaine or Zero? I can't remember his
Zero
name.
Mostel.
Yeah, Mostel. That's it. They cast him as I forget the character's name, but Mel said, "You've got to convince. I want you in this part, but you've got to convince Zero that you're good enough." And they met, and Gene is like shitting himself because he knows he's got to do this reading, and it's going to be make or break. And apparently Zero just turned around and he grabbed his face, kissed him full on the lips, and says, "You're my man." And apparently just dispelled all the tension and all the nerves. And they read, and it just worked.
Yeah.
Wasn't it also that Gene Wilder the studio exec didn't want him as well. So the studio exec didn't want him. And he sat Mel down and said, "Look, we'll fund you for this, but you're not going to
So they told him they
said,
stopped him from seeing the rushes.
Yeah, that's right. He said, so we'll take him out. They didn't show him the rushes for 3 weeks, by which time it was too late.
It was similar sort of thing happened with Young Frankenstein.
That was Blazing Saddles, actually, wasn't it?
It
was Blazing Saddles, yeah.
Yeah, because they got some guy lined up for the Waco Kid, but it was some American actor who was a raging alcoholic.
That's right.
His agent said, "Oh no, he's been sober for 2 years." And on the first day of the shoot, the sheriff finds him hanging upside down in the cell. On the first day of the shoot, he just basically vommed across everything. So he was off, and that's how they got him in. But they when they pitched the Young Frankenstein thing to it was Columbia Pictures, they didn't think they would get the thing because they thought it was a little bit too sort of out there. But they got the backing, but they forgot. They deliberately didn't tell them they were going to film it in black and white, and they left to the very last minute. And Columbia said, "No, it's not going to work. It will never work." So they went to 20th Century Fox, and Alan Ladd Jr. had just taken over there, and he was very ballsy in terms of the films that he would take on, and he took it on. And I think it was Columbia's Decca Records moment. So
it was, and didn't they? Mel Brooks went and got Mel Brooks and the director of photography. They went and found the original sets with all of the gear, the electronics, the sparking things.
It was a proper homage, yeah.
Yeah, they got the originals from the guy that did it. Yeah. So they lit it the same way. I think they found the original lighting guy and got him to do the lighting. So it was perfect. It was a perfect recreation of the whole thing.
But that whole song and dance routine at the end.
yeah.
Mel Brooks said
wouldn't do it, would he?
Wouldn't do it.
He didn't.
Not going to do it. Not going to do it. And eventually, what made him do it was the fact that Gene Wilder just said it's got to happen. It has to happen.
Yeah.
And according to Mel Brooks now, he says that's what he wanted. He said once I knew that he was, he wouldn't let it go.
He was prepared to fight for it. Yeah. As soon as I knew he was prepared to fight for it, then we knew it was it. And it's a brilliant part.
It works perfectly. Yeah.
Putting on the ring.
It's where my mind works like TikTok, bleeding 15 seconds at a time. It's ridiculous. Oh God! Like people say to me the name of a film, and I'll just remember one tiny little segment out of it immediately, and then have to really think about the rest of the film. And it'd be something really inane. Like in Blazing Saddles, it would be, I think he said, the sheriff is near.
The sheriff is The sheriff is near.
Yeah.
He said the sheriff is near. No, God damn it! I said the sheriff is doing.
Doing.
I love that is the most authentic country gibberish I've ever heard, or something like that. Okay.
God, you're so talented.
Genuine frontier gibberish.
Frontier gibberish, that was it.
Yeah.
Not that I know the films well at all.
No. Never let that be said. No.
And now I'm going to read from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and Duck.
What?
Yeah.
Like our town is turning into shit. They're all like nicely singing, and on TV they had to put they had to raise the accordion sound and cover that up. Our town is turning into.
Yeah.
I'm so tired. Oh, Miss Lily. Oh my God.
12 schnitzel groove is my limit. I love the name too, Schnitzel.
I like it. Bitter baby. Oh.
I've been with thousands of men, and again and again.
And again and again and again.
And they burst your balloon. They're always going and coming and coming and going, and always too soon. Right, girls?
Right, girls?
It was brilliant.
All right, I gotta pull Annie in and go get dinner.
All right, baby.
All right.
Take care, man.
Cheers, gorgeous. Cheers, Justin.
You too.
Do you know what? You could change that into a quiz. We say one line, you have to guess what film it's from. Oh, where'd he go? Where'd the bastard go?
Well, I don't know if you ever saw that show that John Landis produced on HBO called Dream On, where it's like a Walter Mitty thing where he escapes into movie clips all the time, TV show clips.
That was a great show.
It was great.
Yeah,
and you can actually find it if you look on Dailymotion. Someone illegally uploaded to Dailymotion every episode.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
But they had to flip it so it doesn't get taken down. So you have to watch it reversed. But it's great because I've seen so many movies over the years. Makes me I think about
Guten
stuff
Tag.
like movie clips. So.
Wie geht's?
Hey, Steve.
Oh, sorry, Steve. Hang on a minute. There we go.
Nah.
Oh, hang on.
There was another.
Oh, hang on.
Sledgehammer.
No,
not that one. The TV show.
I know what you mean. Yeah, that one's okay. I was not into that much, but it's funny.
That always used to be on like late night, like Channel 4 or ITV over here. That was always good. I really liked it.
He often played bad guys in movies and shows and stuff, but that was funny. He did comic stuff on that one. So.
Yeah.
How you doing, Stephen?
It's not too bad. No, it's we made it. My son had his 26th birthday last night, so we went out to all the Italian restaurants, and then as a family, and he had a good evening, and we
Excelente.
Came home, and I made the mistake of drinking coffee late in the piece. I was awake till about 3 a.m., but I had a few hours sleep, and it's about 8:30 here now in the morning.
Oh, you're one of those, are you? Coffee doesn't keep me awake.
What was going to happen? I didn't even think about it. I just enjoyed the coffee, as you do when you go and have a meal somewhere. And often it doesn't have a problem, but this did. So, yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, so it must have been good coffee. I'll have to go back and see if it works.
What was in those beans?
The beans. Yeah. He put in the beans. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
That's a Stein Wiesengusen. Yeah.
Yeah. This is one. Oh, mate.
I could see Robbie doing an entire show in German. That would be novel. That would be different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do it with a little tash.
Don't be stupid, be a smarty. Come and join our synthesizer party. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
thought we were the synthesizer mafia. You're wrong. Guess again.
Go to Germany for those festivals. I think you should do the shows in lederhosen with little Tyrolean hats and or Bavarian hats and really arc it up a bit. Yeah.
Yo, dude, what was the shaving brush?
The lederhosen. Yeah.
And shout at all the comments. Shout at all the comments that are coming in saying, "We ask the questions."
You will buy in your Behringer. We do not talk to anybody else.
You just respond like Schultz and Hogan's Hero. I know nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You've got all the heat over there. It's about 7 degrees here this morning. It's rather cold and miserable.
Oh. That's weird because it's your side that's facing the sun.
Yeah, I don't know.
Weird.
Come on, it's all flat. Be honest, it's all flat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's been a load of snow dropped over in the south of the country, isn't there? In the mountains, southwest.
Rain. Yeah, we get a bit of rain, but it's cold. Well, I think Ramsey had some rain, which was unusual for Perth. Perth is a very dry city usually, so
yeah,
we said that they'd had some rain, or they could hear it on the roof.
What is unusual, there was enough people in Perth to notice it had rained. That's a very in-Australian joke, apparently.
It is. But the thing about Perth is it's a beautiful spot and the beaches are amazing. And the winery country to the south of Perth, they actually Jetstar flies into Busselton now, so you can go to Margaret River and all the other. So we go to all the other estates down in the bottom left-hand corner of Australia, and it's just quite stunning country and amazing.
Yeah.
See, I thought there was. Oh, see, I know what he's doing. I thought it might have been semaphore for a minute, but no, this is something different.
Of the sparkling wines, the most famous is Perth Pink. This is the message in, and the message is beware. This is not a wine for drinking. This is a wine for what the fuck?
Uh-oh, he's getting sticky again.
Yeah.
All that for that.
Yeah, do you know what? It's nice that you have a use for your that inky hanky for your winky wanky.
Oh, hang on.
Got a better use for it now.
Oh, no.
You've used the wrong one.
Well, mind you, my ear's going to look really good now.
Yeah, that's a nice Trump tribute. That's great.
Yep. Yeah.
What a fuckwit.
Oh, well. As I said on the last show, how did somebody miss a head that fucking big?
People were saying he was bleeding from the wrong place, and he put the thing in the wrong place.
Yeah. Well, we've got till November, and now that Biden's handed in, we can all but hope that they find a way to.
Well, it's probably going to be Harris, which isn't great, but at least she can talk Trump under the table. So.
Yeah. I quite like her, but
she has her moments.
Up to you.
I wouldn't go in there for 10 minutes. I'll give that 10 minutes, mate.
I think the real problem is that the people we see as the figureheads of the parties aren't the people driving the bus. It's all the hidden people up the back that you've got to worry about, because
it's the same in the sex industry.
People up the back, yeah.
Sorry,
Steve,
around
the back.
You were doing that. I just wonder, that's a very odd way to masturbate, but if each to their own.
I'm not going to tell you why it's itchy. Anyway,
that was just foreplay.
I thought that was that special sign to say you're kidnapped. You've been held under duress.
Held under duress.
Yeah, it's great. You should try it.
Let's see. Actually, I'm a gynecologist. This is my little shower.
You can have an Auslan person in the pub just doing the signs for all the gags right the way through.
Yeah, sort of like, oh, sorry, I was just keeping my hand in. Practice makes perfect.
All the jokes we can't tell all those lines. Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
I've got lots of those.
Oh, there's plenty of them, mate.
Yeah, lots.
They go. Was it the Jimmy Carr one? Give credit where credit is due. He goes, I read a headline today in the paper. It says, what was it? Rapist held after attack. I went, what? She gave him a cuddle? No. Okay.
I mean, technically, Trump is already considered a rapist, but he got away with it.
Ah, yeah, well. Somewhere around here.
That was the visual equivalent of the Sonic State tumbleweed moment.
Yeah, that was the Sonic State tumbleweed moment.
By Howard Scar.
That's not a church bell.
Jimmy Carr did a piece early on in his career.
Yeah.
Which it was just after Gary, whatever his name is, Gary Glitter.
Oh, yeah.
Paul Gadd had flown back here and was arrested. And he said something, I'm just trying to remember, it was really deeply offensive and very funny. It was something like, you know who I blame for paedophilia? Sexy kids. And the audience just went,
yeah.
And then there was it was just this exhale and people holding their sides because it was such a deeply inappropriate thing to say.
Yeah. He did that one where he says, when you're a child, you wet your bed, that's pretty bad, isn't it? He goes, cool, but can you imagine doing it as an adult? Pissing on a child's bed. Oh dear.
Yeah. Dear.
Okay.
Yeah. Jimmy. Oh.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that Rowan Atkinson saying, or quoting Charlie Chaplin as saying that when you look at a situation up close, it was a tragedy, but when you pan back, it's comedy.
Yeah.
And that was the tack he used for Mr. Bean on a lot of occasions to get more laughs. But,
yeah. It worked. It worked.
It's like the old Michael Jackson joke. What do Kmart Blue Light Special and Michael Jackson have in common? All
Go
kids'
on.
pants half off.
Oh
God.
Oh, no. What was the one you told the other night, Robbie? Not Robbie, Kate. Michael Jackson joke.
No,
Was
it
it
was
you?
Steve's.
it was mine.
Oh, yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah,
20.
Steve's.
What?
What's Michael Jackson like 29-year-olds? Yeah.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
There's 20 of
Can't
them.
use it. Yeah.
And I lost my shit.
What's that one? I haven't heard that one.
I almost wet myself with that. That
Go on,
just kept
Steve.
coming back.
Steve, for Andy, please.
It just kept
Andy,
coming
why
back.
does Michael Jackson like 29-year-olds? Because there are 20 of them.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that was very, very funny.
I'd play I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles, but I get a copyright strike.
Oh dear.
That took a little while.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
I don't know. I thought it was quite
that
obvious.
whole bubble thing was always creepy.
There was a slow burner. Slow burner.
It's through to the keeper. Yeah, it's
Bubbles even showed up in the one music video.
yeah. It was just
Okay.
it was just a year ago. I had there was a very funny meme that took it out of the Australian cricket team because we don't like the fact that they cheat here any more than the people in other countries like the fact that the Australian cricket team cheat. And this was after the ball tampering scandal, and they had a picture of one of the cricketer proponents of that scandal was sitting there with a crossword, and he connected all of the white squares with a line and treated it like a maze. And I just found that incredibly funny.
Oh, mate.
It's like, yeah. Some of them are.
Manny's just mentioned that, and I picked it up earlier. I meant to mention this as well. Bob Newhart died today, didn't he? Aged
Did he?
91.
Days ago.
Yeah. Was it a couple of days ago?
Yeah.
God, but
Absolutely astonishing, man.
Oh,
He
he
was
was-
so funny.
he was
so
a dude,
funny.
he was.
His delivery was very good. It was very
Yeah.
American comedy, but it was still
Oh, yeah,
exceptionally
no, but it was
well
really, it was spot on. It
The
did
driving
translate
instructor.
okay, anyway. Yeah, the driving instructor, Jesus.
Just astonishing. He was
He's
just
like-
so clever.
It was deliciously dry.
He was very good doing roast shows, like where he was getting up and speaking about a certain celebrity who was being roasted. And he didn't have to say very much, and it was never really offensive. It just was incredibly funny because of its slight deprecation and the fact you had to think about what he was saying.
Yeah. All right, through back.
Oh, my phone's running out. Oh,
Quick, after it.
yeah. Plug it in. Here we go.
Well, I thought it was funny.
Ha ha. Right. What's the time?
All right, Hoppy. Yeah, when they invented the first clock, who set it?
Very good.
Yeah, see. Yeah.
What do they pack styrofoam in?
Yeah.
When a cow laughs, does milk come out its nose? All those questions we have.
Yeah.
Imponderable conundrums.
Indeed. Noah is sitting on my foot. Why are you sitting on my foot? Don't look at me like that. Why are you sitting on my foot?
He's not going to hear you.
No, that's true.
I like a lot of the silly Stephen Wright stuff. I have a map of the U.S. at home. It's life size.
Yeah. I came home the other day and someone had broken in, stolen everything, replaced it with identical things 2 inches to the left.
I heard that one before.
And I said to my wife, someone's just replaced everything and put it 2 inches to the left. And she said, "Do I know you?"
Yeah.
That's one of the gags.
But
the other one, he said the funniest gag, he said himself in an interview, the funniest gag he ever, he said nobody else will get it. He said, but he went to a funeral for an uncle and he went to there and they had the body in state at the casket. And he said to them, and said, everyone was quiet. And he just said, maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just in the wrong way. Like a battery. He does things with batteries. So batteries.
Yeah.
I bought them again, and
mate.
He does do some terribly funny gags. But I think what's funny about it is he says the first one, and people sort of smirk a little bit because it's just smirk worthy, and you think, oh, you might be stupid, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And then he says something else, and you smirk a bit more. You still give him the benefit of the doubt. After the third line, everybody is really in uproarious laughter.
Yeah.
Because they've lost their reserve and he now looks completely stupid.
Sounds like one of our prime ministers. Well, the last 5 or 6, actually, before this one.
Well, the thing that made me laugh is when I was reading about how North Korea, in their museum, they have a miniature of the world's largest table on display.
Oh dear!
I don't know what's funny. I don't know what's funnier, that or the fact that they've got the museum in their museum. Single museum.
Yeah, their single museum, and they have a miniature replica of the world's largest table. And the more you think about it, the more you just go,
what the fuck?
Speaking of miniatures, my grandfather was a bookbinder at the government printing office. And in fact, they lived around the corner from where Ramsey grew up in Adelaide. But he used to make books, and this is a leather book bound with vellum. It's got paper and everything inside it. It's
look at that.
It's tiny. It's about 2 inches by 1.5 inches. And then there's that one, which is bound. It's got gold leaf on it. The spine is all in leather.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll bring it up here in leather.
That's it, yeah.
And it's, again, it's got pages in it. But, so this is probably the biggest book in North Korea, a scale model.
Yeah, scale model.
Yeah. Yeah.
My dad got a good joke book years ago. He's an insurance broker forever, right? Insurance executive. And someone gave him a gift. It's a book.
You broke up.
You broke up, so the punchline didn't happen.
That makes it.
Your internet has been really cruel to you tonight.
Well, this Wi-Fi is kind of garbage. Dropped that on Ramsey's show the other day.
Yeah.
The thing was that he got a book that said all I learned about insurance, and it was full of blank pages. So not the funniest joke, but it was a funny visual gag. So.
Yeah.
Oh, an intellectual, eh?
Ah. Gotta watch them, you know.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful, you know.
That's why they walk around in threes in Russia, isn't it? The police.
Yeah.
You see, in Western countries, they walk around in pairs because one's good at numbers and the other's good at letters.
Yeah. And a third one to keep an eye on the intellectuals, yeah.
Yeah,
so,
yes. What was that?
I think I'm going to head. I've got a load of stuff to do tomorrow now in the morning, as you can imagine. So I will catch up with you soon, geezers.
Yeah, well, it is knocking on a Sunday, isn't it?
Catch you later.
Yeah, catch you later. Good to see you, Steve. Good to see you, Andy. Robbie, you're my favourite. Kent, just fuck off.
I can't. I'm running it.
Are you?
Yeah, otherwise I've been out of here fucking hours ago. What's the matter with you?
All right, sorry, mate. I didn't mean that. Steve,
Yeah.
just fuck off, will you? Honestly.
Oh, you have been graced tonight, bastard.
Mrs. Mills.
You're supposed to do Mr. Creosote. Fuck off, I'm full.
Yeah.
Fuck off, I'm full.
Just one away from me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
I'll
see you later, guys.
Bye.
Ciao.
See you later, free back.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Oh, don't break that. Ah, there we go. At last we are alone.
God, I can't think of anything worse. Who planned that?
How did this happen?
Dear.
Ow. Oh, my ankle.
Now things get really distasteful.
Oh, yes. Now things can really, really go to town.
Get out the honky-tonk piano and really go for it. That's it.
Thank you for that. Avon calling.
Yeah.
That's very 70s.
Yes, finally after ordering it, I'd forgotten. I knew I'd ordered something. I didn't know what it was about 12 months ago.
Yeah.
The ELZ1
Ah.
arrived.
Uh-huh.
And I have to get a second one because I need a pair of insoles that work properly because otherwise I walk lopsided. It just, I don't know. I can see that it is probably capable of the 17 engines making good sounds and stuff, but I don't know if I have that long.
Yeah, this is why I've gone for the ambient zero.
It's pretty approachable right out of the
there you go.
box. So it's
Yeah.
just the.
I know
ESD
mine
ones
makes a few sounds. So just saying that for me, I think when you get a new piece of gear, you eventually get so battle weary with new gear that you just sort of approach it with trepidation, and then you realise it's your own degree of limitation. You have to hire someone much younger to come and operate it for you, and then that defeats the whole purpose. So, I think my acquisition days are slowly fading.
Yeah.
But it's interesting sounds though. Sonically, it does have an interesting texture, but how to integrate that into
The tough part is when you go to the mixer screen, it's very small, and the sequencer screen is very small. But other than that, mostly easy to get around.
Yeah.
Everything
is very small.
I'll probably sequence it externally and play a keyboard into it externally and just treat it like a sound module. I guess that would be one way to go about it. But
yeah.
Well, at least you can do that. On the original ELZ one, it has no MIDI in.
Oops.
That was one of the upgrades.
Oversight. Yeah. But anyway.
They added more buttons. They added the MIDI in. They added some other cool shit to it. So.
Yeah, it looks like a nice little unit, actually.
Speakers are great on it.
I don't know. I think was it the end of July, did they say they're going to start shipping the Ambient Zero?
Yeah, around that.
Around that. That's not long. In the grand scheme of things. What did I do with that?
They're,
How's the box stuff coming, Steve?
It's going okay. I haven't done any for about a week or two. I spent about a week on my back just trying to get over an extended period of pain.
I wanted to check out that link you gave me, but the certificate kind of bummed me out. So
yeah, I wasn't going to spend $150 with GoDaddy to put a new certificate on it either.
Oh wow,
so
how much?
Yeah, so I thought I'll just hold off and I'll distribute it a different way. I could probably put it on the Synth panel or one of those sites, so I might do that.
It's just more of a nightmare these days with browser security going up all over the place.
I know.
It's hard to bypass that shit when it comes up.
For the people, because what used to happen is that, and I spoke to GoDaddy about this, GoDaddy used to have SSL included with all of their upper-end premium Windows packages. So I had it originally on the site and didn't think twice about it being there. And at some point in the past, they've said, we're adding that as a new add-in package. So they start charging you for what they delivered previously. So they sort of split the product and then double charge. And I, for some reason, didn't opt for it. I might have missed the memo. And then suddenly there's no HTTPS capability or security certificate. And that just changes the whole game. So I sent the link to Andy thinking he'd find it, and then his browser rightfully arced up.
You pretty much have to hack browsers these days to make them work past that. It's a nightmare.
Well, they both operate on two different sockets. So HTTP operates on, I think, port 80, and then SSL operates on port 443. And don't quote me on that, kids. The kids in the chat will know better than I do. But it's a different premise, different access, different interchange of secure tokens and so forth.
But there's always something that gets in the way. Like previous companies I worked at, we had these guys coming from India with Avast. Have you ever seen Avast before?
Yeah.
God, what a piece of shit that is. It's just like free endpoint protection thing that has all kinds of problems with it. And it automatically just blocks certain things on normal corporate networks. Wirelessly.
As far as free goes, it's better than using nothing. But on corporate, you'd use.
Yeah, it's just it literally they could not get the certificates we were serving to get onto our corporate Wi-Fi to save its life. So I had to basically kill it on every machine that came in. And it was terrible.
To answer your question about Bark, yes, I've scored all books that I'm currently recording. So I have about 1,700 pages of monophonic parts for all of the Well-Tempered Clavier.
Bloody hell.
And I'm now in the process of recording those and trying to get the Moogs to sound thin enough so that when you put 5 against each other contrapuntally, it doesn't sound like spaghetti.
Yeah.
So that is just of course, a harpsichord is a very thin, tinkly sound with only a small hint of pitch and a small hint of attack, and there's a lot of space between the notes, which Bach evidently fills to the best of his capability with thousands of tons of fly shit. And to have that thrown at Moogs is just too much of a sonic clusterfuck. That's a technical term for sonic clusterfuck. And so you then have to reduce using EQ and using compression and using short envelopes each note that comes out of the modes. And you can slow down the tempo. It's another way of spacing it out a little bit, so you actually get a bit of a sense of what's going on.
But that's why Wendy Carlos said she did a switch on Bach 2000, because she wanted to go all digital. So there weren't these issues with stuff smushing and getting all muddy.
And tuning and side harmony. It almost gets to the stage where there are so many harmonics going on. The whole work is almost through a ring modulator. It's all cross modulator. It's just so dense with interact. And then, of course, you get a minor variance in tuning down the bottom, and the upper ones are doing this in terms of their accuracy.
Yeah.
And it's exactly the same when you calibrate a polysynth. The same issues arise. You get enough beating, but not too much on a CS80 or whatever other device you're tuning. All of the Korg PE1000, you take the front plate off, and there are 60 little screws that you can fit a screwdriver into, and that's how you tune the thing. So you micro-tune every note individually across the front of the unit, because every note has a bunch of oscillators sitting in a row behind it. And there are other synths. I mean, the Polymoog had a similar architecture with all little cards, and but Kent knows all this. But it's just a case of the problems you have when you're recording Moogs and keeping them stable is exactly the same when you're doing the Bach, because the level of detail. But the thing that gets me is that it is just such a complex work, and it's so full of skill and counterpoint and harmony and passing harmonies and so forth, that just to get your head around it, and I think I posted on my Facebook, I feel like a real hack, and I do, because this stuff is so musically complicated that it shows up every limitation in your understanding of harmony and of the way it's supposed to sit. And then when you're trying to get a synthesizer to sit right with it, it's nearly impossible. It's just such an uphill battle. And I've got the odd one that sounds really good, but surprisingly, the sounds tend to approximate harpsichords. So you think, well, should I just get an old Roland EP10 on the harpsichord setting and do it that way? So yeah, it's that whole thing. Some of the 2-piece and 3-piece works are no problem, but when you get to 5-part fugues with a large degree of chromatic activity, it's very, very difficult to make it sound sweet. And that's what you want. You want it to be entertaining. I mean, we're trying to take something that's a masterwork and turn it into something that is beautiful. And if you see the piano works of Andreas, what's his name, on YouTube, doing these exact works, the well-tempered clavier, and he does them from memory. But when you hear him play it, the melody is completely conspicuous, and then all the subparts are almost inconspicuous, that he tends to be able to balance the hands to give you that effect of hearing it and understanding it. But if you play it all back just at the same level with each part equal, then it doesn't sound very good at all. It's quite interesting. Yeah. Anyway, that's what the Bach's all about. You know, it's and some of them are quite beautiful, the pieces. Some of them are just staggeringly complex, and obviously some were designed for organ and some were designed for harpsichord. So different attacks, different sustains, different ornamentation.
Yeah. Just mix it up a bit. Throw a little microtonal stuff in there. Have some fun. Yeah.
So sort of, instead of, we can do.
There you go.
Yay!
Or a little crazier, like it's a raga or something. You know.
Play the two a semitone apart, and then really upset it. It becomes like the Jonathan and Darlene Edwards version of Bach, doesn't it? It becomes completely crazy. But yeah, I don't know. So we're just trying to get all that happening in a way that's meaningful. If it's possible, we'll try and get somewhere close to it. But I think that's, I've heard the odd version of the odd simpler prelude on YouTube where someone's had a polysynth and like an ABX8 or something, and they've done one of the early simpler preludes. But nobody's doing fugues on it, and nobody's doing the 5-part fugues on it, because I guess it's so hard to play and make it sound good in that setting. But anyway, I mean, it's an interesting exercise. You don't understand the problems that Wendy Carlos had with the creation of the Brandenburgs on Moog synthesizers. And she was working at a time when the instruments were still developing. So there was one moving target plus the tuning as the moving target plus having to accomplish the works. And the works were all orchestrated in about 6 parts. So, but they were mostly diatonic and chordal, so it sort of hung together. And she could make a flute sound like a flute and a clarinet sound like a square wave and a brass sound like a triangle wave or a sawtooth. And they sort of, she could actually emulate the individual part. So it sounded like a synthesizer, but it sounded like semi-classical music as well. Whereas this stuff is all technically absolutely so complicated harmonically and rhythmically and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, we do stupid things. I just wanted to understand what she went through, and now I understand what she went through, and I understand why, even though she had an album called The Well-Tempered Synthesizer, but none of the pieces from The Well-Tempered Clavier were on that album. It was other stuff.
It's kind of weird that she did that,
I think, she was harnessing the marketability of the well-known Bach names and then putting synthesizer music.
Sure, but the name is misleading, right? So
it's a little bit misleading. I mean,
for people who know the difference, right? Not everybody knows what that title means. So
I think it sounds impressive. I think if I was in a marketing, maybe she attempted it and decided in the end I'll just tear those off the album and just do the Vivaldi's Four Seasons and a few other bits and pieces on there, or some Telemann or some whatever it might have been to fill in the gaps. She also threw a couple of the older switched on Bach tracks into it just to mix it up. So, but it's such an epic work for her to do, that what she accomplished, given the time and the recording technology and the difficulty of getting those pieces performed, and then the difficulty of the machines being stable in pitch. It was remarkable what she did. And so you don't understand the issues that she went through until you try.
Yeah, playing all the monophonic parts perfectly over the top of each other to get chords, that's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. And
when I finally learned that, like, even though I loved the album for years and didn't know much about synthesizers, when I finally learned that was the process, I'm like, what the fuck? How the fuck did she do that? You know? Who has the patience for that, let alone the skill, right?
Well, the problem I had was that I had 220 pages of Bach in the well-tempered clavier written for 10 fingers. I had to pull it apart into monophonic lines, and some works had 2 or 3 and other ones had up to 8 or 9. So just the orchestration cost. I thought, I'll get someone to help me. So I went onto a website to find someone who could do orchestration or transcription and split the parts apart. And then that was it was about $500 a chart, and I had 96 of them to do. So I thought, well, that's going to be a little bit expensive. I'll do most of it myself, thanks. And then I thought there'd be a technical way of doing it. So I wrote something to split polyphonic MIDI apart, and then I found that the voices would overlap sometimes and they wouldn't know what to do. So the program way of doing it. And then there were MIDI files out there that are just full of mistakes, and they're full of mistakes because people wanted to mark their work with a watermark, so to speak, so that other people wouldn't use their transcriptions. They put mistakes into the transcriptions. So all those little tricks. So you wind up doing everything and checking all the dots yourself, and it's quite laborious. And the other funny thing about that was that at the time I was doing it, I was on a neuropathic painkiller called pregabalin, which is gabapentin style drug. And it was great because it removed my ability to see. So here am I trying to do fly shit of all the bark, and my vision was just completely destroyed, out of focus. I had double vision. It was just, and then my eyes were full of tears most of the time. So it was a fairly grueling exercise and completely futile. So until I came off that drug, I was just basically stonewalled. Anyway, that's a bit of trivia. But anyway, so stupid Australians do stupid things, I think, is the moral to that story. And such is life.
No, it's not exclusive to Australians, don't worry.
It's a musically interesting exercise. You learn a lot, but
Every continent has at least one Yahoo Serious. So.
You see, he was never famous here. He was an invented celebrity. Yeah, no, he was invented.
That's hilarious.
For American consumption. So nobody in Australia could tell you what his real name was or where he lived or what he did. I
didn't know much about him. Thank goodness.
Yeah, no, it's probably good, really. Whereas Paul Hogan, everyone knew because he had a nighttime telly show, and even actors like Eric Bana came out of comedy TV in Australia.
Really, he was a comic guy first.
Yeah. Eric Bana had a character who was basically a redneck or a bogan called Poiter. My name's Poiter. And so he used to do sketches where he would walk in with his beer and his esky, his icebox full of beer, and smoking cigarettes and doing kids' entertainment and stuff like that as Poiter, the bogan. So that was his chick. And then he obviously got a good agent in America, as some of the actors and actresses do.
Yeah.
And then suddenly he was cast in things like Star Trek and
he's good in Troy.
He's a good actor. He's actually a very good.
I hated the J.J. Abrams Star Trek, that whole.
But Kent would love the fact he's actually a rally driver. He did you can see him on YouTube crashing his vintage sort of 1960s. Might have been a Ford, Kent, that he crashed on the Targa Rally in Tasmania, which is a really brutal.
Yeah,
fast,
I think it was a Falcon. It was a Falcon. I think.
Yeah. He wrapped it around a tree, walked away from it.
Didn't he just? Yeah.
Is that the one they used for Mad Max? Is that the car that was souped up?
No,
there was Falcons in it. But
the one he had specifically, the supercharger, was that a Falcon?
Yeah, it was. My housekeeper, Kerry here, used to be my housekeeper, Kerry Brazil. Her dad did all of the Mad Max cars, so he built.
No way.
She used to go to netball as a 14-year-old in the June buggy, from the original Mad Max 1 movie. And the budget for the cars was $25,000 to acquire the cars, modify them, and get them ready for use on the film. And they had to insert roll cages and stuff in them too. So,
well, I love when it hits that van and it spins and just kind of folds like it's just light as balsa wood.
but that was one of the balsa wood ones.
That was crazy.
The original Interceptor and the Dune buggies were all real and drivable and registered and were works of art in terms of welding and
apparently, I read somewhere that most of the budget went on getting in a supercharger. The Hemi supercharger for Max's car and fitting it.
I'll have to get Kerry on the show one day. She could. They said it would cost an
absolute fucking fortune to get that in from the States, and then get it fitted because it just needs something that aggressive sticking out of the bonnet.
I only saw one supercharger ever in person, and it was next to a guy at a light, and he had it running, and the car was constantly almost dying.
Yeah.
It sounded really weird.
Well, the thing is, the problem with those Hemis is it's drawing in a shit ton of air.
Yeah.
Right, and when it's idling, it's still bringing in more air than it's getting fuel.
Yeah.
And it would go.
Mixtures off, and it's.
We lost you, Andy. Can you repeat?
Sorry, no. So the mixture gets off, so it chokes, right?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. But even my Muzzy will do it because it's now a 4-pot instead of a single pot. It will do it as well, and it will just. You think, it's going to cut, and it does. It's sort of like almost like stops and goes and comes back again.
I had a funny thing one time. I had done something with the air filter in my '73 Impala, and I mistakenly, by being a little too rough, I disconnected the vacuum line. And so I was at a light, and why is my car almost? I have to rev it so it doesn't die at a stop.
Yeah.
And finally I went and checked out. Oh, the thing's not plugged in there. It was crazy.
Well, I must admit, I did, in a moment of madness, did look to see if there was anywhere here that had a Hemi for my Muzzy, and somebody did, and I went, with the bug catcher, the works, mate, right?
Decisions.
Yeah, and I'm going, yeah, but it was decided for me because I saw how much it was. It was 14 grand, and it was second hand. I went, nah, I don't need it that much, mate. Besides, if I fit it, the engine gets wet every time it rains because you have to cut a hole in the fucking bonnet for it, and a dirty great big belt. Nah, do you know what? Nah, it won't be original if I do that as well. So I'm trying to keep her original, and I think putting a Hemi on it might knock it out. I was allowed the spoiler. I'm allowed to do that. I could put that visor thing on the rear screen, but you can barely see anything out of it now. You put a fucking visor on it, there's no way.
But what you need is the fiberglass replacement for the existing hood. So you can take the existing hood out and then clip in the fiberglass one that has all the fake parts for the Hemi.
Well, funnily enough, the one thing I am going to mod on it is I'm putting bonnet pins on it, locking bonnet pins on it.
The top, come over the top,
yeah. The guy that I bought it off, he says his mate has he had a Shelby 500 GT version of her, and it was coming out of some show, and the crowd go, "Oh, give it some," and he gave it some, and he whooshed down the road like that, and the thing just went like that and smashed the front screen, the roof, and everything. Where the bonnet pin can't hold that bonnet down once all the air rushes in through the grille, and it just pushes the bonnet up in the air. I'm going, yeah, I'm getting bonnet pins. I'm doing that.
It's just the visual in your mind of the car coming apart.
For all the times that you speed down the road, that.
Oh no! This is appealing to whoever buys her. I go. It has bonnet pins, so it won't fly up when you're going down the autobahn at 9,000 miles an hour. Yeah, because the idea is, I just wanted to own one. But if I can make her worth more while she's with me, and then pass her on to the next carer, then fine. And then I'll have a look at that Riviera boat tail. Or I do fancy a Falcon. I really do. But you can't get me at all.
How close are you to an actual track if you could get close enough and go drive it and have fun around the track for a while?
Nearest track to me is a little place called Brands Hatch.
Brands Hatch, and then Silverstone you could go
Silverstone's a bit further. Oh yeah, Brands Hatch. Fuck me, the bottom of the road's too far, mate. Honestly, no, I'm not. I wish I was kidding.
No, I shouldn't laugh. But
yeah, oh mate, no. This is the thing. I'm kind of, in a way, sometimes I'm glad that I've got agoraphobia, because if I didn't, I would have kissed a tree years ago.
Sure.
Honestly, I'm such a fucking petrol head. It's ridiculous, stupidly. You know. I mean, before I had agoraphobia, I was doing go-kart racing.
Yeah.
I was doing Yamaha 210. I mean, wow, man. You know, you can get, 100 and, I think absolutely flat out on a straight, you get about 125 mile an hour out of it. And your arse is half an inch off the ground.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
The Australian Formula One drivers, the Ricciardis and people like that, start out in go-karts as kids here. So they've already got that sense of weight and distribution and traction low to the ground when they're 7, 8 and 9 years of age.
Yeah. And
then that grows with them as they graduate to the Formula One vehicles.
Well, pretty much every Formula One driver starts out in karting, don't they?
Yeah, a lot of them do. It's
Lewis
a
did.
favourite stuff. Yeah,
Schumacher did. Senna did.
Mind you, now you're in whereabouts in Australia are you? Is it Sydney or Melbourne?
Melbourne, down in the south. Yeah.
Right, so Bathurst is like very, very north and inward, isn't it?
500 miles, sort of north and a bit west, but basically north from where we are. Yeah. So
I still think it's probably one of the best tracks in the world. I've taken Robbie around Bathurst, haven't we?
He took me around the Bathurst.
Oh, yeah, we went around the Bathurst, mate. Yeah. Well, I can't remember what we were driving, but it's a wonderful track. The way it's like uphill through the curves. Then there's those. That bloody corkscrew thing going back down the hill, and then that huge flat. I love that track. It's lovely and fast, and yet there's lots of challenging bends in it.
It's funny how in the popular culture when I was a kid growing up in the 60s and 70s, it was always the Ford driver, Alan Moffat, versus Peter Brock, who was the General Motors Holden driver. And those two used to battle year to year. And it became a cult thing in the same way that in America, I think it was Don Prudhomme, and they had the Mongoose and the Snake, and then Hot Wheels celebrated those. And as kids, we were all into cars. We're divested with it, and it was all part of the culture. And then that's sort of fallen away. I think the road toll and the discouragement of speeding is here. It's kind of, we still get people doing burnouts and that in the back streets, but it's clandestine now. It's sort of frowned upon generally. And I think the other thing is that when a lot of the public service, I think a quarter of the public service is in health, and the number of people who came in with road trauma, even now, just through accidents on country roads, they get flown in by ambulance, helicopter, and it takes a lot to patch up a human being that's been in a collision.
Yeah. When I used to work at the video store in high school, we had mandatory rainy weather donuts after work every night in the parking lot. So cops never came. So
I came really close to ending it when I had a little Toyota Yaris, so like a 1.4 litre engine. And I was just driving this little bug because it was simple to park and simple to get. It didn't matter if it got damaged near the hospital when you park, and people tend to touch park you. And I was coming into a chute to turn right, so a little sort of side track on the commercial road here, regular road. 80 kph, and I'm doing 50 miles an hour doing that down the straight, and a big truck pulls out in front of me with a tray on the back. And I was coming straight towards it. I think his decapitation. I couldn't stop in time. He just pulled out. And I've hit the skids on this Yaris and skidded it sideways towards the tray of the truck. And it's decelerated just enough that I could then hit the accelerator and then head back at about 170 degrees across the median strip and into the traffic that's going city bound. And I couldn't see what was coming. So it was just one of those moments where I say, well, fuck it, I've got to...
It's one or the other, yeah.
So I've skidded this car in, done the 180 and then headed back out and accelerated rapidly. It was a manual car. So it was one of those moments where you think, I never want this to happen again. But that car saved my life because I knew it so well and it handled so well. And it was a manual. You knew it had the feel of the car on the road. The tyres were good and the brakes were good at that stage. So it was just lucky. But we've all had moments where you see, I've had moments where my life has flashed before my eyes and it hasn't even held my attention. So anyway.
Yeah. I think if my life flashed before my eyes, I'd go, I should have got out more.
And working in an emergency department, you see just the most horrible things for road trauma.
Well, it is weird in the true dangerous circumstances. We get the slow motion. That is bizarre. I've had that a couple times.
Well, it's something to do with heightened senses, isn't it?
It's
almost like the brain.
Well, because you tune out all the minutia until you're fight or flight, and then like all of a sudden you're paying attention to all the data coming in.
Yeah.
And it seems like slow motion.
Yeah. Because even your internal body clock is sort of like, forget that, fuck it, concentrate on this. This is important. Yeah.
And the worst thing is when you enjoy it and you want to do it again. That's the big problem.
Like for birds to have the incredible coordination they have at high speeds, you can imagine what's perceived like to them. To have that ability is pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But even cats that fall on their feet, or the things that some dogs.
But birds have like a massive cerebellum for balance, and so their response times are crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I think I should let you gentlemen get some rest.
Yeah. You got an early one tomorrow, Rob?
Usual. I'm trying to take I take a tablet.
Yeah.
One of many. But one of the side effects is that it makes you very fucking sleepy. So I try and take it at no later than 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Doesn't always happen though, because like if I sit on one of these, I might not take it till 1-2 in the morning, and if I do that, waking up the following day is a fucking chore.
Yeah, I mean,
you just lie there and you just cannot stir.
Yeah.
Not
send for the forklift.
It's horrible. Yeah. So like tonight, I made sure I took it at 10, and right now I'm just like
it's just kicking in.
And I was speaking to Simon, the guy that very graciously donated the monitor system here.
Yeah.
And he was saying, we weren't talking about it directly. He was saying, "Oh yeah, I take this tablet every night, and I have go into work in the mornings, and my boss knows that I'm not going to be at my brightest because I take this tablet." And I said, "What is that?" And he said, yeah, that's the same one as me. It's basically an antidepressant. So it doesn't make you feel tired. It's a really... Technically you feel tired, but it's almost just like your body just doesn't... It's not like tired, like normal tired, natural tired.
Almost like an apathy tired.
It's forced tiredness. You cannot... And you sit there and you just... My body is shutting down.
Have you ever had mononucleosis? It kind of feels like that, where it's like tired.
I have no idea what that is.
Lethargic. No. Or strep throat or whatever. It's nasty. You just get so tired.
No, this is just like you hit a wall. And you can try and fight through it, but you won't win.
You need a morning regimen of crystal meth.
Yeah. No,
yeah, it's interesting. So many drugs do have really bad side effects, or they have off-script uses that doctors use them for. So it changes things. Yeah.
They put me on it because of my anxiety, and it worked. Between that and the CBT, it really worked. And then when I finished my CBT, I said to the doctor, I said, do you think I still need to take? And they said, well, it's not one of those drugs that you can just stop. You have to, come off slowly. But is it working? And I said, well, yeah, because it does put me in a better place. So they've kept me on it. But its benefits far outweigh. I mean, I'll take this every day of the week if it means that my life isn't blighted by anxiety. So, it does work. But with everything there is a. But Jesus, the fucking side effects that I get off of all the other medications, it's just like, oh fuck it, I'd rather deal with going to the toilet 10 times a day. With the capacity to fill a fucking airship every time I go, and that's fine because it means that I'm my diabetes is not running rampant, and the fact that I feel absolutely fucked. At the end of the day, can really, but I'll take those every day of the week over the actual fucking illnesses that they're supposed to be helping. So.
Yeah, there are some medications, aren't there, where the actual side effects are in many cases worse than why you're taking the tablet.
Look at my mother-in-law and her Parkinson's medication. It's, geez, yeah. She's confused, she's seeing things, she's paranoid. So we've got to the point now, because she was only diagnosed with Parkinson's probably about a year or so ago. And the doctor said then, he said, look, you're 89 years old. Parkinson's is a slow thing. Chances are you'll outlive it. You'll beat it simply by being old, and you're not going to be around for much longer, sort of thing. But they put her on medication anyway, and they said that there's potential side effects of and she's starting to now that she's in a home and she's taking her Parkinson's meds exactly how she should
regularly
at the time. Now the side effects are really seeming to kick in.
And now are they technically worse than the...
Yeah.
Have you told her to back off them?
So we went to the Parkinson's clinic, or Jackie took to the Parkinson's clinic week before last, and they agreed that and again, it's one of those medications that you don't stop, you reduce, you wean off.
One of them.
So that they're going to cut it, but they've got to the home have got to wait for that prescription to come through before they can actually do it.
In the meantime,
yes, like as I said earlier on, that Jackie goes to see her, and Sheila's there. She's whispering like this. Why are you whispering, Sheila? Because they're listening to us. No, they're not. Yeah. Nobody's listening. And if they were, they don't care. But there's the paranoia, there's the confusion. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. And so, hopefully,
it's not crossed. Really what you want her. What time she has left, whatever that may be.
It would be better if she was just, be
better if she's just a bit shaky.
Yeah, but she's not even that
shaky.
It's very early stages. The vascular dementia is probably going to take over or overtake.
And there's people around 24/7.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she's paranoid now. She's so frightened because they've got the residents that have dementia. They have them on a separate, it's not a ward, but it's it's a separate area of the home, because that's where the specialist care is. And she's paranoid that she's going to get sent up there. And chances are she might if she needs the care, but it's just it's all a bit.
This is very similar to the medication they had Mum on.
It's like she said to her.
Did you get hallucinations too, or just the paranoia?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You will with that stuff.
The other week, She was saying that she could see arms coming through the door and then people looming over her bed.
Wow.
And,
Yeah.
of course that wasn't happening, but
she'll get the whole 9 yards, mate.
Oh yeah. It's
Reminds me of the time I had an ex-girlfriend get some medicine from a neurologist, and she woke up saying there were monkeys on the wall, and she was crying, "Monkeys are coming to get me, monkeys!" And I said, "Look, there are no fucking monkeys in here. Stop it!"
Yeah. You can't tell them that because they're seeing monkeys.
I thought she was joking at first, and then she really was crying, and she was just, it was crazy.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of tears. There's also a lot of tears. But no, I think if we can just reduce the Parkinson's meds down, because the bottom line is she's 90 in a few weeks' time.
Oh, bless her.
It's like my stepdad got diagnosed with prostate cancer a couple of years ago, and the doctor said to him, he said, "Don't worry, we've caught it early, so we're going to do radiotherapy, we're going to do this, that, and the other." But he said, given your age, he said, you'll fucking outlive. The cancer won't catch you because
something else will happen.
You will die of natural causes before the cancer. Now that we've caught it at this point, so he's had a bit of radiotherapy and stuff, and that's it. He's fine. He's absolutely. You wouldn't know he got it. So it's kind of going to be the same, I guess, with mother-in-law, in that with her Parkinson's anyway, it will it's a slow onset thing, whereas the vascular dementia, on the other hand, is maximum 5 years, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But again, she'd probably outlive that. Yeah.
No, we don't know. Well, the thing is that the vascular dementia will also weaken her greatly.
Oh yeah.
And the medication for that won't do her any fucking favours anyway.
No.
So, yeah, there's no. She'll be walking around rattling like a pill bottle otherwise, and she'll have no quality of life because of it.
Yeah.
So.
I guess the other way to view it is that the medical profession regards age 75 as the cliff. In other words, that after that, any problems you have tend to be compounded and then tend to lead to death or inability to recover. But if someone gets to 75, and my parents-in-law were both Sicilian, and they're both passed now, but one had dementia, and it was cruel. And to see Franca, who was a good Sicilian nonna who used to cook traditionally, to see her go was horrible, and she had a long death from dementia, effectively. And it shows that the medical profession isn't really good at treating it. They can get individual drugs for individual conditions, but the overall management of these cases is difficult. And the way to view it is that if you get to 90 years of age, and Carmelo got to 90 years of age and he was still playing cards with my son 3 times a week over coffee, like little Italian men do, in their local cafe and so forth, you see all over Europe, all over Italy. But he was fantastic. He'd go to the club each week. He had a routine. He used to shop once a week, and he had help and care in the home. But he was great because he hadn't lost any mental capacity. His heart and everything else gave out because he was 93. But I think the Italian constitution is really tough, and they get to the 90s, especially the ones who were born late 20s, early 30s, and they just prevail. It's fantastic to see. But I guess once you get to 90, you go to push the odds a bit. But yeah, Parkinson's, dementia, vascular dementia are all horrible diseases, and there's no magic wand, sadly. But I think in 10, 15 years' time, we'll probably have something, but we don't have it now.
Yeah. I mean, the real shit about the dementias, I think there's 3 or 4 different types, isn't there now, or something? But it's a disease where it's a disease that involves everybody in the family. It's very, very encompassing like that. And
this is what we found with Sheila, and the fact that she had lived independently because her husband passed away probably 25 odd years ago, and she'd lived on her own ever since. And she was, strongly independent woman. Never once even thought about, meeting somebody else and marrying or anything. She just did everything herself. So when we, persuaded her to move up to this neck of the woods so that we could, because we knew that, she was getting old and that she would require, even if she was illness free, just the fact that she's getting old and living on her own, she would require some sort of care or what have you. So we said, look, well, why didn't you think about moving up here? And then you're closer to us, you're close to the grandchildren, blah blah blah. And she was like, yeah. So eventually, she agreed. She comes up, and she moved into her place, and was fine, But then there was just, like I said, there was a kind of a cliff edge that once she'd sort of gone over that, started to notice things, and so the last year or so was just fraught with anxiety on her part, but also on Jackie's part, because Jackie was, her primary carer, and making sure that she was taking her medication at the right times, and the right medication at the right times was one thing. But we started to notice, like, Jackie would throw something in the bin, and she'd look in the bin and she'd see some burnt food in there, and it'd be like, okay, she able to cook properly for herself and feed herself. And so there's all these kind of nagging doubts, and because then she was becoming more frail, and she never thankfully had a major fall, but she had near misses, shall we say. So that's when we convinced her to invest in the stair lift thing, which made a difference and helped, but she never went out, she never socialized, even when she was 10-20 years ago. She was very sort of, she used to go to bingo or something, but then that kind of fizzled out, and then she just pretty much just was very solo and independent,
content with her own existence.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I used to take, I'm trying to think how many years ago it was, but I used to take Jackie and the kids up and leave them there for a week or two, and she'd be happy, and then I'd go and pick them up, and she'd be just happy to be left on her own and to do her own thing, and but it just got to the point where it was as you said, Steve, it affects so many other people, and Jackie would just be losing. I mean, the thing is, Jackie herself is going through medical issues, what with the menopause and all this kind of stuff. So that on top of that, it sounds very selfish, but it got to the point we thought we can't look after her properly, she can't look after herself properly. Something's got to change, and that's when the topic of a care home became the best option. It was the best thing to do for everyone, but particularly for Sheila. At the end of the day, it was all about Sheila, and she was involved. Even though Jackie and her brother have got lasting power of attorney on all matters, financial, health, and what have you, the decision wasn't made without getting Sheila to agree to it. If she got to a point where she was unable to agree to it, or unwilling to agree to it, and it was deemed that it needed to be done. But thankfully, we sort of acted fairly quickly, and we said, look, I tell you what, why don't you go in for a couple of weeks, respite care. So we'll pay for the couple of weeks, see how you get on. If you like it, great, you can stay. You've got your room, If you don't like it, you can come home and we'll reconsider. But thankfully, after the end of those 2 weeks, she'd settled in, very nicely. But now that she's settled in a place where she's getting fed properly, she's socializing, but also she's taking the right medication at the right times. Then of course it's having that slightly different effect.
Yeah.
So it's a balance. It's all about balance.
Oh god, yeah.
And
there's no correct path through the decision matrix either. But you're dealing with diminishing returns ultimately, and you're trying to manage their care. It's a question of that some aspects of their care are complicated and heart-wrenching, and that's the hard part. Emotionally, you can tear your own family apart by being dependent on them. So it's
I mean, there was a moment when Jackie came back one day, and she said, "Oh, she was in tears, she was crying," and she said, "Look, why can't you look after me all the time? You know, I'll pay you." And Jackie's like, I can't do that. You know, I've got a family and I've got a job, and I can't do that as much as I'd want to do it. I can't do it. So it's just, you know, look, and the beautiful thing is that the care home is literally 5 minutes down the road from where we live, and it's a brilliant care home. It's so well run, so well featured. You know, fuck it, if I get to that point, stick me in there, I'll be quite happy. You know, she can have her own furniture. She's got her own furniture. She can have she can do whatever she wants with the room. It's her like little apartment, you know. But she has the added bonus that, you know, she doesn't have to do any of her washing or ironing. She gets fed regularly. There's a cafe, there's a pub, there's a cinema room, there's TVs, blah, 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 everything. They take her out. They can take her to, you know, because Felixstowe is the nearest seaside resort town. But they've got their own facility there. It's a private facility owned and run by the home, so that they can take their residents there, and they can have their own, you know, everything's there that they need.
That's sweet. It
is. I mean, it ain't cheap, but
yeah, but, you know.
But bottom line is, you know, Sheila worked for the Ministry of Defence for God knows how many. She was a computer programmer back in the days when you used cards.
Yeah.
You know, she was a supervisor there. She worked bloody hard for the government, or for the, you know, for the civil service or whatever. As did her husband. He was a tank tester at Chobham. He passed away. She got his military pension. She's got a military pension, and they were very financially astute. Got a private pension and, of course, the state pension as well. So they paid off the mortgage. She has no mortgage. She has no debts. Nothing. All that money's kind of stacked up, albeit she's put it in lots of different weird places. But
yeah,
we're dealing with that at the moment. She's earned that, so fuck it. Put her, you know, give her the, you know, the last, you know, few years of her life. Make it as comfortable and as pleasurable as possible, and as stress-free as possible. It comes at a price.
That's what she was saving up for.
Exactly. I mean, she would tell you that she wasn't putting that aside for that, because she didn't want, you know, her vision of care homes was what she saw when her auntie so-and-so went in 30 years ago, when it was a completely different ball game. She absolutely didn't want, you know, to go in. But once she saw the place, it was just like, it really is. It's like a hotel.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's like a really nice hotel.
She was saving for a rainy day. She was saving for when she was too old. But how it is used, in what form, she probably didn't. Ideally, she would envisage herself, you know, seeing out her last days in her house.
Yeah.
Doing usual things.
I
we all do.
I can
not be like
how
that.
that's a real wrench. I mean, it feels bad that we're going through her home at the moment. We've got the estate agents coming round. It's going to go on the market. We're clearing out furniture. You know what the family.
It feels like you're just taking all the stuff from under her.
I know. It almost feels like, Jesus. You know, what happens if things change and she wants to go back? Oh no, she won't. She won't change. She won't ever go back home. You know, we're selling.
Well, she wouldn't be able to cope if she did.
No.
And she'd be back out again within a day.
Selling all the furniture and selling.
Yeah.
Or getting rid of, you know, clearing out the rubbish, handing out bits to members of the family that might want them and stuff. It feels awful, but it has to be done, you know, because at the end of the day, if Sheila lives another 10 years, and I hope she does, she's going to have to pay for 10 years of care at current rates around £80,000 a year.
Mm-hmm. So unless she's put away, just shy of $1 million.
Exactly. So, I've been speaking to financial advisors about the best thing to do with, because once she's sold the house, then all, that and everything that she's got saved up is all just going to go into this big kind of pot. But
the government takes it all back off you again, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. So
that's why a high yield interest account or something.
High yield. Well, there's that. There's ISAs, but his basic
Bitcoin.
advice was, his basic advice was to invest it in short-term stuff. So maybe a year to 2 years. An ISA for a couple of years, and then reinvest it every couple of years, because
just top it up.
Unfortunately, her estate, whatever it's worth, even if it was like $500,000, as far as investment is concerned, it's not a lot of money. And given her age and her situation, when a company would take that on and do due diligence, they would say that it's too high a risk for somebody. If she was in her 40s or her 50s and wanted to stick 400,000 into stocks and shares that blah blah blah, they might say, yeah, that's good, but she's 90, So he said do everything short term. So basically, we just want to make sure that what money she has put away is making as much for her as possible, so that it helps with prolong any sort of care costs.
Yeah.
But the other thing was I was sat down thinking, looking at all the bills, the direct debits and all this stuff, gas, electric, water, internet, phone, buildings and contents insurance, food bills, sort of weekly grocery bills, and she hasn't got to pay any of that now. Council tax, she hasn't got to pay any of that now.
Yeah.
When you add all of that up, that's not an insignificant amount of money.
It's a fair old whack, mate. Yeah.
Now you're thinking, this care is going to be like $13.50 a week.
Yeah.
So then you take into account all that and her pensions as well. Hopefully we can string it out, as long as is necessary.
Well, the money she's saving by being at the home, you think about it, you can quite easily spend almost that kind of money if you're a bit careless, I suppose.
Oh, yeah.
But you could spend that money just being at home anyway, with just all the things that you do have on the regular.
And she's got essentially 4 pensions coming in. She's got her civil service pension. She's got her husband's civil service pension.
Yeah.
She's got the private pension, which is the smallest of the 4, and then she's got her state pension.
Yeah, but this is back in the day when pensions were worth fucking talking about, mate.
Exactly.
Pensions today are ridiculous.
Well, if you think of all the merchant bankers and all the insurance agents, everyone out there just basically being paid out of the capital of people who's saving, it diminishes the return, and then
it's like that meme I saw on Facebook where the guy going there, he goes, well, I've done the calculations, I can because he's an old guy, and the last live comfortably for 11 minutes, but it's like
Well, I spoke to my accountant when I set the business up. Now, remember this accountant of mine is a friend of 40 odd years, so he's not bullshitting me. He said, "You know what, Rob?" He said, "You and I, we're going to be part of the first generation that won't be able to retire."
Yeah,
because we just cannot simply afford. He said, he's doing he's an accountant, of course, he's doing very fucking well for himself. But he says, "I don't think I'll be able to retire."
In Australia, there's a different trap. Sorry,
I figured that about 15 years ago. There's no way I can retire ever. So,
yeah.
In Australia, they raised the legal retirement age, so you've got all the superannuation set aside, and they say, "Well, Steve, you can't retire at whatever, 65, you'll have to retire at 73. So
Well,
suddenly you can't access your superannuation funds that you put away for yourself until you're too old to benefit from them. So it's an absolute rort. All these people living high on the hog as merchant bankers and as investment consultants and as superannuation brokers and superannuation company workers have just basically are the robber barons of the 21st century.
Yeah.
Also reminds me of that South Park episode where the lady goes in to donate. You could put all of her retirement stuff in there, and he goes, "And I'm putting this account, and it's gone." What? And then Kyle does it with his check from grandmother or something like that, and it's gone. What? Where's my money? It's gone. It's been invested. It's gone. It's already. Ah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
I spoke to a mortgage advisor a couple of years ago because mother-in-law, bless her, this was way before all this started happening. She said, "Look, she said you're to Jackie. She said you're going to inherit my estate, and why not make use of it now when you need it?" So like Jackie's like, "Okay, well if you want to do," she said, "I will pay your deposit. If you want to buy a house, I will pay your deposit, because that's the one thing that I don't have. It's a long story, but circumstances are that I don't have enough money saved for a deposit on the mortgage." So she said, "I'll pay it. And then when it comes, when the day comes that the inheritance is dished out, we'll make sure that the solicitor takes that bit off. So everyone gets what they need.
Just have it now."
So she said, just basically make use of it now when you need it. So I was like, okay, fine. So I went to a mortgage advisor and said, looking to buy a property, X amount of, this sort of value. I can put in a minimum 10% deposit, maybe a little bit more, but minimum. And he came back and he gave me a mortgage quote. He said, "Oh yeah, that's not a problem. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, we can." And I was getting all excited. I thought, "Oh wow, this could actually work." And because they keep shifting the retirement age, and it keeps slightly going up slightly, he said, "We can only offer you a mortgage at the moment until you're 67. So at the time, so what am I now? I'm 54 in a couple of weeks. No, actually, I'm 54 in 7 days. He said it's going to be a 14-year or 15-year mortgage or something. And of course, a 15-year mortgage on a house big enough to take my family worked out at £2,200 a month, which is double what I was paying in rent at the time on a similar property. In fact, on a better property than I could have bought. And I said, why is it only 15 years? And he said, well, we've got to base it on your annual retirement age, your national or whatever the government say. And I said, but I'm going to be working way beyond that because I can't afford not to. And he said, yeah, but we can't give you a mortgage beyond that because we don't know if you're going to be working after the age of 67. So there's no way you can give me a mortgage until I'm 70, because I guarantee you, pound to a pinch of shit, I'll still be working into my 70s, if not my 80s, if I haven't already fucking died. No, can't do that. So you can't fucking win.
No,
because
you need to get a mortgage when you're 22, and of course nobody in your family's ready to hand over that kind of money.
Yeah, I had a mortgage when I was 22. I had a mortgage all the way from the age of, well, actually it was about 21 through to when I was 31, and then I got divorced, and then I was stupid, I didn't get back on the property ladder because I also lost my job. So I got divorced and lost my job within months of each other, and so I didn't.
It does not rain, it pours.
Exactly. Yeah, it was just so it's a case of like, okay, well look, I can't get another mortgage because I don't have a job, so I've got a big fat. I had 10 grand profit from the sale of my marital home. We had split it 50-50. We were very lucky. We bought that home, and we made about 25 to 30k when we sold it. But of course, once the solicitor has taken their fee and paid all the everybody else. We got about 10 grand each. So I had 10 grand sitting in the bank, and then I got laid off. And so I'm like, okay, well, I can survive.
Then this DX1 come up for sale.
Yeah, well, no, then it was a case of like, oh, I'm free. I can, So it was like, okay, I'll go to Amsterdam for a week or so.
Yeah.
Jackie, I just met Jackie, and Jackie said, "Oh, my friend's getting married in Kalamazoo, in Michigan." Oh yeah, well let's go. Let's go. And I paid for myself, her, my stepson, 2 weeks, Chicago, Kalamazoo. Hired a car for 2 weeks, only used it for like 4 days. Stupid thing. I was putting things on credit card, and so I just
the
basically
classic. I have money. Fuck it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
And by the time reality kicked in, it was just like it was too fucking late.
Yeah. What was that? 4?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Yeah.
We got to a point, maybe about 7 or 8 years later, when every letter that came, seriously, even to this day, when I hear the letterbox go, a little bit of me goes, oh shit. And then I realised that now I don't have debt. But back then I had like £30,000 worth of debt. And every letter was a final demand, or it was, a threat, or this, that, and the other. And it got to a point where, eventually I almost snapped. But I found an organisation that said, yeah, you're in shit, but we can help you manage that shit. So I went on to a debt management plan. I wrote to all my creditors. I said, I can't pay you what you're asking every month, but I can pay you this much, because that's how much I've got left over at the end of the month once I've paid my bills.
Yeah.
And they all of them accepted that, because if they don't, their next option is to take me to court,
which costs them money initially.
Which costs them money, but also the judge will turn around and say, well, Mr. Puricelli only has £3 a month to give you, so that's what you're going to get. So they, ultimately they generally will accept it. Some of them even stopped charging me interest, and they were really fucking good. I mean, really good.
Good luck getting that today.
Sorry?
Good luck getting that today.
Well, yeah, exactly. Although I think today the landscape's changed quite a bit in terms of helping people.
Well, endowment mortgages aren't as attractive as they used to be today.
Exactly. That was my first mortgage was an endowment mortgage.
Yeah. We only got away with it lucky, just
same
got paid off before the market went, good night, everybody. Yeah.
But it took me... Let me think. That was early mid-2000s. Every time I changed my job, which wasn't frequent, it was like one or two times, or I got a pay rise or I got a promotion, all the extra money I earned went to the debts, because every year you do a reevaluation. So we didn't have holidays, couldn't take my kids anywhere. It was just like every bit of money. And by, I think it was May 2013, after I got the job that I've got now, which was a substantial pay rise for me, I managed to become debt free. And I've touch wood, stayed that way ever since. Other than the obvious,
we used to measure it in wheelie bins. Well, not wheelie bins, pedal bins. So if it took 2 weeks before you had to empty the pedal bin in the kitchen, you were still in the shit. If you could empty the pedal bin every 2 days, you're doing all right.
Yeah.
We were at one pedal bin a month at one point, I think.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Well, I got to the point where I had a car on HP.
Yeah.
And very fortuitously, the legal stuff about the HP said if you've paid a minimum of 50% of the HP back, you can hand the vehicle back, and you won't have to pay another penny. The company are legally obliged to take the vehicle back from you, whatever it's worth, as long as you paid 50%. You can write them a letter and say, please take the vehicle and close the account, and you could do that. And what I thought at the time was a really nice car.
Yeah.
So I had, but luckily I paid 50% off already, so I had to give that. And I say again, luckily, I had a job that wasn't a company car, but basically they gave me a hire car for the week to do my job, and then invariably, I'd have to hand it back on a Friday night and pick it up again on the Monday morning. But most of the time, the hire company just left it there.
Yeah.
So that was lucky. But yeah, most of my creditors were considerate. One or two were absolute fucking arseholes and charged me interest to the last fucking moment.
Yeah, yeah.
But a lot of them were rather good. I think it was around that sort of time when there was a lot of people in my position, and there was a lot of pressure on.
There was a lot of people at about that time.
Credit card companies and banks were being told, look, you've got to give these people a chance. So if they can pay the money back, but you don't earn the interest on it, proportionately, you're not going to fucking notice. Yeah. So
early 2000s was sort of like a perfect storm for it.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you get the financial crisis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it was a real
one of them.
Real tough thing, but of course, what it meant was that I had no savings, because all my any excess funds had to legally go to my debt management plan. We never had any savings for a deposit or anything like that, and I stupidly, I should have stayed on the property ladder, but because I'd lost my job at the same time as having to sell the former marital home. My ex-wife happened to work for our mortgage company. Yeah, so she got a cracking deal and she bought a fucking house, and she was fucking sorted.
Yeah, we can't have one of our own homeless. Good God, sir.
No. So because do you remember the Virgin One account? Do you remember it was a big thing where you promised to have all of your income paid into the same bank account that your mortgage, so you were always in a negative sum.
Yeah.
So it was like, it was a very kind of, at the time it was a,
while it was viable.
Yeah, it was all the time
it was always
kind of
viable.
recommended as being a very good thing to do. And she ended up working for this, it was Virgin. She ended up working for Virgin. So, we were always kind of looked after. And then, when we divorced, she was still working for Virgin. But she got her, staff rates mortgage, bought herself, took the money, bought herself a nice little place somewhere. But of course, I was working for Gateway Computers. And Gateway Computers had just realised that after the year 2000, when they'd sold a fucking mega fuck ton of computers to people who were scared that their old computers were going to go fucking ape shit on January 1st, 2000.
Yeah.
And they did brilliantly well, as all companies that sold computer equipment did at that time.
Yeah.
After January 2000, nobody wanted a new computer anymore because they'd all bought new computers. And the fucking computer market went
through the floor.
And I only had a small stay of execution because I was selling computers to businesses, and businesses don't give a fuck. They just cycle. Every couple of years, let's just change. So we change.
The next fastest one, come on, bring it on.
Yeah, exactly. So I had a bit of a stay of execution, but the business as a whole globally was absolutely fucking wiped out.
Yeah.
So Gateway turned around and they ceased operations outside of the continental United States and shut everything down. And
I remember them going down.
Yeah. And so I was at by July of 2001, I'd got divorced, sold my house, made redundant, was living in a little 2-up, 2-down place in Norwich city centre. Then 9/11 happened, and my back got shot to bits. I couldn't walk for months, so I didn't get another job until January of 2002. And then that job was with a company called the Accident Group. Do you remember them?
I do.
Ambulance chasers.
Yeah.
It was the job was sold to me as working. It wasn't sold to me as a job that I would go around on knocking on doors, literally begging people to make a claim on something so fucking innocuous. I couldn't. It was horrible.
A fly hit you in the face.
I know.
We're taking that fly to court.
We would go to a housing estate because obviously we were told. We were told, not in these words, but we were basically preying on
the impoverished,
the people that needed some easy money quickly.
Yeah.
So we'd go to a housing estate, and I distinctly remember on some of these places where our supervisor would meet us on site and say, "Right, I've just heard that the local high school has a massive bullying problem. Now, what you got to do is you got to knock on these doors, ask if their kids go to the high school. And if they go to the high school, have they ever suffered from any bullying? Because if so, we can make a claim against the school."
Yeah.
I mean, shit like that. I mean, it was just like, oh man.
I know some of the practices were so low, it was almost offensive.
Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah.
But
a quick question about Gateway in the UK. Did you guys have the cow splotch theme in the UK?
Yeah, of course we did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all
I don't know
our
if they
stores
changed
were
it over
cow
there.
sheds. All of our stores were cow sheds.
Oh, yeah.
The whole fucking works, yeah.
I mean, most British people were just staring at each other going, why the fuck is it a cow shed?
Exactly.
Why have we got bales of hay? And,
Oh, they actually had bales of hay? That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. All they needed was some guy with a straw hat on, a bit of straw hanging out of his mouth, chewing it. That's all they needed
funny.
next.
We had this. The company. The store's servers were in this kind of glass cabinet that had a wood surround and cow print and
Hello.
all sorts of stuff.
Hey, yeah.
Had a quick dinner. It was good.
Hang on a minute, we've lost a cat. Hang on.
Oh, great.
It's a catastrophe.
I was going to say, interestingly, I heard that we had the Y2K bug, in inverted commas. They've got one coming up on January 19th, 2038, where the Unix day goes across a boundary of so many seconds since 1968 or something. Anyway, so we're going to go through all that shit again, which is just unthinkable.
Well, the funny thing is, we did all the patching manually of all the systems in the business and did a bunch of other nonsense. Everyone freaked out about it, and it was really all for nothing because nothing really happened. At least
the
stuff we used. The banking systems, it might have been a problem, but not to the stuff we used.
Yeah. No, because I'm saying, the computer's going to revert back to 1900. I go, okay, I'll buy a top hat and a monocle. It'll be fine.
Yeah. So open the Abacus program. That's,
yeah. I just go and go in. I say like that a lot. That's all we've got to do. Be fine.
Thou mayest switch off the computer now.
I seem to recall that the calendar for 1986 was 1984 was the same as the calendar for 2000. So in terms of days of the week and so forth. I wrote a little program that basically added 16 years to the date so that you could reset your machine in 1984 and everything would appear as it was in 2000. And that was a cheap freeware solution. But, I mean, the banks were spending a lot of money on upgrading systems anyway, and it gave them an excuse to do that on the government purse, which was even more reprehensible. But, 2038 bug, you'll hear about it eventually if we live that long. But it just shows that I think the people who made money from the Y2K bug could probably pay for the 2038 bug. That'd be
the thing was, when I was at Gateway, and this whole thing was because the irony was Gateway used to be called Gateway 2000.
Exactly.
I remember that.
But we were in no way fearful, shall we say, that that the whole world would go to shit, because basically people were coming in saying, I've read that all my computers will die at 1 minute past midnight on January 1st, 2000. And we're like, well, if you want to buy a new computer, then we sold. I mean, I wouldn't say we exploited. Certainly, personally, I didn't exploit that. People were just coming up to me, because I was dealing with businesses anyway. Yeah. They were all just coming up to their cycle of generally a couple of years, and then we change. But the business as a whole globally just tanked after that, because nobody wanted to buy a new computer, because everyone that did need to buy one had already bought one, and then many of those that didn't need to buy one bought one anyway. So what
happened to the good old days when the BIOS used to be in a socket, and you could just put a new BIOS in it, and you go, "Hi, I'm your new computer."
Yeah, but it was also the software that had the inherent bugs. I know in the in PIC systems they use a number of days for a date since 1968, 1st of January. So they had a year 10,000 bug, which happened, I think, on May 18th, 1995. So we'd already seen what a Y2K would look like on systems like that. And it wasn't that severe. Anything that was left justified, the date would go to the front of the report. So in May 95, you'd have your accounting report, and all the stuff after the 18th would appear above all the stuff before the 18th. I think it's still totaled correctly. It was out of sequence. And
if you boot up a Fairlight, a Series 3 Fairlight, it boots up to whatever the day of whatever is 1900.
Yep.
Still
that was
works.
Commonly
still works.
That's why now it is the law, as I said before, that if you want to play an emulator, you have to wear a top hat and a monocle.
Well, the original Macs, when they would reset to Steve Jobs' birthday.
So I've seen all that before, and I think next time people will be a little bit more wary. But I also think that the people who build the bugs into these systems should be hung, drawn, and quartered now. We should get onto it. Instead of having sporting events where you have a halftime entertainment, which is some out-of-date artist miming to a backing track, singing their latest hit from 1981. I think what we need to do is actually take all the people who are responsible for the Y2K bug and all the other grief that we've had, and for all of the financial sector woes and all of the health department woes and things like that, the people who were responsible for COVID, and we'll throw in people who are responsible for rabies and the plague and anything else that's happened in the last 500
French,
years.
then, basically.
And the French. And then basically just put the firing squad in front of the community at halftime in those big final events and in the season, and just let people see what happens when they get it wrong.
No. Now is the time to bring back Gladiator School.
Rollerball.
Rollerball. Yeah, exactly.
Rollerball, yeah.
That was a great film with James Caan and Jonathan. It's still quite vivid. It was a great concept, a mixed roller derby with people being eviscerated in front of the chute where the ball comes out.
Or Death Race 2000. That's another classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're all. It's funny, isn't it, what people have thought up over the years?
Yeah.
Well, that one's extra devious because you could score your navigator for points. You didn't have to run people over. You could eject them out of the car or push them out the door or whatever. So.
Convenient, yeah. That's it. Yeah,
They used to put all the old people in wheelchairs out in front of the hospital, and David Carradine's character goes, "I'm not going to do that," so he went after all the nurses.
Yes, it's. Yes, bring back all the good old entertainment. It makes all of these great crimes against humanity make things like Dick Emery and Benny Hill look quite benign by comparison.
Yeah, well, yeah. Where is my poster?
Well, we also have Project 2025 to think about here. So.
Oh dear.
That
There's
film.
another slogan. There we go.
Yes.
Where is it? Oh, it's having a job looking on that one, isn't it? There you go.
It's the Ford.
Yeah.
Ford Falcon. If I can see it.
No, it's my car.
Mac
Oh,
1.
it's yours.
No, that's actually my car in the photo.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And it made it, the guy who owned it before had it made up. And he goes, yeah, because it's got my number plate. He goes, hang on a minute, that's my number plate.
There was a guy I used to work with. He had one of those murals on his vehicle.
Yeah.
But it was just a truck. It wasn't a van or whatever. It was on the tailgate of the truck.
Yeah.
It was a Mexican guy, and he had a fancy painting of like an Aztec nude kind of warrior princess standing by a lake next to the blue truck that's his on the back of the tailgate. It's very meta, right? And he used to have to back his car into work to the hedges because facing that toward the building, HR would have had a nightmare about person on the vehicle. But,
God, yeah.
But there's a bit of recursion there. There's a bit of recursion.
I love the fact that his truck is in the shot.
And
if they had turned it around where the tailgate is also in the shot, it could have been a truck and a truck and a truck and a truck.
Yeah, yeah. The recursion. Yeah. Oh,
yeah. It's like the old Beavis and Butthead, a butt-shaped tattoo on a butt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mate.
Sort of like having your name tattooed on your left buttock and it's misspelt, like mine is. Yeah.
What, it's missing the B?
Yeah, like the guy had a W put on each cheek, so when he bent over it said, wow.
That's right. I came home with
AIDS
tattooed.
Wilson?
I had AIDS tattooed downstairs. My wife said, why did you get AIDS tattooed on your old fella? And I said, that's my Adidas sponsorship. Anyway.
It's like the bloke walks into a gent's toilet, stood next to a guy from Jamaica, and he looks down, he says he sees he's got Wendy tattooed on his knob. And he says, sorry mate, I can't help but notice you've got your girlfriend's name tattooed on it. He says, no I haven't. He says, well you got Wendy. He said, no, that says welcome to Jamaica, have a nice day.
That was like the old nurse joke where they talk about the guy who has a tattoo swan on his schlong. And she goes, no, it's Saskatchewan. The pretty nurse saw the Saskatchewan, right? So,
yeah.
Mate.
We won't do the nurse jokes because that's just cruel. I think all the nurses deserve better.
Oh, of course they do. Especially after all that COVID nonsense.
Well.
Where they got treated like shit and also were dying.
Yep, I had a colleague, I slid across from the ICU bed onto the CT table, and when you see them tubed up and it's all happening, it really gets to you because you realise, I know, I've spoken to her in the lunchroom and she's got a family and we've seen photos and what have you, and now this is the last few hours and you realise it was cruel. The other thing was, in terms, you had a lot of 25-year-old women working in emergency departments, and a lot of them had young kids. So you can imagine how they felt each night, wondering if they were taking the disease home to their kids.
Sure.
After every shift. So it wasn't only the stress of the shift and working in PPE and doing that for 8 hours. And if you do 25,000 steps in 8 hours in PPE, full PPE, and tell me it's not exhausting because it's just terrible. And they'll make life and death decisions. Every patient in an emergency department was suspected COVID. And they were in trouble.
They weren't allowed to use it because they didn't have enough. They had to recycle it all the time.
Yeah, well, we were very careful. We used to use masks for 4 or 5 hours before discarding them. They were just basically sodden.
Here they had to recycle. They had to actually put them on UV lamps and did all kinds of shit to keep using the same shit over and over again. It's terrible.
Yep.
Can't hear you, Rob. It's shut down your audio interface again, isn't it? Yep. Your mic's dead.
See, now I'm back.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
So, yeah, just have to turn it off and on again.
Bizarre, isn't it?
But can you hear the music?
I can.
Yes.
Yep.
Sounds like another song.
What, this?
Yeah.
Slow down screen.
Yeah.
Did that guy do a track before that was like almost identical to that, but a little bit more swingy?
Don't know.
Not UB40. Or,
No.
Sounds like Scritti Politti.
It is.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, there's
Sounds like
another
Raja
track
Gugu.
that's almost exactly the same as that.
Raja Gugu had to make it.
Don't know.
But it was just more
Oh, you
swing
mean-
to it.
Maybe you mean. Hang on.
In the perfect way?
No, 'cause this has got a bit of a reggae swing to it. So I bet you're thinking about.
Oh, the one that actually got into the charts.
Would-be's?
No, I'll tell you what you're thinking about.
Yeah, I know which one I'm thinking of.
I know what you're thinking.
It
I don't know
sounds,
Would-be's in the perfect way. So.
it sounds exactly the same as this, but slightly different. This one sounds like he's playing the other track backwards. Yeah. Cool. This is slower, but the same track. It fucking is. It's even the same sounds. Come on.
Probably loaded up a template.
It's all reggae stuff.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I went to a reggae festival in Jamaica once, and it got a little tiresome after a while because some of the stuff sounded the same.
By the time
It's not the same track.
It kind of sounded like it after a while. 8 hours, you're like, okay, all right. So.
Yeah, but it's not exactly a million miles away from it, is it? Come on, Isaac.
No.
Come on, mate. I mean,
It's
come
not.
on. It's not a million miles away.
It's got that upbeat, you know.
It's got that. Do you know what? That first one did quite well. Let's do something incredibly similar.
Yeah,
again.
exactly. Just like every AC/DC album.
Yeah.
I didn't smoke any weed, Dr. Synth. That was a square back then.
And I tell you what, you talk to any true
Were you
Jamaican,
50%, 25%?
they'll say, that's not fucking reggae, man. Is your mic working now, Rob? No. Apparently not. Oh, it's so...
This is where he just moves and we just kind of, fill his mouth with words like I do every time.
Do you know what?
Problem is, if you have to smoke weed to like music,
Isn't the internet wonderful? You can upset people in the comfort of your own home without having to get up or do anything. It's excellent. I love the internet.
For just $75 a month.
Yeah.
Or if you mooch off of somebody's Wi-Fi.
I think are you still trying to get your mic back?
That
there
works.
You go. In one ear, yes.
Yeah, in one ear.
You're also clipping for a while on the playback.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kicking it a little.
Same song played
backwards.
backwards.
Yeah.
No, that's what you do with country music. You get everything back.
Yeah.
Get your wife back, get your job back, get your dog back.
Palindrome music?
Yeah, you play country music backwards and it's far more cheery.
There you go.
There you go. We're sorted.
But I for some reason, I just can't figure out why it is. Why it does that.
Yeah, I know. Is it the audio interface or is it loopback?
It's loopback. That's what it is.
Actually, look up a Weird Al song called Bob. It's a song entirely of palindromes.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yes.
Oh, God.
That's one I don't know. I thought I knew most of his stuff.
Yeah, it must have taken fucking ages to write that. Are you going to risk the update?
I'll put it in the private chat.
The loop back one.
I did it.
You have done it?
Yeah, I did it on Saturday.
What, the new one?
Yeah.
Oh. You said you hadn't done it yet?
No, I did. I didn't want to do it because it came up just before we went on air on Friday. So I thought, no, I don't want to do that then.
Oh, so you've already put it on? Oh, I didn't fix that then.
For some reason, as soon as I activate another audio source within the loopback thing, it cuts the audio from the audio interface off. And I have to kind of like turn the audio interface off in loopback and on again to kind of kick it back in. It's very fucking strange.
See, computer science is a bad name. It's an oxymoron.
Mental.
Yeah, and people wonder why I won't use USB. Why I record in one take right through an entire single chain into a stereo recorder. You know, it sounds stupid, but it saves a lot of grief. You know,
and no Kosh, this is more like 0.5% of Ken's cables.
0.5, 0.6.
Let's see, there's about 70 here.
Oh, 0.3.
Yeah. There's about 70.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that. I don't. Oh, yeah, they're down there. I have to hang them over the chair. It's the only thing strong enough to hold it up.
Dear. All right, gentlemen. I'll say good evening and good morning. And
well, I think we all better. I mean, I know Lumpy over there's got to be in bed. He's got to get up in the mornings, and get to work.
Lumpy.
Who's
Lumpy? You, Lumpy.
By the way, Steve.
Lumpy boy.
I managed to get a Roland VR 760.
Okay, great. Well,
it has the yeah.
I'm sure there's a soothing balm you can get for that.
I got a very good deal on it, but it's got the VK8 engine in it, and I used it last Friday with both my bands, and surprisingly, the Leslie Sim sounds really good, like blended in with the band, with everything else.
Excellent. Oh, I'll look forward to hearing from your next Hammond-style creation. But that would be good. All right, guys. Have a good night. Take care. Ciao.
Hello, mate. Take care. Yeah, Lumpy looked back in his amazing cat orchestra.
Lumpy was a classic kind of dumpy character in Leave It to Beaver, the TV show here. And Lumpy was a perfect name for the guy. He looked like a Lumpy.
No, it was my nickname for Max. It was Lumpy. Actually, thinking about it, the dog had a lot of nicknames. He answered to all of them, bless him.
Well,
Lumpy.
Any promise of food?
No, not even food. No,
Really?
he just wasn't like that. He was a very, I don't know. It's a very different dog. Mind you, all my dogs have been all violently different from each other, which is wonderful. You don't want them
They
all
all have
to be
personalities for sure.
God, yeah.
And cats, no.
Yeah,
Cats don't
exactly,
get enough
so.
credit, but they do.
Yeah, no, cats definitely do too. Yeah, I'm interested to see what Lily turns into.
Husky, probably.
Well, I think she's going to be a sort of cross between Sherlock Holmes and a minion. I don't know what she's. I know she's smart.
I forgot that. Was there any animosity with the dogs when the new one showed up? Because cats obviously hate new cats, but
no animosity. There was a little bit of Siri being a bit scared of the puppy or being too close to the puppy at any point, like she's frightened she's going to break it or something.
Yeah.
And she was like round my neck for 2 days.
Wow.
But now they play. They curl up with each other on the settee, and she's very much a matriarchal figure around Lily. So when Lily and Nelly are playing, and it gets more heated, and then there's shall we say small little teeth plunge deep into some other dog's ear or something like that, and there's a bit of a yelp. and Nelly reacts and like that. Siri literally flies across the room like Superman, lands and gets between them, and
nice.
Yeah, like all this, very matriarchal. So
that's cool.
Yeah, and they've been really great with each other. But I am going to test the theory and see if I can get Lily to turn the fan on again.
I recently saw some videos on YouTube of like toddlers playing with cats. And the cat will put up with so much, and then it says, "Oh, I've had enough." Yeah, and I'll go bat, bat, bat in the kid's face, and the kid's all stunned, like, "What the hell just happened?" Yeah.
Yeah, I like the one where there's a cat laying on a rug, and the small child, barely walking, walks along, and as this little girl walks by in a onesie, the cat puts out his claw and pulls at her ankle, and down she goes.
Oh yeah, I've seen them like jump out of bushes at kids and stuff.
Yeah. It's getting to like that. Yeah. You remember do you remember that video that went viral a while back about that squirrel faking his own death with the broom handle? Remember?
Yeah.
And he throws it down and lays it across his neck and then goes like that with this thing across its neck, and he set it all up. And bloke's filming him doing it. Yeah, Lily's that neck of the woods for sure. There's something in the eye. You detect this sort of like, she's really smart. Well, and I know she's really smart because if we put a husky video on, none of the dogs take any notice of what goes on the telly. But Lily sits up and watches and goes, "Ooh, that's a husky. That dog looks like I do." Very attentive to that TV. So,
we had a very clever coyote up at Glacier Point Road in Yosemite for a while. And it knew to kind of pretend to be sad and hungry and humble and stuff like that, so people would throw food at it. But then as soon as a park ranger came along, it kind of noticed the stance and the outfit or whatever the hell it was. It goes, "Whoa, shit," and like it booked away. Like it got busted by the cops or something like that. So they're pretty bright little critters,
Oh yes.
But on the act for the tourists and.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll see what's in store. Because I reckon she'll be about as big as Siri by Christmas, give or take. So, and that'll be interesting because poor old Noah is going, "Cool, all these fucking dogs towering above me everywhere." So, and if God help anybody goes near her dinner while she's eating, that includes Charlie, she'll bollock him. She don't care how big he is. She's got testicles, that little girl, I tell you.
Right. Bedtime, I think.
Yeah, I think it is, isn't it?
Okay, you just need to hang a jockstrap with a cup at the front door for every guy who comes over, and you just put it on. And,
She doesn't. No, she doesn't. She doesn't appear to be much of a jumper. She comes to you, and then she sits and wags her tail profusely.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's like, regardless of what all the others are doing, all leaping about and everything like that, and she's there going, "Hello." But God help if you put your hand down to her. God, look, I'm torn to fucking ribbons.
I used to go to school and we had a golden retriever puppy, and those little needle teeth just shredded the hell out of my arms. They probably thought I was an abused child for a while because I had scabs all over my arms when I go to school. So. Yeah,
but because the teeth are so needle-like.
That's brutal, yeah.
We're playing. She la 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 la, and we play fighting and all the rest of it. And she loves it and everything like that. And I go, "Come on then, like we're going to do something or other or whatever it is." And I get up, and then sort of like do this with my arm because I go, "Oh, it's tickly," sort of like, and you rub, and it's just fucking.
You don't notice right away, yeah.
Yeah, it's just blood pouring out like several open wounds. So I didn't feel that.
Yeah.
It's like having a blood test, like repeatedly, very quickly across over a short period of time.
Yeah, but they're worth it. They're so much fun.
Oh, absolutely. And she's there in the corner licking her lips, going,
"Your
cholesterol's a bit high." Your cholesterol's high. No, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
She smells a treat.
That's what I mean. They have a nice smell for a while, and then they get a dog smell after a while. So.
Yeah, but it's funny. Siri hasn't developed that. Weirdly. Mind you, we used to do this thing with the old dogs. It was, every morning they'd have I used to give them a cup of tea in the bowl. So they had a tea with a polo mint in it.
Oh.
I loved it. That was their treat.
Well, they have those green sticks too that dogs can chew on.
Yeah. I think they call them rusks here.
Yeah.
Something like that. So yeah, and they're good. They've already been recommended.
But I've seen people actually brush the dog's teeth with the doggy toothpaste. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. We tried that. Yeah, they ate the toothbrush.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So.
Right.
Yeah, Lily will build the anaglyph. I'll tell you what, she do a better job than I did. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody.
See you soon.
Good to see you all. Take care. Look after yourselves. Don't get ill. There's a horrible thing going around at the moment, I understand.
Really?
So, yeah, some sort of
Well, Biden
cold.
got COVID, so it's still around.
Yeah. I mean, there's a cold going round that is supposed to be... It's not bad, but it's not great either.
Yeah.
You know, but it's... Yeah, so just be careful, people. There's too much shit going on.
Is it herpes simplex 10? Is it?
Well, not tonight, anyway.
Exactly.
All right, darlings. Everyone take care. Look after yourselves. Bye-bye now.